13. The Art of Losing. Author's note. Many thanks to GJ Mega for editing this. Okay, I have written 3 different versions of this chapter, which is what took so long. Gasp asterisk. I just couldn't decide. One version was almost 30k words before I saw sense and decided to go for the snapshot approach, a quick and dirty, to the point, wham bam thank you ma'am, which is still long, sigh in joy. The art of losing isn't hard to master. So many things seem filled with the intent to be lost that their loss is no disaster. Lose something every day. Accept the fluster of lost door keys, the hour badly spent. The art of losing isn't hard to master. Then practice losing farther, losing faster, places and names, and where it was you meant to travel. None of these will bring disaster. I lost my mother's watch. And look, my last, or next to last, of 3 loved houses went. The art of losing isn't hard to master. I lost 2 cities, lovely ones. And vaster, some realms I owned, 2 rivers, a continent. I miss them, but it wasn't a disaster. Even losing you, the joking voice, a gesture I love, I shan't have lied. It's evident the art of losing's not too hard to master, though it may look like, write it, like disaster. Elizabeth Bishop Harry woke to hisses. The Quetzalcoatl was coiled on his bare chest, grumbling about the chill in the room. At Harry's movement, it reared up and turned to look into his face. Awake, awake, winged master. Yes, how long have I slept? The snake tilted its head, the red-feathered crest deflating slightly in puzzlement. Harry's eyebrows drew together as he thought. How many suns have risen and fell since greatest light? Ah, 4 suns, master. 4 times the sun has risen, and 4 times it has fallen. So it was going on the 5th day. He let loose a large sigh, before hissing at dread to move over. The snake did so with another grumble, before curling up in the spot where Harry had been laying as he slowly sat up. He stood, stretching out stiff muscles, enjoying the feeling of his body responding strong and fast. The runes were active then. He looked down at his chest, at the disaster made of the Kryptos rune. In hindsight, it did not look that bad, it just wasn't what he had planned. It was supposed to be a single word, meaning hidden or secret, placed in the center of his chest, to the right of Ankh. Instead, it was the same word repeated over and over in a circle around Ankh, and a perfect circle at that. Magic was definitely in control for that to happen. He turned and glared at dread as it peeked out from under the sheet it had burrowed itself under. Its green eyes stared into his own. What did you do? The serpent tried to play coy, its eyes darting away. Harry narrowed his own, frowning. I said, what did you do? Dread lowered its head to rest on the bed, its top feathers laid flat against its skin. Master, only what you wished, of course. I did your bidding, I struck the softest place, I made your secret safe. Harry frowned further, not appeased. You took control from me. You molded my magic into a rune different than I had planned. I did what you wanted, though not what you willed, perhaps, great master. I would not, cannot, harm you. I made us better. We are the same, and as I am great, so you are as well. The snake's arrogant air held true, and Harry resisted the urge to smile. Were all snakes like this? He shook his head as he replied. You are indeed a great snake, but that rune, how do I know what it does? That it won't do something different, unexpected. It could have killed me. Oh, no, no, it works. It is powerful. I felt it. I tasted it. It will do what your magic wills, of course. As you do. Harry shot back, disgruntled. The snake's head rose and dipped in a parody of a nod, unrepentant. Since when did the thing develop its own mind, anyway? Was it flesh and blood now? He sat with a groan, reaching a hand out to run over Dread's feathered back, its wings furled tight around its body. Wish I could do that. He mumbled in a faint hiss as the snake wiggled in delight. He guessed he forgave it for whatever it had done. Just what it had done, he didn't know, and the thing insisted it was his own will that did it anyway. But what desire did he have to be some king of serpents anyway? He could care less for fame or glory, both of which he appeared to have anyway. Now it looked like he was stuck with a weird, arrogant, magical snake dagger thing with a sorry sense of humor. Does it even eat anything? At that thought, the door abruptly opened, Tiny stepping in without looking up, bearing a large tray of food. When he glanced up, he almost dropped the tray before flinging it down on the bed and pulling Harry into a hug. You're okay, and awake. I bring food every day, but I usually just eat it myself. But you know, the smell of food and all, I figured. And well, the snake eats too, so I feed it some, and Harry, you're awake. Tiny finished in a rush, excited and bouncing. Harry laughed, ruffling his hair as he returned the hug. It was nice to be welcomed with such affection. Calm down, I'm fine. That seemed to be the wrong thing to say. Tiny's countenance darkened, and the boy shoved him back on the bed with a growl. You were not. You should have seen yourself. I think Mike about had a heart attack, and the boy has barely talked since. And Care, he was so mad, and he had to clean you off, and now they say I'm going with them to London when you leave, and they want you to too. Harry broke in with surprise, eyes wide in confusion. What do you mean, you go to London? What are you talking about? Tiny took a gulp of air before looking around cautiously. He stood up and closed the door before coming back to sit next to Harry. They are mad, Harry. They blame Mr. Steele for talking you into this. They don't think I should stay with him. But he's been great to us. Tiny frowned at him. To us, perhaps, but you should have seen yourself. You were covered in blood. It's blood magic. It's supposed to be that way. This is normal, and it was my choice. Tell that to them. He just did. Care spoke up from the doorway, Mike a second behind them. Apparently Tiny's attempt at subterfuge failed. Tiny flushed before moving to lean against the wall, arms crossed. Care turned to Harry, speaking quietly and earnestly. Come with us. I'm leaving now soon. I've talked to Mr. Steele. He thinks it's best, anyway, for us to leave. Knowing who you are and all, he doesn't think we are needed. He just thinks we will be in the way. He spat that out before continuing. We can help you hide, can take you far away. He doesn't have to know. You do not have to go to those wizards. You will never have to do one of those sick rituals again. Freedom, Harry, with us. Harry just stared, shocked. He did not know what to think, how to feel. Finally, he spoke. Care, Mike. Tiny, I want to go to the wizarding world. I want to learn to do magic. I love it. I want to help people, too. You all know what they are capable of. Why shouldn't the world know, too? Not the bad things, maybe, but the good. How many people's lives can be saved with a potion? How many healed with a spell? Why should that remain a secret? How many killed with a spell, Harry? How many sacrificed? It's not all butterflies and fairies. Mike burst out angrily. Harry shook his head again, frustrated. I know that. For heaven's sake, my parents were killed by a wizard. He groaned, running his hands over his face before looking up at them again. This was my choice, because I can help, and I choose to help. I can find out just why the wizarding world is separate, and I can determine whether or not it should remain so. These rituals, this blood magic, it is illegal in their world, you know. I learned that recently. They don't condone this stuff either. The reason I did it was so that they wouldn't learn of my intentions and of you guys. I did it to protect you all. If I got a little stronger, a little smarter, a little more powerful along the way, well, that is all for the better. But I did it for you. He felt tears gathering in his eyes, and for a moment they all simply sat, looking at one another. Suddenly Care moved forward, gathering Harry into a hug. Mike joined in a second later, patting him awkwardly on the back. Care spoke, his voice hoarse. Seeing you like that, Harry, it broke my heart. You understand? I never want to see you like that again. I want to protect you. I'm supposed to protect you. You are like my little brother. I do not want any of this for you. Care stepped back, looking into Harry's eyes before nodding firmly. But if this is your intention, if you are determined to do this, then I am behind you. I'll stay with you, do what I can from this side of things, okay? All right. Harry nodded, throat tight. Care gave another brief hug before leaving, Tiny passing by and leaving after a glace between Harry and Mike. The other boy started forward, laying his hand on Harry's shoulder. Finally, he spoke. Harry, I can't understand why you would put yourself through this. I want to call you a stupid, ignorant prat, and well, that's what you are. And that's why I like you so much, because you are a kind-hearted fool who needs all the friends he can get. If that makes me a fool too, well, so be it. Harry smiled, and Mike slapped him on the back with a grin. Now get eating your supper, ghost, before you fade away. 3 months before July 31st. 3 months to train, to plan, to say goodbye. In the mornings, Harry did just that, spending time with each boy in turn, playing games in the clearing, having fun. Being a child again, if only for a short time. The afternoons were dedicated to books with Mr. Steele. All resources were laid bare for Harry, and he made the most of them. He learned much faster now, retained much more. He would not consider himself a genius by any means, but he was no longer average. The mind and memory runes allowed him to breeze through difficult problems with ease, and he had reached the limit of their resources. It would be up to himself to find more material in the wizarding world to learn from. At night, he practiced his runes. He tested his tolerance to cold and heat and found it almost limitless. It would not stop a burn from straight-up fire, but it came close. Frost did not stick to his skin, and snow melted on contact. He was faster, his reflexes improved by leaps and bounds, literally. His flying was now a force to be reckoned with, and none of the boys could lay a finger, ball, or rock on him. He practiced and practiced retaining his wings and retracting and releasing them in turn until it was second nature. He poured as much magic as he dared into Heth, increasing its strength and size until it could cover his entire body, wings included. He had no way of testing it yet, but he was confident it could handle most obstacles. Zion he approached with trepidation, never confident, afraid of its power. He figured out that extreme emotion of any kind was needed to set it off. It was almost impossible to control, working and looking much like a lightning bolt. A rock would at the least be cracked, and at worst exploded into millions of pieces, all depending on how much Harry wanted it. It was a power Harry regretted having, and one he could not see himself using on another person. The Notice Me Not runes he tested on the boys, with mixed results. Icaro's failed to work at all, he assumed, because they already knew of his wings' existence. He did not dare test it on the villagers nearby, and would just have to leave that to a later date. Krupto's worked perfectly. None of them could quite look at any of the runes except Ankh, and even then it was a sort of hazy experience. The boys simply found themselves not wanting to look, not wanting to know. When forced to look closer, they would become clearer, but the boys would also get extremely aggravated and irritable. All in all, a success. 14 runes, 2 sets. He could not see himself partaking of another one in the near future. For one, he did not know enough of the wizarding world. Also, where would he go? If he could not return to Mr. Steele, how would he complete the ritual in safety and in secret? He could not fathom it. Who would take care of him while he was at his weakest? He shook his head as he slipped into bed that night. One more week. One more week, and he would be 11. One more week, and his life would change again. One more week. Mr. Steele was going to send the boys away. Despite their protests, the older man did not want them involved. He was sending them to London to go ahead and reopen the store. After much thought, the older man was going to move himself as well after Harry left. The boys were still not happy with Mr. Steele, but they had reached a peace of sorts. They all wanted to help Harry. Care and Mike insisted on Tiny going with them, and Care agreed to take over the responsibilities of schooling him. Mr. Steele and the magical artifacts were going to be relocated to a house in London, unknown to any of the others. Harry memorized the address, wondering if he would ever have the opportunity to see it in person. Tomorrow morning, July 30th, the boys would leave, to be joined by Mr. Steele on the 1st of August to help get things settled. They were not sure when the wizards would arrive, whether right at midnight of the 31st or sometime during that day. To be safe, they would be prepared the whole time. If the wizards did not arrive, Harry would join them in London for a time before he would return to the cottage with Mr. Steele. The space would be needed to exercise his wings. He doubted they would get that lucky. It was hard to say goodbye. Hugs were exchanged, terse and awkward words. Finally, they drove off, waving until the last minute as they drove out of sight. Mr. Steele rested a hand on his shoulder, comforting. Harry remained silent. The house felt like a different place without being full of the light and life of the others. It was silent, empty, lacking the feeling of home. Harry drifted from room to room, nervous and anxious. Mr. Steele finally summoned him to lunch, and he tried to eat, but it was hard. They exchanged small talk, eyes already on the clock. Harry finally said he was going for a walk and stood and left the house, heading to his clearing for the last time. The night before he had flown over Cheddar, visiting the quarry from the skies, flying through the gorge. He would miss this place. The clearing especially was a part of him. He had completed 2 sets here, 14 painful runes. His blood, his magic, was soaked into the very dirt. Always this place would remain with him. No matter where life took him, had been, at one point, his home. Dread was under his skin, wrapped in his magic. He wouldn't risk losing the serpent, his link to the runes. It was too much a part of himself, his magic, his soul. He wanted to cry, to scream, something dramatic to mark this day. He could only sigh. By the time he returned to the house, the sun was setting. He sat quietly beside Mr. Steele in his office, heart beating fast, eyes on the clock. At 11:30 he went upstairs, peeking out the window of his dark bedroom, looking at the driveway. He would see who appeared, if anyone, and then join Mr. Steele downstairs. Time seemed to slow down to a crawl, seconds ticking past a minute long. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, waiting. The people assembled in the room shifted tersely, eyes roving to and fro, conversations starting and stopping erratically. They all knew what day it was, all knew what they were waiting for. It had been a hard year. Not knowing whether the boy was alive or dead, was healthy, whole. Remus had near killed himself scouring London to no avail. Albus let his eyes rove over those assembled, picked for their dedication, their secrecy. Severus Snape, Remus Lupin, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Alastair Moody, Emmeline Vance, and Minerva McGonagall. 7 of them altogether, counting himself. He had limited the number at that, not wanting to bring in too many. They had formulated a plan of sorts. They had no idea whether he was in a hostile environment or not, with wizards or muggles. As such, upon arrival, they would be faced with several options. First, if the place was openly hostile, they would proceed together in force to rescue Harry Potter at all costs. All of them were outfitted with a direct portkey to the Hogwarts infirmary, where Pomfrey was waiting and ready. If the place was uncertain, Kingsley, Alastair, and Emmeline would remain behind to secure a retreat, and in case backup was needed, and Remus, Minerva himself, and Severus would attempt to locate Harry and ascertain his condition. If it looked as if Harry was in a completely innocent location, like perhaps a muggle house or orphanage, only Albus, Minerva, and Severus would proceed, in the capacity of Hogwarts professors, to deliver the letter, while the others spread out in case they were needed. With it being so late at night, they were somewhat worried about the impression that would make, but it could not be helped. They had no choice but to move quickly. The time slowly ticked down, and by the time only half an hour was left, all eyes were glued to the book, open on Albus' desk. The quill was poised in the air magically, waiting. Already names had filled the book, most if not all attendants already mailed their letters. 10 minutes, 5-1. Collective breath held, a great whoosh let out as the quill suddenly quivered, the clock striking 12. It looped down, beginning to write a name and address, one that was not Harry Potter. Neville Longbottom. A deep well of disappointment, Albus not letting himself give up hope yet. The quill rested a second, poised in the air, hovering. The clock said 5 minutes past. His heart began to pound, despair beginning to well up. The quill moved. Remus gasped, leaning forward, rubbing nervous palms down his pants. Snape recrossed his arms, the noise sounding loud in the quiet room. The quill darted down, scratching across the page. Harry Potter. At last, the boy was alive. He was alive. Albus could have jumped for joy if he could take his eyes off the page, glued to the address, before turning quickly to the others. Fawkes took them to the edge of the grounds, and they quickly gathered, the address clear in their minds. Cheddar in Somerset. How on earth had the boy gotten there? With one last look at each other, they disappeared with the loud crack of apparition. Harry held his breath as the minutes ticked past midnight. Nothing. No owls, no letters suddenly appearing. Was he going to be free another year? He could feel a bit of hope mixed with disappointment rising. 5 minutes past 10. He began to lean back from the window, began to relax. Then he caught movement at the edge of the yard, and his heart began to pound at twice the rate. People. Dark shadows moving at the edge of the yard. They conversed for a while, and he narrowed his eyes, trying to count the hooded shapes. Wizards, definitely 7 of them. 7. 3 broke off, heading up the drive, while 4 stayed behind, spreading out. Surrounding the house, Harry broke into a run, pounding down the stairs, running into the living room where Mr. Steele sat calmly. He panted, nervous, excited, scared. 7 were surrounded, and three of them are coming to the door, right now. As if on cue, the doorbell chimed innocently. Mr. Steele met his eyes, stood slowly. The doorbell chimed again. In a minute, his voice called cheerily before the man pushed Harry onto the sofa. Calm down, relax. I will get the door, relax. Remember, you know nothing. You do not know who you are, what you are. No eye contact, relax. Mr. Steele ordered one last time before heading for the door slowly and calmly. Harry shifted, his ears trained to the sound of the slow footsteps. The door creaked open. They appeared at the edge of a farmyard, surrounded by woodland. There was a 2-story cottage straight ahead, lights twinkling cheerfully from the porch stoop and a few windows. They were still awake, then. Good. Albus turned to the others, words exchanged quickly. This seemed a muggle dwelling, based on the automobile and the house. Perhaps Harry had been adopted out, after all. They still needed to be on their guard, however. Kingsley and Emmeline headed around to the back of the house, Remus and Alistair watching the front, and the sky in case they tried to leave on brooms. Severus, Minerva, and himself approached slowly, calmly. Albus felt his heart racing, his hands trembling. Could it be the boy was all right after all? All this time, hidden away in the muggle world out in the country. It seemed too good to be true. Yet, what would explain that accidental magic, the exploding of his devices? What had Harry went through for that kind of response? He rang the doorbell, forced himself to wait a minute. He rang again, his wand itching in his hand. In a minute, an older voice called out male. Albus exchanged glances with Minerva, forcing himself to relax. A minute later, they heard slow footsteps coming close and the latch being unlocked. He found himself leaning forward, eyes poised. An older gentleman with white hair and an elegant poise opened the door, eyebrows raised as he took in their attire. "Can I help you, sirs, madam?" The man shifted the tiniest bit, betraying nervousness, probably wondering what they were doing on his doorstep so late at night. Albus tried to meet his eyes, but the man's glance was roving their clothes in fascination. "Does a Mr. Harry Potter reside here by chance?" The man frowned, turning slightly to look behind him before nodding, looking quickly between them. "He does. May I ask why? It is not a normal hour for visiting." At last, the boy had been found. It was all he could do to keep his face calm and polite. "Ah, yes, well, we are from a special boarding school, which Mr. Potter's parents themselves went to. It was stated in their will for young Harry to attend, all expenses paid, of course. We are here to inform Mr. Potter of his status and deliver his acceptance letter." The man frowned further, wrinkles exaggerated around his eyes and mouth. "And you are?" Albus straightened, chagrined. He was more nervous than he had thought. "I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. This is Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape, professors at the school. I am Gerald Steele. It is nice to meet you." The man smiled before gesturing them inside warily. "I'm surprised a headmaster himself would deliver an acceptance letter, let alone with two professors, and at this time of night. Is there some urgency in this matter? I have never heard of a school named Hogwarts. That name would stick with me, I think." The man spoke as he took their cloaks and hung them up beside the door politely. Severus stood stiffly, uncertain, eyes darting around the obviously muggle dwelling. Minerva kept her own counsel as well, letting Albus do the talking. She was more comfortable in muggle dwellings, but it did stir up unwelcome memories of a time in her youth that she did not wish to remember. Albus smiled in response, dodging the question, as the old man led them further into the house. "Hogwarts is the very finest school of its kind, I assure you. As it resides in Scotland, I would not be surprised that you have not heard of it." "Scotland, you say? Well, only the finest for my Harry," the man said jovially, ignoring the way the three stiffened. Albus's eyes tried to see through the man as they entered what was obviously the living room, a dark-haired boy sitting on the sofa, facing a television that was playing the news. Slowly the head turned, green eyes meeting his own. Albus's mind darted forward, drifted, skimmed, came back out, and he nearly stumbled in confusion. What in Merlin's name? Harry waited, listening to the words exchanged. The headmaster himself. He almost slapped himself at his surprise. He was after all a celebrity. Only the best would be offered him. His parents, though, was that true? Did they have anything else of his parents? He found himself daydreaming and brought himself back to the present. So these were teachers, come to introduce him to the wizarding world. Would he be free to stay, then, after all? No wizarding police, no angry politicians. He had been expecting something a bit more dramatic. He made himself relax, playing the confused boy. As the footsteps drew closer, he turned his head slightly, curiously, his eyes meeting twinkling blue orbs. At once a drifting sensation came over him, a vague feeling of fingers ghosting across his mind. And then it was gone as suddenly as it had happened, and his eyes cleared. The blue eyes belonged to the older man, who looked twice as ancient as Mr. Steele, and yet more vital and energetic. Behind him, a sallow, dark-haired man frowned, looking as if Harry had already offended him with his mere presence. The rear was brought up by a stern, auburn-haired woman, the very picture of a stereotypical professor. hair in a tight bun and clothes perfectly straight. Besides their strange old-fashioned clothes and the bright-colored robes on the headmaster, they all looked distressingly normal. "Hello, Mr. Potter. It is nice to meet you." The older man spoke, eyes kind, voice excited. He then turned and pointed to each person with him in turn, introducing them. "I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and these are Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. We're here to tell you something very important, perhaps unbelievable." The man sat in the offered seat across from him, smiling jovially. He continued at Harry's open and curious expression. "Have you ever done anything odd, unexplainable?" Harry watched them, surprised it was going to be this easy. He decided to just go along with it, keeping his eyes on the headmaster. He answered cautiously, "Sometimes." Mr. Steele shifted before finally sitting down across from Harry, eyes focused on Harry where they were safe. The other two reluctantly sat as well, a bit ill at ease. What were they afraid of? The headmaster smiled, pleased at his answer, before continuing. "I know why these things have happened to you, Mr. Potter. Perhaps a demonstration is in order." The man pulled out a long stick, and Harry's eyes eagerly devoured his first sight of a real wand. The man gave a swish and flick, and the table in front of them abruptly transformed into a dog who barked and wagged its tail. Harry sat back in shock, mouth falling open. How easy the man had done it. Not even a word, it must be non-verbal magic. He must be so powerful. Where had he heard that name before? Dumbledore. He cast his mind back, thinking furiously. Then he raised incredulous eyes to the man as it clicked into place. The defeater of Grindelwald, the greatest light wizard of the current age, perhaps second to only Nicholas Flamel himself. Before him sat the most powerful wizard he could hope to meet, and he looked like someone's crazy grandfather. And he just turned a table into a dog. Harry must have looked as shocked as he felt. The man smiled, taking a breath to speak, eyes dancing in enjoyment at his innocent expression. "Are a wizard, Mr. Potter." Harry felt a sense of déjà vu come over him, the words so similar to before, the situation so different. And it was then, as his world reeled, as he looked over at the other professors, as he met angry dark eyes, that Mem flared to life. Severus had been waiting for the opportune moment. The old man, Steele, had been religious about not meeting their eyes, setting off alarm bells in his mind. No one was that careful, not unless they had reason to suspect something. No, something was wrong, was off about this situation. Albus seemed to be playing along, maybe even taken in by it, but he knew better. He was surprised by the look of Potter. The boy looked completely normal, if perhaps a little skinny. No, simply lean, he looked well fed enough. All around healthy, actually, with that dratted messy Potter hair. No glasses, at least, like his prat of a father. Nothing hiding those eyes, Lily's eyes. He waited while the headmaster talked, played a fancy trick. And when those eyes turned and met his, incredulous, he struck. He was a master at what he did. He had deceived the Dark Lord himself for years, had only been overcome by Albus Dumbledore himself. He knew the feel and taste of a mind, the mountains and valleys, the strongholds of memory and winds of thought. He could peel the layers back like an onion, could see whole images and people and places and words. He had never expected to be surprised again. So when his mind touched Harry Potter, he was shocked for a moment longer than he could recover from, thrown off balance. He was in the midst of an ocean, a boat tossed to and fro, and he was being drawn under, drowning in sensation and thought, too fast, too hard. He flung himself out, saw shock bleeding to fury in those killing curse eyes, and immediately struck again, prepared this time. He made himself a boat, tried to sail, the current was crushed. He turned into a fish, swam hard and fast, was flung free from the water, made himself water as well, tried to flow in and around, and the mind around him now was a river, twisting, roaring, cascading against his own, and for a second he could almost see something, a lightning bolt scar against pale skin. The vision swam before his eyes as he treaded against the violent current. He used every iota of his skill to clear it, to catch a glimpse into the mind and memory of his best friend's son. The old man stood before Harry, his shoulders slumped in defeat as he shook his head back and forth. Harry was staring him down, his eyes narrowed in anger. The man spoke, his voice trembling with emotion. "Harry, I only did what I thought best for the plan." As the man drifted off, his voice raspy, Harry spoke up softly with words that seemed to echo throughout the entire space. "Why couldn't you just love me?" And then he was slammed from above, claws dragging into his shoulders, a furious roar sounding in his ears, the sound of wings beating, pulling him out of the water, pulling him free, and he looked up and saw dark feathered wings, an angel from hell, and its body was in shadow, only a circular glowing symbol on its chest lighting the darkness. Then he was out in his own mind, gasping. Albus's hand was on his shoulder, steadying him, and he looked toward the boy in shock and fury. The boy was standing in front of Steele, hands spread out in defense, looking for all the world as if he was about to go to war. His eyes were wild, confused, surprised. Severus, Severus. Albus's voice brought him out of his reverie, and he looked up at him, shaking his head wordlessly. The man's eyes darkened in suspension before they both turned back to face the pair. Severus laid his hand on his wand in his pocket, gripping it tight. To be thrown from a mind, anyone's mind, took amazing skill and force of will. What he had seen, felt, was impossible. A mind like that. How was the boy not mad? What on earth had happened to him? He was reminded of the shattered instrument in Albus's office, Harry's lost and confused question, and clenched his wand tighter on edge. He met bright blue eyes again, opening his mind in a split second, an infinite amount of conversation, a goal, a conviction. When he turned away, standing tall, he met the boy's defiant eyes. Lily's son. When it happened fast. When the dark-haired man, Snape, had attacked his mind, it had felt like a missile had been launched straight at him. Mem had burned furiously, and he had grabbed his forehead in pain, hunching over for a second before jumping up. Snape had slumped, eyes rolling back in his head, and his two companions had jumped up in turn to support him, keeping him in his chair. A second after Mem had flared to life, Harry felt the mental presence changing, digging deeper, attempting to turn to water itself, to insinuate itself into his mind, and he desperately willed it out, gasping. The presence sunk talons into one slice of memory, trying to see, trying to anchor itself down, and he knew if he did not throw it out now, he never would. Samek suddenly flared as well, a solid pain above his forehead that almost sent him to his knees. Then it was over as suddenly as it began. The man turned to the headmaster, who seemed to be looking into the man's soul. Then Snape turned to face him, and Harry straightened his spine. He was still not prepared. He had been so arrogant, so childish, to think that some ancient runes would protect him. So very foolish. Severus Snape was not the average wizard. He had been in a war on both sides and knew the game. When he went into action, it was not half-heartedly, it was not without expectation of resistance. He had no idea if this Steele was a wizard, how experienced he might be if Harry was here under painful threat and could be used as a hostage. He went for the throat, for the heart, for the victory without failure. Expelliarmus! His standard opening, his eyes meeting the old man's startled gaze. Albus whispered something intelligible, and Potter was pulled violently to the side towards the older man, before somehow breaking free with a painful gasp. He did not allow himself to look, focusing on the unknown threat. Stupefy, almost lazily, with a swirl of the wand, having noticed no wand or weapon present on Steele. The man went limp, his eyes rolling back into his head. There was something like a crack as he hit the floor, and a whine sounded from behind him. Snape turned to see Harry somehow wrapped in what looked like a telephone cord, Albus frowning in sorrow. The boy struggled furiously, his mouth moving in silent shouts. He met Albus's eyes in a silent question. Minerva spoke up from his side. "What did you see, Severus? That boy practically turned into a wild animal." Albus spoke up, quieting Minerva with a wave. "I was forced to bind and silence him. Severus, this man is no wizard. With everything I have seen here in this house, he's not even a squib. A muggle." Albus nodded to Minerva's gasp before looking down at the unconscious old man. It would be better if he forgot all of this and continued with his life. Harry belongs in the wizarding world, where he can be protected. There are no wards strong enough that could be put up here in the care of a muggle. A shuffle caught their attention as Harry was struggling with renewed vigor, shaking his head violently back and forth. Albus frowned and tried to kneel in front of the boy, who was convulsing on the floor in an attempt to get free. "My dear boy, Severus could see the truth in your mind, what he could see of it. You did not like that man, did not like living with him. You may deny it, but your mind says otherwise. I hope you can tell us the full truth in time. This is for the best for you, and for him as well." Albus stood with a creak, before turning and nodding at Severus. He did not hesitate, looking viciously at the muggle, and spoke one word with a precise drawl. Obliviate. Behind him, a shout. Harry stared in horror as a force jerked him to the side, even as the tall wizard easily knocked Mr. Steele unconscious. It took perhaps all of 10 seconds. He could not even fathom how fast this was happening. He had tried to swing a fist at the man and found himself bound in a telephone cord of all things, his voice silenced magically. He spoke the names for his runes over and over, and the magic refused to work, and he found the fatal flaw in his flawless plan. He could not speak the activation rune. He watched with eyes that refused to cry as Mr. Steele's fate was dryly discussed, as if he wasn't even human and had no rights of his own. The old man tried to pander to him, tell him it was all for his own good, but he tuned him out, staring fervently at his mentor's slack face, memorizing every crease and wrinkle. The dark-haired man smirked, lifting his wand, and Harry hated him then with a hate that he could not control, a dark, twisted thing. He closed his eyes as the word echoed throughout the space, going limp in the barns, seeking deep within himself, seeking a solution. The snake stirred inside him, whispered in his mind as its feathered wings absently beat with the time of his heart. Oh, Minerva let out a shout as the Potter boy went limp, and she hurried over to him. Dumbledore kneeled as well, before lifting his wand and silently casting a diagnostic spell. He frowned as the results, before looking up at the other two professors. He is not awake, and yet not unconscious either. The stress must be too much for him. It would be best if we took him to Pomfrey. We will send someone back to take care of things here. Severus nodded reluctantly, casting another look around before reaching out and activating his portkey in time with the others. Brilliant light flooded his magical self, even as a hook sank deep inside his magic, propelling him forth from the cabin and into the night, spinning past stars, spinning, spinning, spinning. He wanted to shout, to scream, to cry. Then they were there, hitting the stone floor with a splash of light. Harry opened his eyes, looking blearily up as an older woman rushed to them, her very magic screaming healer. He did not move as she scolded the headmaster, forcing them to move back. He stared blankly, refusing to move a single muscle, to speak, to acknowledge. He felt the silencing magic lift from him in another swirl of light, his bonds vanishing with another splash of luminescence. So this was what magic was, something like fireworks, bursts of light, here a second, then gone. He waited patiently, dread hissing in his mind, repeating his name, giving great fear in troubled times, over and over, an order, a command. He readied himself, and sent a quick look over the room, even as he sucked in a breath and let out a moan, testing the silence, breaking it. The woman smiled at him like a proud mother, and he smiled back viciously. She flinched, and as soon as her wand flicked away for the briefest second, he contorted his body, using all his agility and strength to launch himself almost supernaturally far off the bed, bounding to his feet and spinning to face the wizards. They lifted their wands, light gathering to be launched, but he was ready this time. Hath! He whispered it like a prayer, and felt the shield of light spring forth even as the wizards cast their spells, each one slightly different, their intent spoken in light and speed. They splashed against his shield, merged, spread out like liquid, if nothing else resembling paint splattered against a wall, before slowly merging with his own light. He grinned at their shocked looks, gathering himself up, remembering Mr. Steele's limp body. He would not let them get away with that. He gathered his magic, felt Ankh flaring to life as he drew a deep breath. It would be quick, the lightning strike, and indiscriminate in its fury. He felt a little sorry for the women, knowing they had done nothing, or perhaps doing nothing was the greater crime. Zay! He choked off as pain flared into life on his chest, dread's whisper turning into a scream. Ankh was on fire, and he fell to his knees with a grunt, grabbing at the rune in panic and fear. Fire sprang forth in the room, whipping out, then centering in on the shoulder of the older man, who had somehow escaped the bloody revenge Harry had been prepared to take. The fire coalesced into the figure of a regal bird, scarlet and gold, but Harry saw more. The light was the brightest he had seen since his ritual with the moon, and it screamed of the sun. It brought to mind the hottest days, the sun at noontime, desert sands and high mountain peaks. An eternity of flight and magic and song, all wrapped into a mortal body that would perish and perish and perish again, only to be reborn in a day and grow again, ash and fire. The bird sang out a high note, and Ankh again flared, but this time not with pain but pleasant warmth. A brother meeting a brother, and it spoke saying, "We are one and the same, and well met, and you are as we were." Harry met the dark eyes with awe, observing the scarlet plumage on the bird's head, the golden-tipped crest. Its song was its greatest magic, perhaps, a light that hung in the air like musical notes, a spell that would only fade but never be gone. Ankh! This bird was that rune in all its potential, wrapped in a feathered body, with a mind of its own, and it would not let him hurt what it considered his. He dropped his head in defeat, and the old man spoke calmly with words he would not let himself understand. Harry sat on the bed numbly as the Mediwitch ran scan after scan. He simply stared at the floor, ignoring the heated discussion going on around him. The man, Snape, made snide comments and demands for answers. Minerva wanted to know about his shield. The headmaster just seemed to want to leave him alone. The bird, what he now knew was a phoenix, sat on his bed, its long tail feathers draped over the edge of the bed, beady eyes focused on him. He absently reached out a finger, running it down the brilliant plumage on its chest, watching with awe as flickers of light sparked and fluttered around his skin. It was beautiful. More words were directed his way, but he tuned them out neatly. He had no wish yet to speak to his captors. Severus faced Albus down a few beds away from the boy. Pomfrey was muttering spell after spell in the background, trying to get some idea of Harry's general health. Severus spoke forcefully, not understanding why the headmaster was being so difficult. "Let me get this straight. You're not going to do anything to find out what that spell he was, obviously, intentionally using to block our spells. You are not going to try and find out how he even knows spells, let alone is not the least bit surprised at our use of spells, which means he must have had some sort of contact with wizards. That boy is hiding something, Albus." "Why, Severus?" Albus interrupted him gently. His blue eyes sparkled a bit behind his glasses. "I think you are not seeing the bigger picture. You are blinded by your emotions. The boy is alive. Is this not what we have hoped for? Not only alive, but I believe healthy. It is obvious, that is true, that he has had some sort of contact with our kind. It would also help explain what happened to my instruments. However, whatever it was, it must have been traumatic. I will not force him to recount his past at this time, to what he thinks of as strangers, especially when he is not viewing us in a positive light, with the unfortunate necessity of Mr. Steele. I truly think we should leave him be, let him get used to the idea of attending school here, make some friends. Perhaps in time he will come to us on his own, when he is older, to tell us the whole truth. I want him to be able to trust us, not to mention Fawkes likes him." Severus scowled at that last, his arms folded against his chest. He shot back sarcastically. "Yes, after he somehow defended us from who knows what spell that idiotic boy was going to cast, which I, as well as you know, he only would have done if the threat was great enough to cause death." The twinkle left the headmaster's eyes as he let out a long sigh, his shoulders slumped. Severus should have felt vindicated, but the same mood seemed to sweep him up. All of their hard work, and they finally had the boy, and there were only more questions without answers. Not to mention the little brat had an attitude like his moron of a father. At that last thought, he turned to Albus again, speaking again harshly. "Let me use Veritaserum. No protection on of his mind could stop us from hearing the truth then. Finally, we will know what we are dealing with here, and how to truly help the boy." A voice broke in from behind him. "Severus Snape, you should be ashamed, treating this poor boy like he is some criminal. You as well as I know that Veritaserum is not safe on a body so young, yet to reach puberty. So just shove your suspicions somewhere else." Pomfrey was scowling at him, her eyes glaring. He felt like a little boy again, caught with burnt eyebrows after misfiring a spell. He found himself looking down guiltily and grumbled to himself. Pomfrey turned back to Albus, her stance firm. "I've finished looking him over. He looks to be in the peak of health, quite frankly. Perhaps some recent stress on his mind and magic. But if what I saw earlier was any indication, that might not be too abnormal. His magic is a little strange, but I cannot quite put my finger on it. I believe it is linked to his scar, but when I try to look closer, I find myself distracted. Another healer might not catch it, but I had some experience in the war with Fidelius charms. He is hiding something, most definitely, but the headmaster is correct. We will earn his trust, and in time he will tell us of the matter." She nodded again firmly before gesturing them over to the boy. Severus scowled, crossing his arms and shifting his feet. He would not be satisfied until he had real answers. When the voices stopped, Harry looked up from the phoenix reluctantly. The headmaster was walking over slowly, as if afraid he might bolt. Harry forced himself to dredge up a half-hearted smile, finally remembering his mission and promise. He was supposed to enter the wizarding world, learn something about it, not become a criminal by attacking authority figures. He had just been so angry, so hurt, so surprised. Dread had not helped either, egging him on. He would need to get that snake out of his core as soon as possible. It could not be completely trusted. Headmaster Dumbledore sat on the bed across from him, and he was glad to see the other dark-haired professor hang back a ways. He did not like the gruff man a single bit for erasing Mr. Steele's memories and his aggressive attitude. Someone needed to bring him down a few pegs. He looked back over to the headmaster when the older man began to speak. "I see you and Fawkes are making friends." "Fawkes, sir, is that his name?" Harry asked tentatively, unsure how to proceed. Was the man going to question him on his actions? Punish him? He looked up as the man continued. "Indeed it is. Fawkes is a phoenix, capable of healing with his tears, carrying heavy loads, and even teleporting through fire, as you witnessed earlier. They are extremely loyal phoenixes and very rare. They are the greatest creature of the light." Light. Harry hated wizards with their fancy color orientations that they forced on magic. The moon was light, and yet darkness was a fundamental part of it. It made no sense. Light and darkness definitely did not coincide with good and evil. What did the headmaster mean, then? That perhaps phoenixes represented the sun, which was the ultimate aspect of light, and which he could agree on completely, or did he mean goodness, purity? No, he spoke softly, still unsure of his place here. "I think maybe you mean unicorns. They would be the greatest creatures of the light." The headmaster's eyes twinkled in joy as he smiled. "Why would you say that, my boy?" Harry thought for a second, tilting his head to the side as his fingers absently touched Fawkes's long tail feather. Unicorns are not capable of destruction in any form. Even when attacked, they would flee rather than fight. The only time they would ever attempt to harm would be in defensive of their young, and that is considered the purest and most innocent of actions. Phoenixes, on the other hand, will actively fight in both defense and offense if the cause is just. They are capable of wielding their flames in destructive ways. They eat live prey, and they are, well. Harry reached out again to Fawkes, watching its magic leap forth and back and forward again, so much like Ankh. The son, who he always thought of as a father, stern and caring and strong, was symbolized in every iota of the creature. He turned back to the headmaster. "They are creatures of the sun, which is strong and sometimes overbearing, capable of burning in its disregard. Life-giving but life-taking. Not always gentle, not always kind. It will tell the truth, but also wield it as a weapon, capable of great destruction. Some even say that someday the world will perish because of the sun, when it grows old and tired of us, expanding and eventually exploding and mutating into something new and grand." The headmaster leaned back, surprise on his features. For a second it seemed he might be speechless, before he leaned forwards again, steepling his hands together. He got right to the point. "Mr. Potter, Harry, do you know what will happen from here at this school? What is in store for you?" He fidgeted a little, before finally deciding to go with a negative. "No, not really, sir." The white-bearded man spoke softly. "This school, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, is now your magical guardian, as pertains to your parents' will. With all other options unfit, you were to be raised at the school to eventually attend in your 11th year. As that is now upon us, you will be given rooms here in the school for summers. During the school year, you will reside in one of 4 dormitories with your peers. If you wish to see your parents' will, you may do so at Gringotts Bank in Diagon Alley, where you will also purchase your school supplies. You also have a family vault that you may visit if you wish. We want you to feel welcome here, Harry. This is not a prison. You will be free to explore the school and grounds, though the Forbidden Forest is off limits to underage wizards due to dangerous creatures within. Do you understand?" Harry nodded slowly, trying to smile and failing. It was too much, suddenly, to take in. That everything was going to be fine, was even going according to plan. Except that Mr. Steele may no longer remember that there is a plan. At that thought, his shoulders slumped a little. The healer saw this, and interceded quietly. It's far past time for us all to be in our bed, headmaster. I must insist you leave more questions until a later time. Mr. Potter needs his rest. Harry could have kissed the woman as she ushered the others from the room. Dumbledore turned back at the door, meeting his eyes once more earnestly. Come up to my office tomorrow, Mr. Potter, when you wake. We will talk some more, and I will show you your rooms. I will arrange a tour for you also, if you wish. Harry nodded and watched as the older man left, his bright blue robes vanishing out of sight. He was left to his own privacy to change, and did so quickly before falling back into the hospital bed. For an infirmary, it was quite comfortable. Fox trilled a gentle song from where he had settled on the post of his bed. Harry found his eyes drooping and knew exactly what the manipulative bird was up to. He couldn't bring himself to be mad about it. He barely closed his eyes before he drifted off into a deep sleep. Poppy Pomfrey always thought of every child that passed through her care as one of her own children. She rarely questioned their injuries, and even rarer still would she act upon their origin. When her first standard diagnostic spells failed, worry had wormed its way into her heart. When it took a class one spell, one most medi-wizards and witches could not even perform, to see into his body, she had been even more suspicious. Then the scan had told her exactly what she expected, which was even more odd, for always was there something different, unlooked for. She had expected a cloaking spell immediately, and while the boy absently stroked the phoenix, she had cast a few more spells, which returned the results she had feared. The boy was being shielded in some way she could not fathom. A spell cast on him would still do its job, and she suspected that any jinx or curse would still take effect. However, her diagnostic spells simply refused to give her information on his magical core. His magic itself screamed normal, average, basic. Nothing special was practically carved into its face, which was wrong, and she knew it. Because if anyone was special, it was this boy. She had no way of screening it, of seeing its true size or status. His magic was sealed from her in every way. It was like nothing she had ever seen before. There were many maladies and treatments that would rely on the healer knowing such things, and she was worried about healing future injuries. The boy would have to learn to trust her, to let her see, if she was to be able to help him, for she could only assume this was the boy's own doing. But why hide his magic? What purpose could there be? She would not bring her fears to the headmaster yet. Hopefully, the boy stayed out of trouble long enough for her to gain his trust. Fox was gone when he woke up on the morning. He was a bit disappointed, but shrugged it off. The bird surely had more important things to be doing than sitting on his bed all night. Harry ate breakfast in the infirmary, provided by a funny-looking creature called a house elf. It had popped in, put the tray down, and popped out without so much as a name or a greeting. Luckily, Pomfrey was there to inform the incredulous boy about house elves in general, and the ones at Hogwarts in particular. Bound to the school, these are instead of a singular human master. They live to serve, it is all they desire, and when prevented from doing so can get quite violent, towards themselves, of course. Of course. Harry had parroted dumbly, shocked. House elves. Amazing. He couldn't wait to tell Tiny the boy would get such a kick out of them. At that thought, sadness came over him. He wouldn't be seeing the boy again for a while. He didn't even know how he was going to even get a message to them. Pomfrey returned from his office to escort Harry to the headmaster's office. The woman was friendly, if stern, and Harry found himself liking her more than any of the other wizards he had met so far. This one seemed determined to help people. Perhaps it was a healer thing. Madame Pomfrey spoke the password before leaving him with a firm pat on the shoulder. Just you come to me if you ever need anything, Mr. Potter, or if you wish to speak about, well, anything. The woman ended with slight stutter, before turning and marching back down the hallway. Harry took a deep breath and then ascended the stairs. The office was huge, a large round space cluttered with various knickknacks, and the walls covered in row upon row of books. It was room Mr. Steele could have vanished into for days, no, months. Harry found his incredulous eyes roaming around before they snagged on an elegant golden perch resting in the corner. This had to be where Fox would perch when he was in the office. The headmaster must truly love his phoenix. The bird would accept nothing less than devotion, he thought sarcastically, remembering the burning feel of its magic. It was a royal creature, and knew it. As if summoned by his thought, the brilliant colored bird swept in, trailing loops and swirls of magic that sparkled and fizzed in its wake. It swept into a neat perch that he envied, before sweeping its wings behind it and fixing him with a smug stare. As if on cue, his chest began to heat slightly, just shy of pain, an acknowledgement of power. Dread twisted inside him, and would have howled if it had had the voice to do so. It was the opposite of this feathered thing, darkness where it was light, the low hiss where it was the loud song. He found himself smiling, and he reached out a hand to run over the top of the golden plumage scattered throughout the bird's breast, and it crooned with pleasure. His shoulder ached with the desire to spread his wings, to fly high and far with the beautiful magic inside this creature, his brother somehow in magic, in purpose. The bird hopped forward, its wings giving the barest flutter to land on his shoulder. He admired its skill, and almost crooned himself as the bird ran its beak through his messy hair, even as its magic flared out like the brightest sun. Suddenly he remembered the magic of the sun, how it had beat down on him during his last ritual, judging, commanding. It would not be ignored, would require its own sacrifice. It was jealous of its sister, the moon, and the offerings he had given her. It wanted its own. The bird let loose a song, and he could almost understand the words, could see the pictures dancing on the air, a tangible heartbeat in his mind, shining light. Magic desired balance, was much like a pendulum, swinging, back and back again, dark to light to dark again. This bird was a child of the sun, a being made up of light in every quill and claw, and he wanted to bask in its glow. The song rose into a crescendo, and Harry could almost see the dark reaches of space, set alight by millions of suns, shining into the dark. An eternal battle on a scale he could never hope to compete on. Magic, the thing that spiraled forth in whirls and waves to turn the worlds. "There you are, my boy." The cheery voice behind him startled him so badly he nearly fell, and the bird was forced to take flight before he dumped it to the floor. It began to squawk at the aged headmaster in high-pitched tones, not at all like the beautiful song before. He found himself laughing without meaning to, the cheer summoned by the bird hard to overcome. The man smiled as well, pointing out a chair in front of the desk he himself sat at. Harry gladly took it, looking over at Fox, who had resumed his spot on his perch, pointedly ignoring them now. He found himself smiling again, and tried to wipe it from his face, with little success. It was impossible not to be happy after hearing such a song. The headmaster leaned forward with a smile, beginning to speak. "Well, let's jump right into things. First, let me tell you some things about the school. Hogwarts has 4 houses, groups of students of each year that go through their life here in Hogwarts together. They are based off of our 4 founders, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw. They each have characteristics that represent them in the purpose of sorting like-minded individuals and temperaments. My concern is the sorting method. Normally, a sentient magical device would read your thoughts to place you. Of course, I fear that would not be possible in your case." Harry's eyes widened, even as he automatically shook his head no, before cursing himself. He had given away that he knew that his mind was protected, though the older man had probably already suspected as much. It would figure that a mind-reading device would be used. Did they make sure students had no dangerous intentions, secrets, future blackmail against parents or the students themselves? Such a tool could be dangerous and also an indispensable political tool of the school, and his mind could not be read. "Sir, is there not some other way?" The man regarded him over the top of his half-moon glasses, his expression serious. Then he merely shook his head negative as he stood and crossed to a nearby shelf. He took down a weathered and battered hat, which he placed on the table in front of him. "There is no other way, I am afraid, my boy. This here is the sorting hat. I wish to test the theory, if you are willing. Normally this is done in front of the school, but if we get the results I suspect, I doubt you will want such questions raised. Never fear, anything it does see is confidential, and it is unable to tell anyone else what it may or may not find." He picked up a rumpled old hat, made up of tough brown leather. It certainly did not look like anything special. Well, there goes the blackmail theory, if they were telling the truth in any case. Would they tell him if the hat really could steal secrets? He sighed, then nodded affirmative before biting his lip nervously. Finally, he reached forward and picked the hat up before plopping it on his head. He waited a few seconds, then minutes, wondering. Finally, he lifted it up slightly, looking towards the other man. "Well, did it sort me yet? What does it do exactly? The man sighed and frowned, his shoulders slumping. It is as I suspect, then. You would have known already had it been working correctly. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. We will need to come up with an alternative method. How much do you know of the houses? Anything? Harry shook his head, playing with the loose threads in his shirt. He hated disappointing people, even ones who were as good as strangers and almost enemies. The older man sighed again before returning the hat to its shelf. He then returned, sitting silently before offering a small yellow candy to him. Harry made himself decline, wary. Lemon drop. No, well, I suppose I will tell you the various aspects. Hufflepuff's symbol is the badger, and it is for the loyal and the hardworking. Gryffindor is represented by the lion and is for the brave and courageous. Incidentally, this was also your parents' house. Ravenclaw's symbol is the raven. Yes, I know, pretty obvious on that one. They are for the intellectuals, those who love to read and learn. The last house is Slytherin, represented by a snake, and is for those who are cunning and seek power. Harry almost jerked at the last one and was immediately drawn to it. He liked snakes, could understand them. It would not be bad to be in a house represented by such creatures. They were definitely cunning, though, he thought, thinking of dread and the last trick it had pulled. Did he want to be surrounded by people known for their cunning? Would they not be more likely to figure out his secret? He frowned in thought. Ravenclaw would probably help advance his goals. He would need to do a lot of reading and studying to solve the mystery of the wizarding world. But he was also loyal and hardworking when it came to his goals. And Gryffindor was the house of his parents, who he earnestly desired to learn more about. He finally looked up at the headmaster helplessly. I do not know, sir. They all seem to be good places to go, and I'm sure I would fit in any of them. The man seemed surprised. You would you? Any stick out in particular? Harry frowned, trying to think, weighing his words carefully. Well, Gryffindor was my parents' house. It would be nice to have more in common with them, but I also love to read and study. The man thought, his head tilted to the side before smiling. I am giving you something that not many students get, a choice. Think hard on it and tell me tonight what you wish after supper. Meals are served in the Great Hall, though many professors choose to eat privately during the summer months. Now, I believe I promised you a tour. Yes, Harry nodded slowly, contemplating. Finally, he raised his eyes to the headmaster and decided to test his boundaries. Sir, would it be okay if I just explored on my own? I kind of want to make my own first impressions. The older man frowned a little, tilting his head to the side slightly. There are many dangerous things that lurk in unforeseen places. I would hate for you to get lost. Harry bit his lip, thinking hard. The man seemed to see the direction of his thoughts and spoke again. I really would not feel well with you wandering about on your own at this point, Harry. At least let someone show you the highlights before breakfast, give you some tips. Then perhaps after lunch you may explore. Harry nodded, smiling internally. So they wanted him safe, but also wanted to give him enough rope on his leash to make him think he was free to do what he wanted. The headmaster spoke again. Professor McGonagall, who you met last night, has agreed to give you a tour in about, well, any minute now. Harry nodded again, internally smiling that the other male professor, Snape, wouldn't be the one. But then again, that man wouldn't volunteer for anything short of torture, he imagined. As an awkward silence began to develop, there was a sharp rap at the door, and in swept the stern older woman from the previous night. The tour was, simply put, amazing. The wizarding school seemed to stretch forth forever, twisting and turning, up and down. Veins of magic gave the walls an eerie luminescence and made Harry feel like he was walking through the body of a giant stone creature. The stairs definitely were sentient at least, moving on their own desires. He did see that the professor uncurled a small swirl of light to the one they were on. He guessed with the desire to request it ascend to a certain level in particular. That would be a handy trick to remember. They passed various classrooms, gathering halls, and empty corridors. The professor made a note of several dormitories' locations down certain hallways, though she stressed that they were protected by passwords. There will be no intermingling at bedtime. Finally, they reached what he had been looking forward to since he first learned of entering a wizarding school, the library. It was on the third floor of the large castle, though portions of it stretched up into the fourth floor. Tens of thousands of books covered every wall, and he almost lost himself in awe. He could spend days, no, months in here, everything he ever wanted to know. He began to walk forward, his eyes soaking up the book titles before a hand on his arm stopped him. Professor McGonagall was giving him a laughing look. It seems we might have a future Ravenclaw on our hands. You can look through here later if you wish. For now, we continue the tour. He reluctantly turned away and followed her out with a sigh. He would most definitely be back. They wound around a few more classrooms as the professor pointed out the names of a few more towers. Finally, they headed back downwards again, and on the way out, the entrance to the dungeon area of the castle was mentioned to him. And there is the entrance to the dungeons, where potions is taught by Professor Snape, who you already met. Not much else down there, except the caretaker's quarters, and of course the Slytherin dormitories, also headed by Professor Snape. Well, that sealed that. He was most definitely not going to Slytherin. Dread hissed inside him with longing, but he merely rolled his eyes and followed the professor outside. If he went there, he just knew he would be forced to feed the sallow professor to his snake. The tour was completed with a walk to the Quidditch pitch, which totally amazed him, and a walk downhill to the gamekeeper's cabin, where a gigantic burly man was chopping wood outside. Why wasn't he using magic? Professor McGonagall greeted him as Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He tried not to laugh at the pompous title that did not suit the man at all. Instead, he focused on not being taken to the ground by his humongous dog. Hagrid was huge, dressed in rough fabric, looking if nothing else like a woodcutter from a Red Riding Hood tale. His dog was equally large for his breed. Perhaps magic was involved. McGonagall left him there, being told tales of magical creatures by Hagrid, with the promise for him to be escorted to the Great Hall for lunch. After eating lunch with perhaps half of the professors and staff at Hogwarts, Harry was escorted to his room. It rested behind a portrait on the third floor, not too far from the library he was thrilled to notice. The portrait was of a country landscape late at night, a full moon glowing in the sky and a soft breeze blowing through the trees. It reminded him so much of the cabin. McGonagall gently broke his reverie. "Now, Mr. Potter, these are your room for the summer. The password to enter is Arvum." "Arvum?" he questioned, as the door swung upon silently and they stepped through. The room was a nice size, with a bed and desk and a small bookcase. An adjoining room led to a small bathroom with a stand-up shower and full-length mirror. He turned to face the professor, who was standing by the door. The woman smiled at him, her face kind. Arvum is Latin for field or country. In specific, a piece of land that is good for growing plants such as grain. I would suggest you buy a book on the basics of Latin, as many spells and animals of the wizarding world are based off the ancient language. Harry nodded silently, seeing no need to mention that he already had some basics in ancient languages. Her advice was good, and he would take it, as he already had an idea that the wizarding world in Britain in particular depended on Latin. McGonagall spoke again, as she shifted from side to side a bit, her eyes leaving his to move about the room. "Oh, this will be your summer room. Once you are properly sorted, you will have a dormitory during the school year with your peers. There will be no special privileges. You will be expected to be in your dormitory after curfew. However, you can visit these rooms whenever you wish, whether to study or do homework or simply relax. Any questions?" Harry shook his head silently, and with a last farewell and a reminder about the time of dinner, the woman left him. He sat back with a sigh, afraid to relax. He was truly alone for the first time since he had been brought here, and he was still overwhelmed. What was he doing here? Was he acting too calm? Was he what they expected? Obviously not, he thought, as he remembered the headmaster's reactions in the infirmary the night before. But they also obviously planned to leave him alone for a time. He laid his head on his hands as he searched his mind. Finally, he stood and concentrated on his magic, releasing dread from his body. The serpent uncoiled and stared up into his face, its scarlet crest fluttering in anxiety. "Are we free from predators, master? Perhaps from predators of the flesh?" He replied with a sarcastic hiss before laying the serpent to coil on his bed. "Hide yourself from all others." He was tempted to keep the snake with him at all times, but he also did not trust its influence. Already his mind felt clearer, his emotions more in control, less angry and afraid. He took another deep breath, preparing himself to once more venture out into the school. He had a few hours before dinner, and he planned to make the most of them. It was time to learn more about these houses of Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore sat wearily at his desk, feeling the weight of his years. He could not stop thinking of the young boy and of the circumstances they had found him in. They had no way of knowing what caused his instrument's malfunction, nor how he had come to be with the muggle. He had sent Remus and Snape back this morning to see what could be found, only for them to find the place a smoking ruin. What could have caused the fire they did not know, nor what had happened to the older man. An accident, perhaps. Was he dead? Their only lead had managed to escape by a means that magic could not solve. Fire would cover any magical traces that might have been found and would negate tracking spells. He had not yet decided to inform Harry of what was found, not wanting to further upset the young boy. His mind always led him back to Fawkes, however. The Phoenix had been acting strangely ever since the night before. It had not left the boy's side until early in the morning, only to disappear moments after he had left. His eyes traced the empty golden perch, resting finally in the ashes that graced its bottom tray. Phoenixes, a creature of pure magic. Young Harry had been right in some ways, about the nature of light and dark magic. Fawkes was indeed capable of great destruction, should he wish to do so. However, phoenixes were much more a creature of healing and defense than of dark desires. They were considered light because of this. Only once before had the phoenix been forced to defend the headmaster with its life, bursting into flame and ash while blocking the lethal killing curse. That Fawkes had considered such necessary regarding whatever Harry had been about to do was telling. The boy must have truly intended to kill them, or at the very least seriously harm them. What would drive an 11-year-old to such measures? And where had he learned such a spell, and why? He had seen in his own mind what Severus had felt, that the boy held no love for the man they had obliviated. There had to be something more. Somehow, Fawkes had stopped the boy from casting his next spell with his song. Why it would cause pain he did not know, for the boy was obviously not a dark creature. And yet, the song had been one he had never heard before, full of harsh tones and sharp pauses. The boy had stood there, eyes wild, hand held out facing them as his voice had begun to shout something, some word he had not quite caught. The opposite hand than the one he had held out when casting some unknown shield that had held up before admittedly weak versions of the incarceration spell. Still, he had not seemed taxed at blocking them, and the way he had jumped away from them, an almost inhuman arch, amazing strength and agility and speed. Did he possess magical jewelry of some sort? A disguised ring of protection, perhaps? A necklace promoting increased reflexes? His questions were endless with no answers, but he slowly began to put together a picture. It was impossible to tell the truth at this point. Still, he had the next 7 years to fill in the blanks. After dinner, as Harry ascended the staircase to the headmaster's office, he heard raised voices within. It was Snape, ranting, his voice angry and sharp. "I cannot find him, headmaster. Where that old man went, we cannot tell. There are no signs of magical transportation. We can find no trace of an accomplice. It's like he vanished off the face of the earth." Harry stood in the doorway, the dark-haired man's robed back facing him. The headmaster turned weary eyes to him, and the man spun around, his lip curled. "Spying, Potter, already showing your skulking ways." He did not reply to the vitriol, instead keeping his eyes locked on tired blue eyes behind golden spectacles. "You won't find them. They are already gone." His voice came out quite matter-of-fact. He did not allow himself to regret his impulse to speak, to consider what he might have given away. Instead, he turned and went back down the stairs, his mind in something like turmoil. So they were searching for his family, and Mr. Steele had managed to escape. Did the man remember anything? Remember him? Had he planned somehow for this contingency? The questions haunted his steps, and he forgot his whole purpose for going to see the headmaster. Albus would have groaned aloud if he had had the capacity for drama. Instead, he focused his eyes on the pale face in front of him, meeting dark eyes, and allowing the thought to flow seamlessly between them, a quick mental conversation that needed no explanation. Harry had finally found the tallest tower. Sneaking out of his room, wandering ever higher and higher, his path lit by the spidery veins of magic that flowed throughout the castle walls. He had ascended every stair, always looking, seeking. He wanted to feel the night air up high in the sky. The professor had called it the astronomy tower, where such classes would be held in his future. He found its entrance near the library, which he had spent the majority of his time in that afternoon. He would spend more there tomorrow. For now, he took deep breaths of the crisp air, gazing at the stars in wonder. It felt so nice to be this close to the bright lights, different than the ones he was used to, and yet still the same. With another deep breath, he found his magic and released it. He felt immediately as if a heavy burden had been taken off his shoulders. His runes lit up from within in his sight, and he could see his own magic swirl and flux. His shoulders burned, and with a last glance around, he let his wings loose from their binds. The wind immediately caught and tugged at him, pulling him toward the edge, and he was forced to furl them in tight around his body. He experienced an urge so keen to fly that he despaired. Tears gathered in his eyes, and he wanted to scream his sadness and rage and fear to the sky, wanted to fly away from here, far away from responsibility and authority. He wanted to be free. A song suddenly lit the air with sparks of fire. He gasped as it exploded around him with song and fire, a fierce cry of the sun. Fox was there as suddenly as thought, his wings beating to a beat that his own wings unconsciously mimicked, lifting him up. And he tried to shake his head no, but was borne up anyway, the magic and fire, and song a tangible thing that could both harm and help, and he could no more fight it than he could put out the sun. Fox led the way higher and higher, leaving the school far behind, and a part of himself was scared of discovery and punishment and failing, but the greater part exulted. His magic gathered and expanded underneath his control, each of his runes a part of its scheme, and he wondered what could be greater and better than this, to fly with a brother. From behind and to the side, a dark force gathered closer, its own wings gaining speed and altitude, and he could make out the shape of the Quetzalcoatl as it got closer, annoyed hisses spilling from its mouth. It was mad at being left behind, mad at this squawky bird manipulating its master, and just plain mad in general. But it did so love the madness. With the addition of dread, it was as if some unknown combination was complete, and the three were gathered close together in the song of flight, and freedom, and power. Fox danced with the wind as he sang, and the magic that came forth was like a whirlwind of light, something he had to move around and through as he followed, and every time it touched him, he struggled to remember who he was, and where he was, and why it must be so. He could understand the light to a point, could see the mysteries it explained that he could barely understand, but knew enough to know that Fox was telling him something important. The bird stopped in place, and they were so high up that he struggled to breathe, struggled to beat his wings, and the magic held him aloft now, something greater about to happen, something Fox brought him here to see and understand. Dawn. It broke apart the darkness like a knife, so suddenly did it appear on the horizon. A stream of pink, then orange, then a blinding white, the surface of the sun winking into being and piercing him through. Somewhere his ears heard the highest note of all, and somehow he knew dread was screaming in anger, and joy all at once, magic in its highest form flooding through the air, summoned and held by a bird of fire and eternity. It was the sun that looked him over now, looked and found him lacking. Ankh was his only tie to its magic, his only link to the force of fire and light. It demanded more, demanded its own share of blood, or it would banish him from the light of day, would burn him with its regard. It gave him a taste of pain, a flicker of the fire it bore in its heart, and a second lasted a lifetime in that agony, and he realized that death was there, in the light, death and a clean reckoning. Who said light was kind and good? It was Fox who brought him back to himself, Fox's song of acquiescence, of forgiveness, of a promise made. Dread was curled inside him again, his magic shielding the serpent from the fire. He spent a precious second feeling the cool breeze fluttering through his wings, the sound of song, the noise of life. He opened his eyes, looking across him at the bird, shining in the light of dawn. He was beautiful. Then everything that had happened went through his mind, and his odd glance turned into a fierce glare. He hissed, dread coiling angrily inside him. Did you just promise my next runic set to the sun? Gerald Steele had awoken on the floor of his country cabin. Everything had seemed so normal, ordinary. He had fallen, he supposed, and knocked his head. His hip was sore, his head a little fuzzy. Still, nothing that could not be fixed. He absently began to prepare for bed because it was late. He made distant plans to go visit his boys in London, to check in on the furniture business. He did so love the quietness of the country, but he missed spending time with the young ones. They always brought light into his life. He finished a small glass of juice, went into his bedroom, and there was a note laying absently on top of his computer. He almost turned away, tired, but something itched at the edge of his mind. A thought, an idea. He picked up the note, reading with slight confusion. "Who is Harry Potter?" He squinted, confused. He did not remember this note, did not know this name. And yet this was his handwriting. He flipped the paper over, his face suddenly going pale. It was a picture, taken perhaps a few months ago, of him with his boys standing in front of the cabin, all smiling, all happy. But there, in front, a boy whose shoulder his very own gnarled hand rested on. A boy he did not know, did not recognize. He felt the world drop from underneath him, the meaning obvious within seconds, his world crashing down. He opened his computer, typed a hurried code into his messenger. Within the hour, they arrived. They operated quick and efficiently, scouring the house, setting the fuel. Two watched each exit, guns cradled gently in arms that would be quick to action, accurate and deadly. Within 2 hours, he was watching his beloved country home burn to the ground in the rear window as he was driven away. He was given a notebook, the driver's eyes kind and sad. He flipped open the book, seeing pages upon pages of his own writing. He turned to the first page and steadied his mind and calmed his soul. Then he began to read the account of his life the last few years, except it contained details he no longer knew, a person he could not remember. If I am reading this, then the worst has indeed happened as I feared it would. Review, please, Tilda. 14. History. Author's note. Many thanks to G.J. Mega for editing this. A note to Draco fans. In the next few chapters, Draco will show more depth. I strive my hardest to have none of my characters be the stereotypical anything, and this goes for Draco as well. However, in this first meeting, both children are trying their best to awkwardly impress the other. As such, Draco will fall back on his norm, saying what his dad says, because his father is his pillar in his world. He has not matured enough to step out of his father's shadow, who he sees as the most powerful person in the world. Most sons do. All of Harry's runes are listed in my forum for this story. Link is on my profile. History may be servitude, history may be freedom. See, now they vanish, the faces and places, with the self which, as it could, loved them to become renewed, transfigured in another pattern. T. S. Eliot, when he awoke to a knock on his door, he knew immediately that he had slept in too late. He blearily climbed out of bed and stumbled over to the portrait door just as it swung open. Professor McGonagall looked him over with disapproval, before speaking with a purse of her lips. "Mr. Potter, you have slept right through lunch time. You were to go to purchase your school things this morning, but I see that will have to be rescheduled for tomorrow. The headmaster wishes to see you in his office." At that last comment, what was left of his good day vanished, and 30 minutes later he found himself once more at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the office. The gargoyle seemed to mock him with its leering grin, and he was about to go hide in the library when a query summoned him inside. "Mr. Potter," he sighed, and entered, not meeting the old man's eyes as he took a seat. Finally, he looked up, and the headmaster took this as his cue to speak. "I know we got off on the wrong foot, Mr. Potter. I hope that in time you can confide in me. We only want what is best for you. This is what your parents wished as well." Harry looked down again, his eyes tracing the lines and grooves in the desk in front of him. "Did you know them well, sir, my parents?" Dumbledore paused, his face solemn. "I knew them very well, my dear boy. They were grand people, great students. I had the opportunity to work closely with them before they passed. You are aware of the circumstances of their death." The man looked uncomfortable, and Harry could no longer see a reason to pretend ignorance. The wizards would be right to assume that since he knew some things of the wizarding world, he would also have heard of his own celebrity status. "Yes, sir. I read about it in a book." A safe way to put it. Vague. If it was possible, the headmaster only looked sadder, his shoulders slumping. "Yes, well, the books leave out much of that time period. If you would ever like more details or to hear of their time at school." The man drifted off as Harry began to shake his head. "It's all right, sir. They were murdered. My father was an Auror. He captured many Death Eaters. I suppose it was only a matter of time before they too were targeted." He looked up again, his eyes going to the empty perch. Where was the phoenix? He turned back to the headmaster. "I know you will tell me anything I want to know. I just do not want to talk about it. Is that all right?" Dumbledore immediately nodded his head, his hands steeped together in front of him. Harry looked again at the empty perch. Just as the old man was about to speak again, Harry quickly interrupted him, hoping to avoid a subject he had no desire to discuss with a man who he did not trust. "Where is Fawkes?" The question threw the headmaster, who too turned and looked the perch over, before turning back to him with a smile. "Fawkes goes where he wishes. He seems a bit absent these last days, however." "Have you seen him?" The question was casual, but Harry sensed something lurking underneath. He frowned even as he replied. "Well, he joined me a bit last night. He is a good friend." Yes, a good listener as well, as I know." The man's eyes twinkled, and Harry was suddenly reminded of Mr. Steele when he was hiding something. He did not like the feeling at all. He frowned again, his voice coming out harsher than he intended. "Did you want to ask me something, sir?" The eyes gazed back at him over the rims of the old man's spectacles. "Well, yes, my boy. Have you chosen a house? Irma tells me you have been most diligently reading up on them." That traitor of a librarian, figures the old witch would snitch on him. He nodded anyway, his hands twitching in his lap. "I was thinking Gryffindor. My parents went there after all. I was hoping maybe I could see where they came from, where they met." Old man practically twinkled as he nodded, and Harry felt some burden lifted off his shoulders. It had been a hard decision, but he thought he had made the right one. Based on political status alone, Slytherins and Gryffindors were the most expedient, and the House of Snakes was not an option, with its antagonistic head and clever students. If he would be discovered, if he would be distrusted, it would be in that house. No, he was much safer with the camouflage Gryffindor would give him. Excellent. Of course, you will still attend the sorting ceremony. I figure you would not want your predicament to come to light. So I have requested that the hat call out your chosen choice when it is your turn to sit. This was a relief to Harry. He did not want to be shown to be different on his first day of school. His face was going to be a big enough boundary. He was ushered out not long after the headmaster's announcement, after sharing some pleasantries, and with relief he found his way back to the library and disappeared back into its depths. There was a lot to learn, and very little time to learn it in. 2 days and 2 nights passed in a haze of information. At night, he snuck up to the tower to fly with Fawkes, enjoying racing and competing with the Scarlet Phoenix. During the day, he haunted the library, soaking in as many books as he could find. He mostly focused on history and magical classifications, figuring that the actual learning of spells he could leave until he had his actual school books. There was a surprising lack of in-depth law books in the library, however, though he had noticed several in the headmaster's office. Why wouldn't the library have some? So instead, he researched heavily the separation of the so-called wizarding world from the more mundane one he grew up in. It had not always been so, but then again, neither had wand-using magic, or staves, or word-oriented spells. Until the 1600s, wizards and muggles seemed to have had an uneasy and often unequal balance in their lives. Under Harry's amazed eyes, he began to put together a picture of that time frame. It had been wizards who had fled, had turned to hiding themselves to protect their families from the muggles. Everything he had suspected, learning of wizarding power and ability, he had never thought that it would be wizards that were afraid. Wizards had been exploited, forced to perform spells, and hated for their ability. Others had been hunted and executed for practicing witchcraft, as the Catholic religion took greater and greater hold of the nation. At one point, a short time after the Ministry of Magic was created in Britain, the minister of that time had even begged the Muggle monarch to set a law protecting their kind from mundane citizens. In some ways, this was seen as the last straw in a long line of failures to reconcile the two types of human. It did not help that wizarding children were often the most casualties due to their lack of control over their abilities. He uncomfortably thought of Mr. Steele and his great plan, targeting young children. It was an age-old trick, it appeared, allowing whole families and communities to be discovered and slaughtered. He had thought that the wizards were the villains in the story, but now it was the muggles. By 1689, the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was signed, and only 3 years later enacted and enforced. Every magical government the world over was to enforce the boundaries in their own parameters, to keep magic and wizards themselves secret. Harry could not help but notice that the dates coincided with the Salem witch trials, and he wondered if the two were related in any way. Only once in recent memory had a wizard, or in this case, a witch, tried to repeal the law keeping the wizarding world secret from muggles. Carlotta Pinkstone, born in the early 1920s, had been quite vocal about the pros of doing away with the international law and had performed several feats of magic, some even wandless, in front of mass groups of muggles. Subsequently, she had eventually been sent to Azkaban, a wizard prison, where he could only guess she still was. It did not seem to give his chances of success much hope. Were the wizards still afraid? They apparently allowed Muggle-borns free access, and by proxy, their parents and families. Witch trials and executions were now illegal and had been for some time. Some Muggles even attempted to perform their own mystical versions of magic and practiced it in the open and for the most part unmolested. But then again, they were very rarely taken seriously and widely believed to be fakes. Would the wizarding world be at risk? They were so powerful, had so much potential. How could they have been in such danger? Harry had just sat, determined to dig further into another 3 books he had found the evening before, when a cough brought his attention up from his book in the library. Headmaster Dumbledore stood there, looking cheery in bright purple robes with comets etched across them. As he watched, one suddenly shot off across the old man's right shoulder. The man spoke, laughter in his voice. "Well, my boy, I see you are making excellent use of our wonderful library. I was going to see if you would be amiable to shopping at Diagon Alley today, perhaps one of the best places to buy your school supplies in northern London." Harry immediately began to get excited, his eyes widening as he sat up straighter. "Oh, yes, sir." Dumbledore laughed, and he gestured behind him. "Our groundskeeper, Hagrid, is going today right after lunch. He has some errands to run for the school. Will that work for you?" Harry nodded, thrilled to be going with the giant man who had seemed kind, if a little dim. It would be easy to slip a few odd purchases past the man, especially if he was busy doing errands. He smiled. "Of course, sir. I cannot wait to see the bookstore." At that, Dumbledore laughed and shook his head before saying his farewells. Harry yawned and then looked down at his books before deciding he was done for the morning. He needed to go get Dread before lunchtime, for he had no idea if they would be leaving right away or not. He would spend the time working on his notes. Harry had begun researching the new runic set he would be forced to undergo in the next year. The image of Fawkes, the first time he had seen him, was etched in Harry's mind. The phoenix, surrounded by flames, teleporting into the room with a sweep of his wings. After a terse and mostly one-sided argument with the bird 3 nights ago, Harry had come to the conclusion that he would, somehow, need to perform a third runic set within the next year, before the summer solstice, or perhaps on it, and it would have to be done during the light of day, midday to be precise. How he was going to pull that off he was still unsure. He also was uncertain of the reactions that might happen from doing a ritual at a time of day he was unsure of, and had no experience with. How would the sun affect the runes? Where would he do it at? Questions filled his mind. However, his thoughts kept turning back to Fawkes. The abilities the Phoenix had were amazing. Teleporting was his favorite, especially the awesome way he did it. Wizards were capable of such cold apparition, but it was never silent and could not be done to a place that had not been previously seen or visited before. It also left one at risk for splinching or leaving parts behind. Just the thought turned his stomach. Harry instead wondered if he could somehow utilize a runic set to copy some of these abilities. At first, he ambitiously considered both animate transformation or changing into an actual phoenix, as well as the various powers of a phoenix. But just considering all the ins and outs had left him with the impression that it could not be done in only one set. Indeed, just the teleporting aspect, through flame, would probably take all 7 runes. Without Fawkes's help it would be impossible anyway. Harry sat at his desk, thinking it out on paper, until he saw it was time for lunch. He quickly hopped up, spent a second looking around his room for anything he might need, and then hurried out. Diagon Alley was all he expected, and yet nothing like it at all. Wizards crowded in and moved, busier than any London street that he had known. It was only the odd dress and odder shops that graced the area that let off that something magical was amiss. He also could not help but notice that this leaky cauldron was very near one of the Steel Wing's typical haunts. His home was only a few blocks away, a place of refuge and shelter. For a split second, he was lost in the desire to leave, to flee while he still had this last chance. He turned away instead, his heart breaking. He owed it to Mr. Steele, to the boys. He owed them all. Wizards began to flock to them every time the bumbling giant said his name. Harry began to wonder if it was a good thing to be accompanied by such a stealthless man. After the fifth introduction, Harry began to forget names and faces. So many wizards, so many people who admired and loved him, and none of them knew him. None knew he had even been missing from their grasp. They went to the bank first, a nervous Hagrid asking to be taken to Vault 713 in bare whispers. Goblins lined row upon row of stations, a low murmur floating through the air. Transactions carried out in low tones and voiced. The creatures, no, beings were gruff and ugly, their manner purposefully abrasive. He mentally reviewed all he knew of goblins and poked Hagrid in the side gently. The giant man turned to him, smiling. Harry spoke up softly. "Can I go see my family vault as well?" The man hesitated, anxious for some reason he could not fathom. In a hurry, Harry spoke again, cajoling. "Why don't you go ahead? It will be faster if we go separate." "I'd like to look around a bit, you know." Hagrid finally reluctantly nodded, asking for a separate goblin and handing over a golden key when prompted. Harry watched it eagerly, determined to have that key in his own possession by the end of the day. A goblin, Griffook, stepped forward, sneering and motioning him onwards. He followed, playing the part of nervous, shy boy, following all prompts silently. The cart ride was nothing short of amazing, and Harry found himself spreading his arms wild in delight. The goblin seemed to snarl at him before he realized it was a smile. It still sent shivers down his spine, even as he returned the vicious look with one of his own, a toothy grin that probably looked idiotic. The goblin seemed to get the point anyway, pushing the magic in the cart faster with its own light, a gloomy type that reminded him of caves and moss and creeping things. He reminded himself not to get on the goblin's bad side. They came to a stop at his trust vault first, and after doing some quick calculations, Harry snapped up enough gold to get his supplies plus any books he encountered worth owning. He placed the money in a bag provided by the bank, which got no heavier for the extra weight. Must be a feather-light charm, he thought silently, before getting back into the cart. Griffook watched him, looking both amused and curious. It was hard to read the goblin's face, but his magic seemed to have a particular tone to it that spoke something of his feelings. They were on another ride, this one longer and much farther down. At one point, he swore he saw a flash of fire and gleaming teeth. Finally, they arrived, and Harry eagerly jumped off and waited before the door. The goblin did not open it with the key like he had last time. Instead, he fixed Harry with a pointed stare. He shifted from foot to foot, his brows wrinkling together. Finally, he snapped out a quick question. "Well, is there a problem?" Griffook grinned savagely before speaking in a gravely deep-throated voice. "I see some impatience, little wizard." Harry wanted to yell, but forced himself to calm down. The goblin was trying to get a rise out of him. He signed, racked his brain again, and then replied cordially. "How do I gain entrance to my family vault?" The goblin stared him down a few seconds longer before pointing to the statue beside the vault door. It was a lion, resplendent in gold with a flash of ruby in its eyes. It held one large paw out loosely, 5 sharp claws distended out as if to casually scoop in a scrap of meat to its open maw. The goblin laughed and spoke from beside him. "Blood tells, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you know this better than most." Harry whipped around, narrowed eyes searching Griffook's face. Nothing but a sneer answered his unspoken question. Finally, a heartbeat later, he stepped forward, not allowing himself to hesitate. He could see the magic now, silver veins that ran through the statue and door, a form of family magic utilized by the goblins. He reached his palm out, Zion just touching one long claw, then quickly drew it down and back. A quick slash he barely felt on top of the scar tissue already present. It was nothing compared to what he had performed before, a mere scratch, but still magic poured out from the wound, flowing from his body with his blood, and into the lion's palm and body and mane. Its eyes gleamed with a red flame, staring into his, and for a second he could see through its eyes, see a brown-haired man, head bowed in weariness, stepping forward with quickened steps. A loud click startled him back to reality. The door swung open silently, and he stepped back from the now ordinary-looking statue. He began to enter before a touch on his arm brought him to halt. He looked over at Griffook, startled to see they were the same height. Before, the goblin seemed to give off a measure of smallness, as if it was what he expected it to be. But his mind told him a goblin would be the size of a child. Why had he seen it smaller? His confused look brought a grin to the Griffhook's face. The goblin pushed a handkerchief into his hand, and he looked down, only now noticing the blood dripping from the tips of his fingers. The nerves in his palm were slightly damaged from his previous work with runes, and he had not even realized the scrape was that raw. He stemmed the flow absently, unsure of what to say. Griffhook spoke first. "It is always a pleasure to see the old magic at work. Many families now are beginning to get squeamish about their vault security. It was not always so. Wizards." Harry nodded before clearing his throat. "So, if I wanted to take something with me, absolutely not allowed." The goblin snorted. Then he turned and walked back to the cart without another word. Harry repressed a snort of his own before going back and entering his vault. It was as crammed with stuff as he ever imagined. Gold heaped to what he thought might be a ceiling, but in some way was not. Golden objects, wooden furniture, books, many piled in corners and crannies with no sense of organization. It would take him a lifetime to explore the whole thing. He looked around, lost. He was not sure what he had been expecting. A ghost to guide him, a written letter, some kind of magical map, something left for him from his parents. At the last, he felt his shoulders slump. There was no table set apart, no chest cracked open. At that last, his eyes snagged on just that. A chest, backed against a pile of metal objects that might have once been a suit of armor. He stepped towards it and yanked it out from underneath the metal with a clanging noise. The chest was light as a feather, small and simple. On its open lid was an engraved picture of the lion that graced the door of the vault. He hesitantly opened it the rest of the way, only to sigh in disappointment. The thing was empty, except for 4 drawers that seemed to pull out. He closed the lid with a slam and jumped back as the lion on the lid stepped out from its perch to mold over the lip of the chest before stilling once more. He tried to open it again, but it refused to budge. He felt around for a clasp. Nothing. With a frown, he pulled the chest behind him a little ways more with a leather strap on its side. He walked around it, frowning. Finally, he lifted the bloody handkerchief from his palm and smeared it across the face of the lion. He almost shouted with delight as the lion once more coalesced and moved away, the lid clicking open. He smiled. A voice from the doorway startled him. "It is getting late, young wizard. I imagine your keeper is anxious." Harry frowned at the goblin, who looked the trunk over with a glint in his eyes. "I see you found your family trunk. Each compartment will open into a wizard's space, a charmed area that is limited only by the confines you place upon it. They are charmed to open when the previous holder passes on from this world, their magic dispersed into the greater void. From the state of it, I doubt it's been used in several generations. For good reason, I imagine." At that, Harry spoke up. "And why not?" "It looks bloody useful to me." The goblin sneered, its teeth glinting in the parody of a smile. "Well, I imagine it's because the weak wizards don't like getting their palms cut open every day when they want to get out their little school supplies. No little passwords either, before you ask. That was not the way it was done. Such information could be ripped from a mind by an enemy, stolen by a betraying loved one. No, only the powerful cared to guard their secrets in such a way. Only blood willingly given, recently spilt, would open such a chest. Harry looked at it with longing. His eyes must have spoken his desire. The goblin let loose a harsh laugh. "You know the rules, wizard. No child under the age decreed by the ministry may take items from their family vault." A particular tone stood out to Harry, a discordant, a stress on ministry. He stood straighter. What would it take for the ministry not to know? The goblin's eyes gleamed in the low light. Desire sparked its magic, a light that smoothly glowed from within. Griffhook spoke quietly. "No gold is worth the risk." Harry met the goblin's eyes. Gold was power in the goblin culture, the ebb and flow of their economy and life. Their very magic was tied to the making and forging of it. Gold and silver and copper, magic turned to money, passing through magical hands, out and back again, ever stronger for its passing, for the meaning inscribed to it. What wasn't worth gold? A goblin would give its life easily for the chance to hold more of it. No, there was something more going on here. He thought back to their conversation before. What was more powerful than gold? The blood that kept it, of course. "You want some of my blood?" He spoke it as a statement, but the goblin immediately shook its head, though its magic spoke otherwise. Perhaps merely the ability to call on that blood. "A favor." The goblin was silent. as if merely speaking its desire was the risk. Harry was out of his depth, and a sudden feeling of overwhelming pressure set on him. So much had happened, was happening, and now he could not even navigate a simple transaction. Sure, it was an illegal one, but still. He did not want to show weakness, knew it would be a mistake when dealing with a goblin. He straightened his spine and finally held out the palm from earlier. He pulled off the bloody handkerchief and could see his rune clearly before his eyes. Griffook looked down curiously before looking back at the wizard. Harry spoke the activation word softly. Zion. A small spark lit his palm, a shot of magical electricity that outlined the rune in his sight, and the goblin jumped back, startled. The bolt fizzled out. Harry spoke, his voice still soft. It means weapon in ancient Phoenician, I suppose. He was going to say that he supposed the goblin would know what that meant, the full ramification of having one rune, that there had to be more. For goblins above all knew that magic loved its numbers, had been driven by its hand when coming up for the complicated numerical money system that wizards used, but did not question. Griffook spoke before he could finish. Well, Mr. Potter, this will do quite nicely, I think. Perhaps it could be called blackmail, the ability to reveal, for a price, a great and grave secret held by the savior of the wizarding world. More likely, it was a promise. Should Griffook call, Harry would answer, a vow made on a rune that would accept nothing less than blood shed for blood, in equal measure. Later, he would wonder about the intelligence behind making a vow with a creature that many wizards considered to be barbaric. He looked longingly at the other items in his vault, before sighing and turning away. In a few years, maybe, he could truly spend time exploring its secrets. As he loaded the trunk into the cart and climbed in, Griffook paused with his gnarly hand on the switch. You have potential, Mr. Potter. He supposed, from a goblin, that was nothing short of thunderous applause. He climbed out when they reached the bank and turned awkwardly to Griffook. He was unsure quite what to say. None of his books really prepared him for secret dealings with goblins. Finally, he spoke what he thought could be a blessing, though it sounded something like a curse as well. Perfect for a goblin, he supposed. May your gold flow like blood. He was answered with a smiling snarl. Hagrid collected him outside the bank, acting as if no time had passed at all. He barely spared the trunk he carried with a glance and a comment. So you got a trunk, Harry. Wonderful. And led the way to a particular street crowded with shops. He pointed to several in a row and pushed him in their direction before shuffling off on another errand. He was beginning to wonder about these wizards. The headmaster actually thought this was a good guardian for him. He could have escaped 10 times over by now. Did the man truly trust him? Was he simply trying to make up for the obliviation incident? At that thought, he felt a scowl working onto his face. He shook his head and entered the clothing store first. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Looking around, he realized that Hagrid could probably not fit inside the shop at all. He was alone for the first few fittings. Seemed wizards still did things the old-fashioned way, getting personally fitted for their clothes. It was a bit odd, the older woman wearing mauve robes, circling him with a floating measuring tape, chattering about this or that. It was a relief when another young boy was led back into the dressing room. The boy was taller than him, with hair so blonde it is almost white. He had a tiny upturned nose and pointed face that gave off the impression of superiority. The way he held himself only increased the impression. The boy was obviously well dressed already. As another woman began to take his measurements, the boy turned to him with curious eyes before speaking forcefully. So you're going to Hogwarts too? The boy asked. Yes, Harry replied. I read first years are not allowed to have brooms yet, which is total bollocks. I'm going to get my father to smuggle me one in somehow. He was finally talking to another wizarding child. Harry could barely contain his excitement, but was unsure how to proceed. They had to have something in common. So, do you fly much? Oh, all the time. Why, my father says I'm a sure fit for Team Seeker. I'm going to be in Slytherin, of course, just like all my family was. Where do you think you will go? Harry wasn't sure how to answer the question. He knew that the children were not supposed to have a choice, but this one seemed so certain of his own placement. He supposed certain tendencies could run in a family. So did he say he already knew he was in Gryffindor, or should he beat around the bush? Finally, Harry spoke hesitantly. Well, I think I'll go to Gryffindor, though I like Slytherin and Ravenclaw too. The boy's face got an almost comical look to it. Gryffindor or Slytherin. All Gryffindors hate Slytherins. You can't like both. Well, there goes that. Harry had hoped he sounded neutral. Hated each other. Dumbledore had not included that little tidbit in his speech about the houses. Harry racked his brain, trying to think of how to salvage the situation. Finally, he hit on what the boy had said earlier. Well, my parents were in Gryffindor, but I think I could go to Slytherin. The boy looked appeased, if not totally satisfied. Well, trust me, Slytherin is the best. I mean, anything is better than Hufflepuff, of course. Harry nodded, for lack of anything better to say. He wasn't sure he had much in common with this boy. To condemn a whole house of students because they possessed the trait of loyalty above courage or intelligence. In his mind, a Hufflepuff, if anything, would be the best kind of friend to have. Of course, a lot of what the boy said seemed parroted, probably from his father or older siblings. Harry tried to open the conversation again, trying to think of another similarity the boy might have with himself. So, what do you think will be your favorite subject at Hogwarts? The boy smirked. Well, I imagine I will do well in potions. I've had special training by my godfather. Transfiguration, I hear, is taught by an old bat who only gives points to Gryffindors. Charms sounds fun to me, though, and the man who teaches it is a dueling champion. Harry nodded along, amused a bit by how the boy described people he hadn't even met yet. McGonagall, a bat. That described the potion professor more than her. And he doubted the boy would be much impressed with Professor Flitwick when he saw the man was even shorter than himself. Well, what about you? The blond boy asked, his head tilting slightly. The women bustled about them, measuring and writing. Harry, for the life of him, could not figure out what was taking so long. They had magic of all things. He answered without thinking. Well, I really like ancient runes the best. The boy got a funny look on his face. We don't start that until third year. Harry quickly tried to cover himself. Oh, well, yeah, I just read a book. The boy seemed to scoff. At that moment, Madame Malkin bustled up and told him they were done measuring. He climbed down from the stool happily, feeling rescued. He could get away from the conversation before it got more awkward. The blond boy cleared his throat as Harry started to leave the room. He stopped, uncertain. Finally, the blonde declared proudly, "My name is Draco Malfoy. I look forward to seeing you on the train." Harry fought both the urge to smile and to dash from the room. He had been hoping to get away before he was forced to tell who he was. "I'm Harry Potter." The boy looked absolutely floored. Harry turned and left, but not before seeing the blonde's eyes flash up to his forehead. That could have gone better. Maybe he would see Draco on the train, could try making friends again. That is, if the boy was interested in anything other than the scar on his forehead. He desperately wanted to make friends in this new world he was in. He kept his head down as he walked to the front desk of the store and placed his order quickly for the needed school robes and some extra underclothes. He had not been able to bring any with him, so he pretty much needed some of everything. The clothes provided by the school nurse were ugly at best and itchy at worst. When he left the robe shop with the promise to return for his purchases, Hagrid was waiting with 2 hands full of ice cream. He smiled before he could stop himself and happily dug in. After that, they visited the apothecary and then the bookstore. Harry refrained from buying anything other than the required books, despite what he had told the headmaster. Instead, he picked up an owl order catalogue for him to go through later. It contained every book on display plus some, and promised next-day delivery. For a fee, of course, which finally solved the flying packages mystery. They really were delivered by Owl, only the owls were under a charm that did not allow muggles to see them, which explained how they were not more noticeable with the size of the wizarding population. He tucked the catalogue into his trunk with the other items, putting the potion ingredients in one and the books in another. He would leave the third for clothes and the fourth for miscellaneous things. He had no idea how else he was going to organize inside the wizard's space compartments, especially the books. It could quickly get messy. He finally clasped the trunk closed with a snap. He figured anything else he bought he could carry directly on his person instead of opening the trunk again. The handkerchief he had been using had dried and crusted over and was now useless for opening the trunk. The trip to the pet store was quick, Harry carefully not paying any attention to the snakes hissing from one side of the room. He was just looking over the cats when Hagrid knocked on the glass, proudly showing off a beautiful snowy owl from the Owl Emporium across the street. He could not help but feel a burst of happiness at the unexpected present, his fondness for Hagrid growing. Once the newly dubbed Hedwig was sent on to Hogwarts, Harry finally went to the place he had been looking forward to the whole time, Ollivander's. The wand shop was nestled between two others, narrow and shabby-looking. The sign claimed the family had been making wands since 382 BC, something that confused Harry. He had not thought wands had been widely used until much later than that. He entered the store slowly, his eyes darting around. Wands graced every surface, on tables and chairs and every shelf, cramped and cluttered. How on earth could the storekeeper operate in this mess? A noise brought his attention around to an older man, slightly stooped, who looked up at him with knowing eyes. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I've been expecting you." The man moved around his desk, coming towards him, his hands in pulling random things into the air to float behind him. Harry stared in amazement. As the man muttered on about his parents' wands, his own eyes were fixed on the magic teeming through the store. The man was like a spider, the store a huge web made of thousands of strands of light. The man seemed to pause, waiting for a response Harry did not give. Then he spoke, his eyes locked on Harry. "Well, you are a quiet one. You are here for a wand, of course. Every wizard must have one." Of course, every wizard must, Harry thought sarcastically, though inside he was teeming with excitement. To be able to cast a spell with no true thought, no rituals or complex ingredients, simply a flick or swish or fancy word, and there it was. The man motioned, using several floating measuring tapes to measure every inch of Harry, which he would have thought strange if his eyes did not see that the tapes were measuring his magic. Or, at least, attempting to. The man's eyes were beginning to narrow as the tapes exchanged conflicting results, one after another. Finally, he hummed deep in his throat, extending a single glimmering string of light towards Harry. He watched it with wide eyes, before darting to the side to avoid it seconds before it touched the center of his forehead. The man clapped in excitement. "Bravo, Mr. Potter. Amazing, oh yes. You must one day tell me how you learned to see what can only be shown." While Harry was still wrapping his mind around that statement, the man reached behind him, grabbing a random box of a shelf, though Harry could see the truth. His magic web extended to every box in the store, switching and swapping and cataloging every magical node. Each node must be a wand, a piece of the web. The man reverently opened the box, lifting out a single wand. He eyed it for a few minutes before looking up at Harry with calculating eyes. "No use testing wands with you, Mr. Potter, no use. To see magic is to be able to utilize it. I dare say nearly every wand would be glad to be your partner, would be able to resonate with your soul. Only one wand can bond with a wizard in its lifetime, and only the wand you have bonded with will work best for you, not anyone else's. So your choice must be made carefully indeed, and that is my job." The man paused, his eyes running over Harry's muggle clothes, and then to the trunk he had wheeled in behind him. Finally he spoke, just as Harry was about to open his own mouth. He had begun to fidget under the scrutiny, nervous. "Well, I'll cut straight to heart of the matter, as it were. Some wands are special, Mr. Potter. Sometimes it's because of a rare ingredient, sometimes it's because of a rare person who uses it, and sometimes it's because a rare person makes it. Here is a combination of all three. You see this here? This is the last wand my grandfather laid his hands on, and his magic imprinted on it so. This wand knew it was special when it was born into the world." Harry nodded, his eyes fixed on the wand. The man continued after a small pause. "Some say the core is the most important part of a wand, though I dare say that is hardly true in many cases. Still, within this wood is one of only two feathers given by a certain phoenix, a rare and powerful creature. What makes it truly unique is the holly wood surrounding it. Holly, you see, is known for its protective qualities, for being strong and defensive. It is the wood for a wizard on a quest, a wood to solve great problems. Phoenixes, however, well, if you get the chance to meet one, you will know. They are known for their detachment. So few even come into contact with wizards at all, preferring the far-off reaches of the wild, the high mountains and deep valleys of the desert. To even combine holly and phoenix feather is a great risk, a combustive combination, one I never quite understood my grandfather taking." Harry began to reach out, his magic lifting from himself in a mantle that the older man's eyes followed with something like awe. The older man spoke again, encouraging. "Go ahead, Mr. Potter. He held his palms out in front of him, cupped, waiting. The wand was sentient. In a way, he could see it. It had a magic all its own, a node, a flicker of light that looked like nothing he had seen before. He called to it with his own light, his runes warming on his skin, dread brushing against his core, curious eyes looking through his own. Then the wand pulsed subtly, and their magic touched together. He did not remember grasping it or lifting it, but suddenly it was there in his hand, its line following Zion, the weapon, and from its tip flowed light of every color, a rainbow of magic that flooded the shop and lifted his spirits. He heard Fox singing joyously and knew suddenly what the shopkeeper would say next, as his eyes met the older man's own. Of course, I always suspected my grandfather was trying to right a wrong he may have considered himself committing. You see, that other feather, that other pure magical essence was enclosed in a wand of yew, a dark wood, rare in itself, known for its fierceness and raw power. Another boy came in here and left with it, after being told of the great acts such a wand was capable of. Great acts indeed, terrible but great. The man paused, his eyes suddenly locked on the scar on Harry's forehead. Then they dropped again to meet his eyes with a look of sorrow. That wand gave you that scar. Harry licked his lips in sudden nervousness, even as his heart lurched. Voldemort the Dark Lord, he, who must not be named, whose wand was his wand's brother. He lowered his wand, for it was his now and no one else's. He reverently touched it with the tip of a finger, running down the wood, feeling the texture and seeing the light flare. Its own magic slid through his, warming his fingers and hand. He switched to his left hand, felt Heth meld with the wand as Zion had, a shield this time, and smiled. He suddenly had an inkling of the things he might accomplish with such combinations. He looked back up at Ollivander. How do I carry it? It does not seem proper to put it in a pocket or trunk. Ollivander immediately shook his head in a chiding manner. Oh, most certainly never put it in your pocket. Why, wizards have lost some things they would rather have not lost that way. Oh no, certainly not. Many wizards carry their wand in holsters strapped to their wrists or legs, or insert it in a commonly carried object like a cane. Some make their own means of carrying their wands, as there are spells and rituals designed to allow one to stay in constant contact with your wand. I'm afraid you will need to look those up on your own. He quickly added as Harry had begun to speak. Harry asked if he could purchase a holster for his forearm and was directed back to Madame Malkin's. It seemed she sold leather products as well as basic clothing. He paid and walked towards the door, then hesitated before leaving the shop, looking back at Ollivander. He wasn't sure what he wanted to say, if he needed to say anything. Well, thanks. The man simply smiled. When they reached Hogwarts, it was time for dinner, which Harry dug into with gusto. His wand was a constant warmth against his left forearm, held tight with 3 loops of leather he had purchased from Madame Malkin while picking up his clothes. The woman had merely flicked her wand a few times, and there it was. Simple, working with cow skin products. Much more pliable than dragonhide, let me tell you. It has a mind of its own. Harry had smiled and shown his gratitude before leaving with his bags tucked under his arm. Hagrid had given him a curious glance, and then whisked them away on his flying motorcycle, which was by far the most awesome thing Harry thought the wizards had come up with. When he told Hagrid so, the large man had blushed and muttered on about it being a gift, and not quite accepted among the average wizards. Harry, after considering the popularity of broomsticks, agreed. Later that night, after dinner, Harry was happily waiting for Fawkes to show up. When he did, Harry excitedly whipped out his wand, laying it reverently across his palms and holding it out to the phoenix. Fawkes lowered his head, the feathered crest on his neck and back lifting slightly. His feathers gleamed in the low lamplight. A soft trill sounded from his throat, and Harry's wand responded with a flash of light, a welcome home. Harry smiled, extending his magic to meet with the wand's, what he recognized now as a small portion of Fawkes' donated energy. Donated and irreclaimable. A sacrifice of magical essence, for the sole purpose of allowing some child the ability to access their magic easier. Harry suddenly felt inadequate, that such a being would willingly sacrifice some of itself for him, so that life was easier for him. Was anyone worth such a thing? A soft trill brought him out of his reverie. Fawkes sat there regally, his eyes looking into him. A soft thought whispered across his magic. Just the chance was worth it. Harry was confused. The chance for what? Fox again whispered into his magic, his wings rustling softly against his back, a flicker of fire, family beckoning life. The response made no sense to him. Phoenixes had an eternity of life, Fox had Dumbledore. What more did he want? Beckoning, like a calling. Perhaps the feathers given as a means to summon something. Fox suddenly lifted off, his eyes amused. He trilled again, received an answering spark from the wand, and then vanished in a swarm of fire and light and song. Dread hissed from the tabletop in sarcastic laughter. Harry sighed. Phoenixes. He supposed living at Hogwarts was definitely going to have its perks. While the headmaster seemed determined to keep Harry under his thumb, Harry got to enjoy the library and relative freedom. He was expected to attend meals, of course, but other than that the other teachers kind of left him alone, as if they were not sure quite what to make of him. He figured they thought he couldn't escape, would either lack the means or the ability or even the knowledge of where he was. This, in some ways, was true. Scotland was all he could figure from the history book he was reading. Somewhere in Scotland by a lake. Not that he wanted to escape. He was lonely, that was all. He missed the boys, missed the cabin. He had no friends, no one to really talk to or laugh with. Hagrid was great, and loved to go on and on about magical creatures, and did not mind Harry going into the supposedly forbidden forest. But it did not quite make up for the constant companionship Harry had become used to. Dread was still a constant, hissing and muttering in his mind, or his bedroom. Dread got along all right with Fawkes, who came by nearly every night to sing think to Harry. The snake did not particularly like the bird, sometimes muttering about the dratted winged squeaker, but had downgraded from outright hostility. Fawkes ignored him with good-humored superiority. If it had not been for Fawkes, Harry might have cracked sooner. As it was not until the night, after returning from Diagon Alley, that Harry, sitting on the astronomy tower, felt his world begin to spin. It was simply becoming too much to hold it together. So many new things and new thoughts. Now, with Hedwig, Harry had the opportunity to establish contact with Mr. Steele. But should he? Was it too soon? Could the wizards trace the message? Could Hedwig even deliver to Muggles? Would Mr. Steele even remember it? Should he wait until he could meet the man in person? Would Mr. Steele even remember their set meeting place? So many questions, now pouring down on him. He was caught in the uncertainty, swimming in it, with no one to turn to. Dread was lowly hissing, a stream of anger, sorrow, hunger, lonely fear, flight, pain. It was an echo of his own base feelings, a reverberation that simply kept going back and forth between them as the Quetzalcoatl tried to help, but simply made things worse. Dread was not given to comfort, but as a tool to enable. The ability was beyond him. All his solutions required action, and Harry was literally stuck, unable to act to see a solution. He was afraid, and so Fawkes came again, singing. Why was Fawkes so different from other phoenixes? Why did he care? His song soothed the burn he was unconscious of, lit up his runes, and ran through his magic like a river of fire. His song thoughts ran through Harry's mind in a steady stream. We are one brothers of light, let me help, calm determination, power. Fawkes landed in front of him on the cast-iron railing, his feathers glowing in the dark under the stars. Harry found himself reaching out, running his fingers through the fire his mind told him was not there, but was, and thought back in halting spears of light. Afraid, so tired, so lonely, so alone. Fawkes beckoned and Harry followed, two winged shapes leaving the earth behind to race the air, to ride the currents and feel the light, and Fawkes let Harry see some of what he saw. How the stars rained down on the earth sometimes in showers of light. How some days were like others and some were not. How the moon never looked away, but only turned her face to the light, because she loved the sun. Her glory was his reflection, her glory his might, and so she was never alone in the dark. Never alone. Harry wept at that thought, even as he finally allowed himself to trust, to embrace it, to allow the phoenix the spot within himself he had been afraid to give, afraid to have yet another being ripped from him in the name of the greater good. And then he laughed aloud, as dread sulkily turned over in his mind, its coils rustling in his thoughts. Silly winged squeakers, the both of you. Albus settled in his chair, night robes swirling about his shoulders and feet. Once more Harry had gone up into the astronomy tower, perhaps one of the only places in Hogwarts that was not graced with a portrait. Deborah the Green reported Phoenix song drifting down the corridor, and he could only assume that Fox had once more graced Harry with his presence. That thought both reassured him and saddened him. He missed the company of the Phoenix, and worried that Harry seemed to need the Phoenix so often. But then, what they had done was unforgivable. To snatch a child away from all he had known, simply because they were afraid. To permanently erase the memory of one who had looked after the child so that he would no longer remember the boy to look for him. They had severed a trust with Harry that might never be gained back, all because Severus saw one tiny fragment of hate and fear and loneliness. And now the man was gone, and all chance of finding the truth gone with him. He had Harry under constant watch, as the boy trudged about the school, mostly in the library, but occasionally down the Hagrid's or up to the upper levels. It was always with the same slow, steady walk, as if the child was under some great burden. He had resisted placing a portrait in the child's room to give him some privacy at least, trusting in his monitoring charms to alert him if the boy was in any kind of danger, from others or himself. What had Harry been through already? Albus had hoped in the last weeks the boy would have opened up to someone at least, one of the teachers or even Hagrid, and now term would be started in just a week. Hopefully the boy would make some good friends, some people to hold him to their world, to make him love their world, to make him willing to fight for its safety. He sighed, regrets burning in his gut. He took another sip of tea, eyes dull with sorrow. He had had so many hopes. Harry taped his wand slowly against Heth. He sat in room, several books laid out on his bed. He had done some research on ancient runic circles and their uses, as well as the bases for creating trigger spells. One chapter talked of how a wizard could place a specific spell in a specific circle to be triggered when it was touched by a magical signature. This was mostly done by the ancient Egyptians to protect their tomes, but it had other uses as well. A cooling spell for a hot room, a cleaning spell in a sink, a dusting spell on a floor. However, they were extremely difficult to create and usually required some sacrifice of some kind, hence the reason they were no longer popular. It was said the runes protecting the ancient pyramids required the sacrifice of over 100 magical slaves. But his runes had already been activated by sacrifice, his own, the strongest kind. And they shared a common core with these other prescribed circles, that they were imbued with a specific purpose. In Heth's case, to protect and defend. He lifted his wand and placed it in the center of his left palm, allowing his magic to rise and flood both the rune and wand. He curled his fingers around the wand, fused to his rune, and spoke the word. Heth. An explosion of magic, flooding the room, tearing the books from the bed and flinging them to the floor, his sheets and curtains billowing, his mind aligned with the rune as it looked for threats and found none. A sphere of magic that extended to the room on all sides, enveloping. His breath began to labor, and the wand dropped from his hand and rolled across the floor as he fell to his knees. It was not exhaustion, but extreme elation, the feeling of happiness so pure bursting in his chest, making him unable to breath or speak. His ears were ringing with Phoenix song, his throat aching as if he had screamed. Maybe he had. He groaned and pulled himself up onto the bed, flopping down with a sigh. High messy hair stuck in every direction, and he found himself grinning then laughing in delight. He loved his wand, but wow, that was going to take some getting used to and some serious practice. He wouldn't be able to do that until he could control it, for the wand seemed to triple the effect of the rune. However, it also used up magic from his core that would not have been utilized normally, as the rune had its own blood source. No. He shook his head and sighed again, green eyes narrowed up at his ceiling. His knowledge of magic and runes would need to increase greatly before he could truly access and control such magic. But the possibilities. He turned over, reaching for another leather-bound book, this one red with golden letters that had fallen to the floor. He pulled it up in front of him, flipping it open. Its language was stilted and often archaic, but it was very clear to Harry's mind. Legislative Guide to the Proper Use of Magic. It listed a law that had made his heart race. Obliviation, the art of wiping memories from a mind, was illegal except by certified technicians acting in an official capacity, for the sole purpose of protecting the wizarding world from muggles. His mind had initially raced with ideas, from contacting the government and reporting a wrongdoing to confronting the headmaster. However, his hopes had soon died. When researching the punishments associated with such a crime, he had come across more information. He had found another book, Laws of Conduct when Dealing with Muggles, and it was all too clear and plain. If it was a muggle, it was okay. Oh no, it was not quite that blunt, of course. There were some cases where wizards had been punished for malicious use of such a spell, but in most cases, especially those involving muggle-born children, the law was all too willing to turn a blind eye. For the protection of such children, of course. If the parents showed any uncertainty, or especially hostility, such children would be removed from the environment, sometimes even obliviated themselves to make the process easier. Parents of muggle-born children were put under magical oath not to speak of magic to any but other magical users, not even allowed to explain to other non-magical children. He could only imagine the pain that caused in many families. And as for what happened to Mr. Steele, it was even more grim. The headmaster possessed several legal capacities that made him more than authorized to cast the obliviation spell. No, Harry had no legal rights here. It was not right, and his heart burned with it. It did not help that a part of him could understand their point of view. He did not want to sympathize or empathize or anything with the wizards, not when his heart was breaking over the unfairness of it all. He slammed the book closed again, throwing it on the pile of books on the floor. The books had come in by Owl several days ago. He would put them in his trunk soon, and he was going to stop his study of law for now as well. He knew enough to know that it was not going to be easy to fight an established system. Heaven forbid it came to light to the mundane world that some of its children had been stolen, and many of its inhabitants' memories wiped time and time and time again. The uproar from the public would be insane. For all he knew, witch hunts would begin again. He knew enough already to keep Mr. Steele busy all year if he ever came into contact with him again. For now, he was going to change his focus to wand law. He only had a week before term. He wanted to at least learn some of the basics before class. He imagined most of the other students would do the same, eager to learn the basics of magic. He couldn't wait to meet his classmates, to meet other children from the magical world. He was excited to be learning magic from people who knew what they were doing, to see it in practice instead of reading it in books. It was going to be awesome. Two eyes opened in the dark, verdant. Sybil tossed and turned and rolled in her dreams. When they were true, they were always violent, always bloody, always hot and suffocating, and turn again to get out the madness and the fire and the screams. She saw the plateau of magic rise and fall, saw the castle crumble to dust. The crowd convened, drove the soul closer, closed him in with despair. Wizards, dark and hungry, circled round and hope was lost. A phoenix fell to ash and fire and ash again, no feathers rising again from that flame, a cloud of dust that stretched to the stars, covering their shape and blotting out the pale face of the moon. The sun began to shine through. Words fumbled from her mouth that she was doomed to hear but never remember. A fragment, a phrase, a part of a whole, to burn and rise from ashes. When she finally awoke, sunlight lighting up the flecks of dust in its morning light, she calmly placed her thick glasses onto her face and proceeded to go through the routine she always had known. The routine that kept her sanity as intact as it could be kept, when the future was always beating down her door with things she could never change and only witness, weeping. Step here, step there. This way leads to doom, and that to failure, and that to hypocrisy. When she paused to sit by her tower window, she could only see the flame. They simply called themselves Hound. Who first started the movement, the pack, the pact, none was sure. They came from every walk of life, every sex, every race, every nationality. Some were doctors whose patients mysteriously cured themselves, some teachers whose prized students disappeared to go to a school that did not exist. Many were government employees who kept forgetting, and forgetting, and forgetting, law enforcement whose caught criminals were no longer criminal. So many lost days that made no sense, lost hours and weeks and people and things. Collectors whose collections were gone, bookstore owners whose books were stolen. None can say when it started. Perhaps last year, or a decade ago, or generations and centuries past. Always it was sniff, 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 right, right, right. Follow the trail and record it, damn it, or you will bloody forget that it even exists and will wake up one day sipping tea and missing the last month of your life. Everywhere across the world, Europe and America and Africa and Australia and Russia and China, and on and on and on. When the internet became widespread, the options became unlimited. Factions who never spoke suddenly had access to each other, Online databases were developed, secret servers backing up prime data. Maps became to be established, documenting blackout zones and memory loss instances. A picture was being developed, slowly, painstakingly, the lines being redrawn and erased and redrawn, 2 steps forward, 1 back, but still the plan continued. Rare books and papers were swapped, history documented, obscure facts collected. Soon, a satellite would be online for their express use. Would wizard magic protect them from space? And then, a hound in London made the discovery all had been waiting for. The project was contested, of course, mostly by mothers and fathers who could not see the bigger picture. Tattoos on children, large ones. Many did not like it, did not approve or participate. That was okay, for many were needed to do other things, typing and networking and researching. Who organized all this? Shadowy figures who gave no names or faces, security measures in place, double and triple measures even, always to protect the collective mind. A wizard child, their first they could remember collecting. Every day was monitored and closely watched. Some suspected the hound was hiding something, especially with the move to a secluded cottage. Others nodded their heads and acknowledged the intelligence of such relocation. The plan was forged. The child indoctrinated to the best of their ability to be an accidental spy, an eye into the wizarding world, knowing nothing of the true breadth of the projects, of the thousands of people across the globe waiting. And disaster, the hound's memories gone at a time that should have been a triumph. What had gone wrong? Mr. Steele leaned back from his computer, sighed, clicked the chat screen open. His book had illuminated many things, but left others in darkness. There were so many holes, gaps. He needed to reach his boys to see what they could remember. He had left himself hints, clues that were hidden from any other eyes. He had been hiding something big from his superiors. Why he would have done so, he was not sure. It could not simply have been out of love for the boy. He always strived to not get too attached to his children. He ran them like employees and students, always genial, always caring and giving. He was nice to a point, but not love. It clouded judgment. It was why he was perfect for this project, this experiment. He could let the normal children go on to their lives. Something had been different this time. Why had the wizards taken his memory? Had there been an argument? Was this child special in some way? He looked over the name. Harry Potter. Something was wrong here. A light blinked on his screen. A message became illuminated. Who is Harry Potter? He narrowed his eyes, one wrinkled hand resting on his keyboard. The sender was anonymous. My ward. His sent message blinked, went through. Who is Harry Potter to the wizarding world? Gerald wanted to scream in frustration. What did they mean? The message dimmed, the anonymous sender going offline. He slammed his hand on the laptop, closing the screen in frustration. Then he slowly stood up, grabbing his cane. It was time to meet his boys and get some answers. Review please, Tilda. 15. Hogwarts, first year. Author's note. Many thanks to GJ Mega for editing this. The month of July is my best writing month, and I plan to get Harry's first year finished. Crossed fingers we will see. The plot will not differ much this first and second year at Hogwarts, but as this Harry makes different choices, the future will change. Also, add in some hounds. Well, okay, girl, you know the address. Mr. Steele. Harry stood in the astronomy tower, Hedwig perched on his forearm. He heard Phoenix song drifting along the night air, though Fox was nowhere to be seen. It gave him the final courage to lift his arm and let the owl off into the night, a single letter clutched in her talons. Mr. Steele, I hope you know the name, Harry. I hope you had some way to remember, some way to understand the contents of this message. I am well. The wizards treat me kindly and have given me more freedom than I hoped for. I am now a ward of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry until the time I reach the age of 16 and inherit my family estate. Then I will be seen as an adult in their eyes, if not in the eyes of Muggle society. I hope you get this letter. I hope my owl Hedwig can find you. She will wait for a letter from you and then return to me. Yes, the owls are real creatures, flesh and bone. They are trained in some way I cannot fathom. Not just any owl will do. A magical breed of sorts, perhaps, with an instinctive ability to find people and places. I will research this. I am not even sure you can see her, though I hope you can. She is beautiful, was a present from a wizard here who loves magical creatures. You would like Hagrid, I think. In any case, if you cannot see her form, leave a rolled-up letter lying where this letter was left. I did not tie it to her, not knowing if you could see her, and therefore the letter itself. We probably should not contact each other too frequently. I do not know if the wizards have a way of monitoring owl mail. Maybe this is not a good idea, but I had to know. I hope to spend this year learning much of wizard culture as you wished. I already know so much more, having access to the school library. I have so many books. Law and philosophy and history. You will be so amazed how things are different than we believed. Magic is real, Mr. Steele. This is not just some technology hidden from us. It seems to be an actual part of a wizard-born's DNA, something you have or do not have. You should have gotten a blood sample from me after all, got it to a real chemist. I think it would show us many of the answers we seek. As for if this magic can be converted or harnessed by people not possessing the gene, I do not think so. Perhaps a device can be created, or has been created, in which magic is stored for a specific purpose, like invisibility or cooling or even writing. But this would eventually run dry of its power source without being charged by the magical core present in wizard kind. I wish I had the space to explain everything. Wizards hid themselves for their own safety, at least according to their own records. Muggles were simply too numerous, and many wizards are not well trained. Well, much like Muggle society. Few of the percentage of the population know how to defend themselves. They decided to hide instead. However, this does not make the crimes they have committed under the excuse of safety any less dire. There is so much I have learned. We need to meet in person, though I am not sure how to pull it off. You cannot come here, if I even knew where here was. Scotland, I know, but it is protected by some of the strongest wizarding wards ever created. You would never get close. I must come to you. I will know more as the months wear on. I will find a way, some way to do so. Next summer, in between class years, I will find a way. I promise. Harry Steele the next morning, September 5th, Harry woke up early. He watched the dawn rise from his window, hands absently running down Dread's emerald feathers. He did not have it in him to sit and read. He was too nervous and excited. Finally, he stood and made sure he had packed everything in his room for the school year. It was all locked in his trunk, and he would unpack it once he picked a bed in his dormitory. He brought Dread's form up to his face, meeting the serpent's eyes. I'm going to take you in now. Dread coiled restlessly, squeezing his arm slightly in its scales. Its wings rustled and then drew in tight against its body. The red crest on its neck rose up as he swayed. Understood, Master. How many? Days. The snake was slowly learning the meaning of more human words and ideas, a process rapidly improved every time it joined with Harry's mind and thought his own thoughts. It was hard for Harry, though, the process slightly uncomfortable as he too found himself thinking occasionally like the Quetzalcoatl. Most repulsive of all was the time a darting mouse in the hallway actually looked appetizing. A shiver ran down his spine at the memory. He sighed, knowing Dread was getting tired of being trapped inside his body when it would rather be exploring and hunting. Many days. This stone den will be filled with many hatchling wizards, and I must learn to shadow your form so you do not become prey. Dread nodded reluctantly before slithering down his arm and resting his fangs above his wrist. Harry groaned internally before closing his eyes and sliding into his magic with the ease of practice. Immediately his runes glowed to his sight, and Dread most of all, a living magical form with a piece of his own soul embedded into its body. Harry swam a bit through its thoughts, looked through its eyes, saw his own flesh beneath his body, his fangs poised to strike. He reared back, launching deep into the taut wrist, sinew and bone rising up to meet him. His magic flooded inside even as the blood flowed out, a transfer he was beginning to find commonplace. When he opened his green eyes, he stood still for a moment, finding his center. He felt Dread coiling in his magic around his core, feathered wings almost tickling at the back of his throat. It curled a few times, finding the perfect spot amid the flow of magic, much like a dog. I am not a furry, dumb beast. The thought brought a chuckle to his mouth, and he smiled. He then stretched out a bit, getting used to his fingers and toes. Without the magical overload of a ritual, the process was much more uncomfortable and a lot less natural. Having a serpent inside one's head was never easy either, for Dread had a way of influencing his thoughts. The sooner he was out and free the better, but he was strangely reluctant to make the feathered snake inanimate completely. It was as if he was taking back the knife's humanity, making it just a silver dagger with no life inside of it. He was sure Dread would be fine as a knife locked in his trunk, but he simply did not want to do so anymore. Dread was a part of him, a vital part. He needed the Quetzalcoatl. He sighed, turning his thoughts from that direction and heading from the room. He absently wiped off the blood on his wrist with the sleeve of his black school robe. Black hid blood well, he had found. He slipped down to breakfast, his heart beginning to pound as excitement again flooded his body. It was hard to make himself eat, anxious to be going. He had been told the day before at lunch that he would be escorted by a professor to the Hogwarts Express Station platform in London to ride the train to Hogwarts with the other students. He could not wait to see the big scarlet steam engine up close. He had noticed that wizards seemed to adapt some muggle technologies to their own purpose, but had never really invented anything similar on their own. Did wizards even really understand muggle engineering? He supposed that would be a question for another day. Suddenly, movement from the entrance drew his attention over towards the door. Professor Snape entered with billowing robes, his expression lit with a scowl. The man always seemed to be either scowling or staring blankly at Harry. It was as if the man couldn't decide whether to hate him or ignore him. The man did not trust him, knew he was hiding something important. Harry was going to have to be careful around him, most of all out of the people here. The professor marched up to him and stopped. Harry felt his heart sink. "Well, Mr. Potter, it seems I will be escorting you today." Harry stared blankly, though inside he was cursing. What a way to start his first day of school. "Well, boy, get up. I do not have time to wait around for you." Harry jumped up, wiping his hands on the napkin and following behind the professor, who had turned and began marching right back out of the hall. He walked quickly, trying to keep up with the professor's fast stride. They finally slowed when they reached the edge of the grounds, stepping though the big gate that marked the entrance to the school. Apparently some students rode chariots through here from the train, though Harry had read that first years traditionally went by boat, across the lake. There were 3 roads leading from the train station, one to the dock at the lake, one to the school, and another to Hogsmeade. Apparently, the Hogwarts Express also catered to the wizarding population there, with weekly trips to London. Why they would need that when most had flus was beyond Harry. Perhaps the shops had inventory that could not be shipped except by a more mundane method. He had no idea. The professor abruptly turned toward Harry, his face now blank. "Have you read about apparition?" "Yes, sir." Harry replied, all excitement now gone. The professor wasn't going to splinch, was he? What if he lost concentration? Was it harder to bring along more than yourself? His panic must have shown on his face, because the professor's face softened momentarily as he reached out to lay a firm hand on his shoulder. "No worries, Mr. Potter. I assure you we will arrive all in one piece. Now, prepare yourself." Harry barely had time to get a breath before the world suddenly lurched away. They were spinning again, though not as violently as the portkey had been. Still, the spinning, floating sensation carried on, and Harry could almost make out a blur of people and buildings and trees streaming by before the world suddenly halted, sending Harry to his knees. He definitely did not like this method of travel either. A stern hand drug him back up again, the professor's voice gruff. "There you go, Mr. Potter, the Hogwarts Express. Now I expect you to get on it and remain so." Harry looked up to see the softness had fled the face, leaving behind only that same neutral blankness. He wondered once again just what the professor had seen in his mind to cause him to act the way he did. Or perhaps it was simply his nature. He thanked Professor Snape, paused for a response but got none, and then turned and walked toward the large steam engine. The thing was huge, gleaming metal, with cherry red and dark black paint gracing its side. It must have been a bit early, as very few wizards were on the platform, mostly what had to be older students who went straight to the train. Harry followed them, feeling awkward in his school robes, while the others were dressed more mundanely. Most of them were also toting trunks and armfuls of books, as well as cats and owls. Harry felt a bit naked. He quickly boarded the train, wandering down the many compartments. Some had students already inside. He kept walking down the train, passing between cars, until he reached the end, which was at the very far end of the train station. It was also the furthest from where many seemed to be entering. Harry picked a compartment facing the station, watching as people slowly trickled in. He pulled out his wand with a flex of his wrist and a tug of his finger, the wand springing out into his palm. He held it against Heth, absently running his fingers up and down it for comfort. He could almost hear Fox singing when he did that, his magic recognizing the phoenix feather. Wizards seemed to enter from 3 different places. One, where he had come from, must have been reserved for apparition and portkeys. A few came that way, though by far most came from a second area, a huge fireplace with crackling green flame. People spun out of it, some falling and stumbling, others at a hopping run. None stayed idle, quickly moving out of the way. He saw a few near collisions. The other place was what looked like a simple brick pillar. Children came through pushing carts or carrying cages, as if it was perfectly normal to walk through a solid wall. It had to be a portal of some kind, though where it came from he did not know. Quite a few came that way, though, so it had to be somewhere busy. Those were the only entrances onto the platform, he noticed. No stairs or doors led away, only a dark tunnel leading away in front of the train. He sighed and leaned back in his seat. He wondered if anyone would sit with him. Perhaps he had not been smart to pick the compartment farthest away. It seemed the others were filling up first, the noise gradually increasing as students filed in. Suddenly voices came closer, questioning. A loud horn echoed through the train, signaling that it would be leaving soon. Then Harry spotted movement in the hallway, and his door began to slide open, a freckled face peeking in. By this time, Harry had been beginning to despair of sitting with anyone. The boy opened the door wider, his posture slightly nervous. "Hey, you mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full." Harry nodded, watching as the boy drug his trunk in behind him. He had a head full of shocking red hair, combed flat against his head, probably by his mother. His clothes were a bit worn around the edges. His shirt had a few tears. The boy's face was smudged slightly with dirt, leading Harry to think that he must have come through the flu. He quietly asked as much, only to be shot down with a sideways grin. "Oh no, I came through the platform from the Muggle train station. My dad likes to drive his car. He enchanted it to fly. But it has to be cloaked so Muggles can't see. It's really neat, but he won't let me drive it, which is a total bummer. My name's Ron Weasley. What's yours?" Harry followed his quick words, trying to process the information before hesitating slightly at the question. Well, might as well get it over with. He sat a little straighter. "I'm Harry Potter." The boy's blue eyes widened in his freckled face, his mouth dropping open slightly. Then the boy's eyes darted to his forehead avidly, leaning forward. "Oh, cool. Can I see it? You know, the scar." His face was eager. Harry felt an immediate surge of anger that he tried to tamp down on. Dread hissed in his mind, whispering about rude manners and dirty little hatchlings. Harry tried to suppress it, but his response came out gruff anyway, with more anger in it than he wanted. "Absolutely not." Ron leaned back with a frown, his own face showing a bit of anger. "Whatever, okay. Don't get your knickers in a twist." The boy turned and began to pack his trunk up onto the rack above their heads. The conversation ended awkwardly there, Ron ignoring him as he dug out a sandwich and began to eat. Harry's own stomach rumbled, which made him blush slightly. The boy spared him a glance and was about to speak when the train lurched, its whistle shrilly announcing they were underway. Harry looked out onto the platform to see families waving and cheering and felt his own heart go heavy. He bet the boys would have loved to see this. He wished they were there, waving. He wished he knew they were okay and doing well. He missed them. The door suddenly opened again, a plump lady looking and pushing a cart full of candy and food. "Anything off the trolley, dears." Harry eagerly picked out a few things, though Ron shook his head, pointing to his half-eaten sandwich with a forlorn face. Harry shrugged and got a few extra things before sitting back down. The lady moved on, and Harry hesitantly offered a few pieces of candy to Ron. The boy looked tempted before shaking his head. He still glanced longingly at the candy, but Harry wasn't sure how to mend the bridge between them that he had already broken with his angry reply. He supposed it wouldn't have been so bad to show his scar, but he was sensitive about his runes and did not completely trust his cloaking rune cryptos. He absently reached a hand up to rub the circle around Ankh. It would hopefully work as planned, hiding from his runes unless they already knew of its existence, showing only what they expected to see, which, in the case of his forehead, would be a lightning bolt scar and nothing else. He sighed. Suddenly the compartment opened again, this time with a girl opening the door and stepping inside the compartment, looking around fervently before meeting their eyes. Her hair was brown and bushy, as she stood confidently with brown eyes to match her mouse brown hair. "Have you guys seen a toad?" Neville's lost his. As the boys began to shake their heads, her eyes lit on Harry's wand that was still clutched in his left hand. Her eyes brightened, and she sat with excitement next to him. "Oh, are you going to do a spell?" "I've practiced, of course, and read all the school books, but they do not all work for me. I cannot wait to see the teachers do it. My name is Hermione Granger, by the way." Harry smiled with excitement, nodding his head enthusiastically. "I know. I mean, no, I'm not doing a spell. I actually haven't practiced those in the school books, but I cannot wait to learn them in class. I mean, transfiguration sounds so neat, doesn't it?" Hermione nodded, her eyes bright. "I think my favorite is going to be charms. I was reading the book, and a lot of the beginning is about theory, but it says we will start with the levitation charm, which I think would be ever so useful, and—" A cough interrupted them, Ron looking slightly superior. "Well, I know a spell." They both looked at him as he smirked and pulled out a squirming rat, which looked like the thing it wanted least in the world was for a spell to be cast on it. Ron cleared his throat imperiously. "My brothers taught me this spell, for when I get to school. Ahem. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow." A speck of light flung from his wand, knocking the squealing rat to the floor, where it rapidly climbed up the cushion to disappear into Ron's bags. The boy turned bright red with embarrassment. The rat had most definitely not turned yellow. Hermione giggled a bit, and Harry followed along, which only made Ron turn redder with anger more than embarrassment. "That doesn't sound like a spell." Hermione spoke, her tone a bit snooty. Harry grinned despite himself, though he felt kind of bad for the boy. It sounded like his brothers had played a bad prank on the fellow. He turned to Hermione. "Most spells are in Latin here, though some other countries use other languages. Most are ancient languages, however, so that spells are not cast by accident supposedly. That's why it sounded weird. It must have been a prank." He nodded towards Ron, trying to take up for him a bit. Instead, the boy just glared at him. Hermione nodded, then suddenly stood, looking a bit startled. "Oh, I almost forgot. I've got to help Neville find his toad. Well, I'll see you at the feast." Harry nodded, then quickly spoke as the girl was about to leave. "My name is Harry Potter." The girl turned. Harry waited for her eyes to flicker up, but they met his straight on with an interested look. "Are you really?" "I've read all about you, of course, though I doubt the stories could all be true. Have you truly defeated a hag?" Harry looked nonplussed, his eyes wide as he denied it. Hermione nodded to herself. "Yeah, thought so. Sounded neat, though. I figured you would be in our year. Well, anyway, I'll see you soon, Harry." And with that, she flounced from the room, shutting the door with a quiet snick, and continued up the train. Harry leaned back, a smile growing on his face. He might have just made a friend. He brought his head around as Ron began to snicker. "Wow, she sure is a loud mouth. I think she barely let you get a word in." Harry scowled, and Ron swallowed before letting out a fake laugh and turning to the window, idly commenting on the scenery passing by. Harry sighed again. What was wrong with him? He usually did not take offense so easily. He looked down at his wand and then slowly put it back up the sleeve of his robe, hooking the leather thong around it. He did not know how long this train ride was going to take. Now he wished he had his trunk with him, so he could at least have a book to read. He had hoped to be talking the whole way, but now his only companion was as silent as a mouse. Maybe he wasn't very good at this making friends thing. Maybe he should go find Hermione, help her find this Neville's toad. Be useful. He had just made up his mind to leave when the door again opened. It seemed several students were moving about the train, peeking in on fellow friends and classmates. This time, a familiar blonde face peeked in. Harry felt himself smiling with relief. "Draco." The boy looked taken aback for a moment before a tentative smile lit his face. "Hello, Harry," Draco said, regaining his confidence. Harry gestured to the seat beside him in a silent offer, and the boy took it slowly, eyeing Ron across the bench. Harry turned to Ron, about to introduce them, only to be met with an outright evil stare. The redhead was glaring at the two of them, his lip twisted. Any remaining goodwill was gone. Harry wasn't sure what he had done wrong until Ron spoke, his tone angry. "Malfoy, I didn't say you could sit in here." Draco smirked, sitting up straighter before gesturing towards Harry. "Harry invited me in, didn't you see? Or are you telling him what to do as well?" Harry felt dread grumble inside him, hissing about bossy rats, a longing note in its voice. Harry forced himself not to look towards where the rat had disappeared in the boy's bag, instead simply frowning. He did not like where this was heading. Ron spoke again, this time glaring at him. "So you friends with a slimy Malfoy, Potter? Figured you would have better taste than that." Draco glared back, speaking before Harry could answer. "Slimy, huh? I don't have to ask who you are." "Hand-me-down robes, bad manner, red hair. You are a Weasley." Ron huffed, his face turning red and his fists clenching tight. Draco turned toward Harry before standing. He met Harry's eyes with his pale grey ones. "Come on, Harry. You can come to my compartment. You don't have to stay here with Weasley." Harry felt torn. He hated to be in the middle of what must obviously be a long-standing feud, and hated even more to have anyone angry with him. Then again, the boy had been insulting from the start, pushy and rude. Dread hissed his approval as Harry stood, nodding. Weasley suddenly paled. "No, Harry, don't go with him. Malfoys are dark." Ron put emphasis on the last word, and that sealed Harry's mind. His own magic runes would be labeled as dark, if not outright illegal, and to him they were nothing if not the purest of magic. Who was this boy to say what was dark and what was not? Harry stared Ron down, meeting his eyes until the redhead looked away. Harry turned and smiled at Draco, gathering up what was left of the candy he had purchased from the trolley. He nodded to Draco again. "Lead the way." "Your trunk?" Draco questioned, looking around the compartment. "It's not here," Harry said, avoiding the question. Draco nodded, though his face was still confused. The boy hid it quickly, though, not questioning. Harry approved. It was nice not to have someone assume someone was required to explain themselves about everything. The boy led them forward several boxes, weaving around the other students who were visiting friends. Friends. Could Draco be his first one here? Harry followed Draco until the boy stopped right before a compartment. The blonde turned to him, eyeing his school robes before looking him in the face. He hesitated before nodding to himself and speaking. "Do you know proper protocol?" Harry felt slightly confused before he thought back to a few books he had skimmed through with Mr. Steele. Books of proper manners and etiquette in the wizarding world. Harry hummed in thought before speaking solemnly. This was obviously important to Draco, enough so for him to ask him. "Very little. I believe one introduces oneself politely, but that is all. I read a book on it once, but never truly thought about needing to know it." Draco frowned slightly, a worried look in his eyes. "Well, someone generally only uses first names if the person being spoken to is considered to be a personal friend. Otherwise, it is an insult. So last names only. These kind of things are important to purebloods, everyone knowing their proper place. It was the way we survived during the great battles. A misunderstanding could get whole families killed. You always had to know where you stood." Harry nodded absently, his mind stuck on the first part. Finally, he asked hesitantly, "So, are we friends?" Draco smiled, the first true one Harry had seen that did not have a smirking quality to it. It lit up his face and made him seem infinitely more childlike, the stuck-up boy nowhere to be found. "Yes, Harry, we are friends." The blonde held out a hand, which Harry took and shook with a silent smile. Draco turned and gestured Harry to follow him. Harry paused, slightly nervous, before following. Apparently to some wizards, even the children, making a good impression was imperative. These must be the richer kids, those born into wizarding families. When Harry entered the compartment, two boys turned to look at him. Draco sat silently, his own eyes looking at Harry. Harry cleared his throat and stood straighter, introducing himself. "Hi, I'm Harry Potter." Both boys eyed him, and Harry could almost physically feel them making judgments about him. He fought not to let himself fidget, instead he thought of dread, the snake's sibilant hissing a backdrop in his mind. He felt himself sway just the tiniest bit to the left and right, a move that could be mistaken for the shaking of the train. The thin boy on the left might have fallen for it, but the one on the right narrowed his eyes at him. It was he who spoke first, sitting next to Draco. "My name is Blaise Zabini." Zabini had dark skin with narrow, slanted eyes, giving off a chilly appearance. He was the one who had paused longest looking at Harry's clothes, as if to see how high a quality they were. He also immediately turned away after the introduction, looking out the window as if Harry had disappeared. The other boy spoke up, his voice only slightly more friendly. "I am Theodore Nott." Nott was tall and thin, his cheekbones high on his face. It gave him a slightly emaciated look, one not helped by the sallow tint to his skin. If anything, he reminded Harry slightly of Professor Snape. Perhaps, knowing pureblood wizards, the two were related. He stopped himself just before he asked, afraid suddenly that the question might offend the boy. He had no idea if the potion's professor was pureblood or not, had merely assumed so as he was the head of a house known for pureblood supremacy. But perhaps he was not. Harry sat next to Nott, looking desperately at Draco. What was he supposed to talk about? He did not want to embarrass himself or his new friend. They still had at least an hour left before they reached Hogwarts, however. Finally, Draco spoke, his tone confident though his eyes seemed to say otherwise. So, what do you think about the new Quidditch champions? This started off a conversation that consisted mostly of Nott and Draco, the two exchanging favorite teams and plays, while Zabini sat looking out the window and Harry felt a little lost. Draco suddenly turned to him questioning, and Harry sat up straighter, his eyes refocusing. He had no idea what the boy had just asked him. Nott let out a scoffing laugh. Daydreaming, Potter. Harry felt a flush begin to spread over his face, before dread hissed again in his thoughts, anger tightening his face, causing the blush to fade to pale. Dread did not abide with feelings like embarrassment, preferring a more direct response to attack, no matter how small. Should I bite him, master? Taste the flesh. Harry mentally scolded him, though something must have shown in his eyes briefly, because Nott's laugh choked off. Well, of course, not everyone finds Quidditch interesting. Zabini spoke, and Harry saw that the boy's eyes were once more fixed on his, assessing. Harry tried a tentative smile, speaking softly, controlling his anger and shoving it back. I have never seen a game, though I know how it is played. Harry reiterated what he had told Draco in Madame Malkin's, also remembering the excuse he had used. He did not want to lose face in front of the new classmates, but he also did not want to lie. He had to find a position of strength. Nott smirked, the smile tugging at one corner of his pale face. A flicker of resentment shimmered through Harry, though he tamped it back down. Nott spoke. Don't get out much, I suppose. Harry simply nodded, his jaw clenching. Nott turned away with a grunt at the lack of response. The boy must be trying to get my goat, Harry grumbled to himself. Draco did not look too happy either, probably hoping that Harry would get along with his friends, and seeing that fail. He wanted to slump in his seat or leave. You are not weak, master, to run from such toothless prey. We could eat them, I can tell easily, though that skinny one looks to be all bone and no meat. Harry almost choked at Dread's mental hiss and managed to bite back a laugh. His expression must have given him away, however, because Nott was now looking at him with narrowed eyes. Something funny. Harry started to shake his head, before pausing, gaining confidence from the Quetzalcoatl. He narrowed his own eyes back at Nott and spoke softly, his voice with an almost sibilant quality. Zabini's eyes were fixed on him, assessing. I don't know, Nott. Is there something funny? Nott's face flushed, the boy's eyes trying to stare him down, before finally looking away with a grunt. Harry felt a flare of triumph at having silenced the confrontational boy. He looked over at Draco with a neutral look, ignoring Zabini's fascinated look. He decided now would be a good time to ask Draco some questions he has been wondering about. Draco, I do not have much experience with pureblood society. Would you mind if I asked you some questions? Draco nodded eagerly, as Zabini continued to stare and not looked out the window silently. Harry considered how to word his first question. Finally, he decided to throw caution to the wind and simply come right out and say what he was sure the others already knew. I am a half-blood. While purebloods considered better than myself, Draco looked absolutely flabbergasted, looked desperately towards the other two boys, his face pale. Zabini snorted before breaking into laughter. Nott cracked a smirk of his own, though he still did not look in Harry's direction. Draco opened and closed his mouth before leaning back in his chair. He looked uncertain, probably deciding how to answer such a question without losing Harry's friendship. Finally, Harry spoke again, conciliatory. What I mean to say is there a difference in the magical power and intelligence of those whose parents are both wizards, or have a history of a wizard lineage? Draco licked his lips, betraying nervousness, before finally speaking after Zabini elbowed him. He cleared his throat, and then stopped again. Zabini rolled his eyes and spoke instead. There has never been real research done on power levels themselves, though everyone knows that purebloods hold the most influential positions in society, like Draco's father. in part because their families have amassed gold over time to spend in certain investments and to run election campaigns. Not all pureblood families are well off, however. My own line never possessed those assets, though recently we have made some good investments of our own. In men. Not snorted under his breath, only to again look away as Zabini glared at him. The boy then turned back to Harry, his voice having a new, hard edge to it. In school, it is the purebloods who are top of the class, who learn spells faster and cast them with more power. That evidence would show that they are more powerful. However, that does not account for the occasional muggle-born who show potential, sometimes even beating out the purebloods in a class. What purebloods have that those born to muggles do not is a supportive magical family and background, and knowledge of magic that they are born with, grow up with, an experience around it, a feeling for it. In my opinion, for muggle-born to show real potential, they need to be taken from their family at an early age and given to wizarding families who can expose them to magic much earlier. That would equal the playing field. Ha! Nart burst out, his face screwed up in distaste. You and your progressive views, Zabini. Everyone knows it's the blood that tells. Mudbloods are dirty, their magic is not pure. They can never be as good as purebloods, can never be as strong. Their magic has not been passed down through generations of wizards, has not been shaped by ritual and tradition. They can never be as good as us. We should simply never allow them in our society. At this, Nart glanced at Harry, his sneer making him look dark and angry, and gloating. Harry almost hissed at him. Nart was trying to say his magic was inferior, his blood worth less. He clenched his fist, was about to angrily retort when Zabini beat him to it. Where will we be without them, Nart? A dying breed, that's what we are. How many squibs were born into your family, huh? How many magical kids do your parents have? My mother only had one. Malfoy here is an only son. The Greengrasses managed to have 2 daughters. Parkinson's, 1. Bulstrodes, Crabs, Longbottoms, all 1. Where are we going as a society? Useless traditions that mean nothing. Our magic may be more powerful, but our children are few and far between. And just look what that blood purity war did to decimate the potential of our generation. We need new blood. Half-blood families generally have 2 and 3 children. I know muggle-borns usually are only solitary in their own families, but their children are many, even 4 or 5. What would happen if we turned them away? Zabini said the last forcefully, his eyes animated. Nart sneered back, his face angry. Draco looked like he did not know what to say. Nart growled out his response, fists clenched. It's those stupid mudbloods and their ideals that are polluting our society, with their modern ideas and feelings, making our women feel less like women, wanting love and work. They make them unhappy, stealing our magic. Their very magic is a poison. You have no evidence. Zabini shot back, and now they were both standing, their eyes furious inches from each other. Nart snarled out in a low voice. If I didn't know better, Zabini, I would say you were one yourself. Maybe your voracious mother had some on the side. Harry knew as soon as Nart started that blood was about to be spilled. Zabini howled in anger, launching himself at the other boy. Nart was ready, smirking, stepping to the side, and shoving the other boy into the seat. He then grabbed his trunk in one hand, jerking it down from the overhead compartment. Harry hurriedly leaned to the side to avoid getting bumped, while Draco held back Zabini from trying to throw another punch. Nart sneered at them all before looking at Harry last. Potter, you will learn that some families are better than others. Mine will never taint itself with muddy blood or magic, no matter how diluted. This was a pointed remark to Harry himself, one that made Harry's blood boil. He found himself standing, meeting the other straight on. He held out his palm, fixing his eyes on not even as the other boy's eyes darted down to his open hand. Harry reached in his pocket and drew out an empty quill he had been practicing with that morning, holding the sharp point of the metal against his skin. He drew it across, slowly, not flinching at the slow burning pain, knowing without looking that the blood was beginning to slowly spill forth, like mercury released from a vial, a slow spreading scarlet across his palm. And with the blood came his magic, a rising cloak that darkened the compartment, dimmed the lights, made his eyes gleam in the low light. An oppressive weight that hooked to his shoulders, and he saw Nart's wide eyes show fear, his breath beginning to come faster as he struggled to draw in the heavy air. The boy's shoulders slumped at the weight, a low whine in his throat. Harry spoke, hisses echoing in his voice. as if another voice spoke behind his, one that hissed and slithered and coiled, fangs extended. "Tell me again my blood is worth less than yours." Nart opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Harry abruptly stopped cutting and reined in his magic sharply, a sudden haul that sent the other boy stumbling back against the door, his trunk dropping from his limp hand. Nart's own magic screamed fear in Harry's sight, cowardice and terror. Harry knew the other boy was smart, probably smarter than Draco and Zabini both, to manipulate them so easily. But he was also a yellow-bellied little boy, one who did not compete if he thought he would lose, who preferred to follow rather than lead. Nart slowly reached down to grab his trunk, reaching behind him to open the door as he backed out of the room. His eyes did not meet Harry's, his magic still drawn in tight with fear. He closed the door with a soft click, and Harry heard his quick footsteps fade away. Harry felt his shoulders slump, not because he was tired, but because this was the second child he had run off. First Ron, who was rude and ignorant, and now Nart, who was rude and manipulative. Both were opinionated and set in their ways. Not that he thought Draco and Zabini were perfect. Heaven knows he disagreed with them already on a million things. Harry turned and sat, not looking at the other boys as he set the quill on his lap and reached in his pocket to pull out the black goblin handkerchief he had been given in the bank. The house elves had cleaned it, and now the golden Gringotts logo once more shone from where it was sewn into the cloth. Fortius quo Fidelius read underneath the key. Latin, strength through loyalty. He reluctantly dirtied it once more, first wiping the blood from his palm, and then from the quill. He put the quill back into his pocket, but left the handkerchief balled in his palm, putting pressure on the small cut. It was small, nothing much really, but its willing placement over Heth had caused its magical output to seem much more powerful than normal. Much like cutting a normal wizard above an artery close to the heart, where most wizards' magic originated. For Harry, this could also be accessed over any rune, as each was hooked back to his core. He sighed, already regretting his outburst. He was afraid to look over at Zabini and see his reaction. He heard a throat hesitantly clear, and finally looked up to meet soft grey eyes. Draco smiled nervously and cleared his throat again. Zabini suddenly spoke from next to him, where he must have regained his seat after being pushed down. "I'm going to think you're a toad if you keep croaking, Draco." Draco flushed, and then cleared his throat again to speak, making Zabini laugh and Harry smile, his spirits lifting a bit. Draco shot Zabini a glare before he spoke. Draco gestured vaguely towards Harry. Zabini rolled his eyes before locking them onto Harry. "I'll say what Draco won't. That was bloody brilliant, Harry." Harry felt himself smiling at the use of his name as much as the compliment. Zabini, no Blaze, was extending a hand of friendship, pureblood style. He would be a fool not to accept it. Harry thanked him, his voice still quiet. "Thanks, Blaze." Blaze smiled, before the two boys began to pull down their trunks and get out their robes, slinging them on. About that time a whistle sounded, and the train began to slow. Excited voices rose throughout the train, and Harry looked eagerly out the window. He could just see a tower peeking above the trees before they descended more into the forest. Harry smiled in excitement. Before they knew it, the station came into sight, and they began to file into the corridor with all the others, a cram of bodies. An older, loud voice directed them from down the hallway. "First years, leave your luggage in the compartment. It will be brought down later." And Harry saw Draco furtively push his trunk back into the room, sharing a grin with Blaze. The three then headed down the hall as the train stopped completely. They stepped off into a large, long wooden platform amid the other students, just as a familiar booming voice spoke up from the end. Furs years over here." It was Hagrid, standing far above the tiny students, looking larger than ever. Harry eagerly walked forward to greet him as Draco and Blaze hung back at the edge of the group. "Hi, Hagrid." Hagrid smiled at him and greeted him, before once more calling out in a large voice. By this time, the older students had congregated at the far side, about to get into some sort of carriage that Harry couldn't quite see from his side of the platform. That road would lead up to the castle through the main gate. Hagrid, seeing that he had all the students, then gestured for them to follow him in the opposite direction, down a short winding path through the woods that suddenly opened up to a great lake that lay at the foot of a large grand castle, alight with magic. Harry felt his breath catch at the view. Hogwarts. She looked beautiful in the night from this distance, full of mystery and magic. Harry looked around for Draco, but had lost him in the push towards the tiny boats at the edge of the shore. Hagrid called out directions, and Harry suddenly found himself next to Hermione, who he greeted excitedly. The girl was practically jumping in excitement, her bushy hair bouncing with each step. She eagerly gestured Harry to a boat, and just as Harry climbed in, a plump boy followed him shyly, not meeting their eyes, but looking forlornly around as if lost. Another red-haired girl climbed in after him, her eyes locked on the castle with fascination. As soon as they were settled, the boats began to drift off. Harry glanced around and finally caught a glimpse of Draco and Blaise sitting with two girls several boats away. He waved, and Draco waved back slightly. He then turned to Hermione, smiling. "It's nice to see you again." Hermione smiled, her grin wide. She then turned to the other boy, gesturing toward him. "Nice to see you too. This here is Neville Longbottom. He's the one who lost his toad. We still haven't found it, actually." The boy moaned, pulling his hair in frustration. "Oh, Trevor. I can't believe I lost you." Harry remembered the name Longbottom in Blaise's rant and realized this must be another pureblood child. He asked about the toad hesitantly. "How did Trevor get away?" Neville looked up, his blue eyes teary. "He's a magical toad, you see, and he is ever so curious. I think he's always on the lookout for the next best bug, you know what I mean. He just teleports away sometimes, and usually it's okay, but I'm afraid he's gotten lost and won't know how to get to me. And if he ports back home, he will have to be owled here, and that makes him so sick, and sick toads are, well, not the best thing to live with. And he might even get eaten. Owls love toad, you know." The boy mumbled off the last, his voice forlorn. Harry tried not to gawk. A magical toad who teleports. That wasn't something he had seen in the pet store. But then again, he had got the impression that toads were kind of going out of style. Though there was some sort of singing toad chorus listed on the Hogwarts club list, so there must be at least a few students with them. Harry wasn't sure what to say, so he softly mentioned his own owl, Hedwig, offering her if the toad needed to be sent in the mail. "Hedwig is really well-mannered, and she would never eat a toad, and she has a wonderful, soft flight. I bet Trevor wouldn't mind at all." Neville nodded, brightening up a bit, though he still looked at his hands in misery. Harry looked towards the other girl inquiringly. She shyly smiled at them, her robes immaculate, and her brown eyes glancing again and again at the magnificent castle they were drifting closer to. "Hi, I'm Susan Bones." Hermione spoke up again, introducing herself. Harry hesitantly introduced himself, bracing for the reaction. She did not disappoint. Her eyes suddenly whipped around to him, now fascinated with him. They seemed to be trying to see through his hair to the scar hidden underneath. Harry kept the scowl off his face as she began to talk, her shyness lost in excitement. "Are you really Harry Potter? My aunt told me you would be here this year. She works in the ministry and knows all about you. She told me you've been with secret relatives this whole time, and no one but Dumbledore knew where, because Dumbledore is your magical guardian, you know, because you are a wizard and famous and all, and—" Hermione smoothly interrupted the girl, sending a sympathetic glance Harry's way. "Hey, Susan, don't you just love the castle? I read." Hermione then began to list random facts pulled straight from Hogwarts, a history. Susan listened politely, but her eyes kept glancing towards him. Harry ignored her, sitting beside the mumbling Neville, who was still lost in his misery. Harry wasn't even sure the boy had heard the introductions. He focused on the castle as it grew closer, then closed his eyes and felt out with his senses, mentally tasting the magic that wafted from it in gigantic waves. Walking its halls was sometimes like swimming in a sea of magic, but outside it was like standing beside one, the waves rolling and cresting against the shore. The shore here being a huge dome that extended miles around the castle and the lake. It was the wards for the school, something he had only ever seen before from the air. Here on the lake, their view was awesome and huge and magnificent. He opened his eyes, realizing they were almost there. The boats pulled up to a dock inside a tunnel at the base of the castle, and all the students jumped out in excitement. Harry was near the middle of the group as they ascended the stairs and went down a hallway, finally coming up on Professor McGonagall waiting before the entrance to the Great Hall. A croak sounded from a hallway to their side, and excited Neville pushed his way through the students with a loud cry of "Trevor." Harry was glad the boy had found his pet, and also that he wouldn't have to explain to Hedwig that he had volunteered her for a slow flight, carrying a huge toad. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat for their attention, bringing their heads around. The witch was wearing emerald green robes with a large pointed hat. Harry had not seen her that dressed up since she came with the professors to retrieve him. At that reminder, Harry scowled a bit, only for Hermione to nudge him in the side with an open look on her face. Harry shook his head and listened as McGonagall began to speak. "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Tonight is the sorting ceremony, where each and every one of you will be sorted into the house where you are most suited. The sorting is very important, as it decides where you will sleep, who you will be living with, who you will attend classes with, and what house teams you are allowed to join." At this, she paused, glancing them all over. Harry caught sight of Draco smirking next to two boys who looked to be several grades higher, standing much taller and more muscular than those they were next to. Harry frowned, before looking back at McGonagall as she continued speaking. "The four houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has a noble history, and each has seen outstanding witches and wizards pass through its house. While at Hogwarts, every good point you receive will earn you house points, and each punishment lose your house points to compete in the year-long House Cup competition. There will also be smaller competitions for second years and up to compete in, such as academia, Quidditch, and dueling. You are welcome to watch such sports take place and cheer for your house teams. I am sure you will all be a credit to the house that welcomes you." Once more the professor looked them all over. Harry was a bit of the mind that that last sentence was something of a threat. The others must have got that vibe too, for many shifted and looked down guiltily, as if they had already broken the rules. Finally, the professor told them the ceremony would start soon, and she walked off towards the great hall. Harry looked around at all the others, watching as conversation broke out loudly, people speculating about what kind of test the sorting would have, some even mentioning trolls and written exams. Harry wrinkled his nose in amusement, sure that they would all be relieved to know it was just a silly old hat. Hermione nudged him on the left as screams broke out on the side of the group. Several ghosts had filed in the midst of an argument about a wayward poltergeist named Peeves. Harry had already had the misfortune to meet the fellow, and so found himself nodding agreement as Sir Nicholas, who possessed the most unfortunate nickname of nearly Headless Nick, told the friar that Peeves deserved to be kicked from the school. Hermione gawked, mumbling under her breath about ghosts and how they were not corporeal. It sounded almost like a prayer. He turned to her and spoke softly. "It's all right, they are great once you get to know them. I mean, most of them are." Hermione looked at him, eyes wide. "Have you met them before?" "How?" Harry fidgeted before speaking with a sigh. "Yeah, well, I'm kind of a ward of the school. Well, starting this summer. I've been here about a month. They took me to ride the train so I wouldn't feel left out. You know." Hermione nodded, though she looked surprised. Also a flicker of jealousy shone from her eyes. She spoke enviously. "I bet you just love having access to the library all summer, what I wouldn't give." She drifted off, blushing. Harry laughed and smirked. "Well, that's the best part, I have to say." Hermione laughed along with him. Then she asked him, her voice low, "So you know what the sorting ceremony is?" Harry grinned. "Yep." Hermione frowned, nudging him. "Tell me." Harry laughed again, shoving her back. "I promised the headmaster I wouldn't tell." Hermione looked at him eagerly, her eyes alight. "You've met Headmaster Dumbledore?" "Oh, of course you have." "Oh, I have so many questions." Just as Hermione must have been about to launch into those very questions, Professor McGonagall returned with a clearing of her throat. She directed them to form a line and gestured her wand towards the great doors, sending them the signal to open. Harry saw the light sail forth, merge with the ingrained metal and wood, and send a signal almost like watching a key turn a lock. The doors opened slowly, massive and heavy, dragging across the ground with a grumbling sound. All Harry's summer long those doors had remained open. He figured perhaps that they were only closed for this very ceremony. But why would such doors need to lock at all? His mind was turned from the puzzle by the gasps of awe when the students saw the ceiling. Hermione muttered about reading about the charms made to make such a sight. Harry smiled fondly, his heart warming. Already this place was beginning to feel like home, and he felt an almost ownership of the place. As if, by being here in the summer, he was someone special. The others had finally gotten a glimpse of the old battered hat from the headmaster's office. It sat on a small stool at the front of the hall, right before the staff table. All the staff sat there, many of whom he had not met. The tables were already set, empty dishes laid out in neat rows. Empty seats were at the end of the 4 great tables that had been laid out. It was much different from when Harry had eaten there in the summer, when just one table was laid out, and those staff who wished had joined him for meals. Suddenly, a loud song burst out form in front of him, and he whipped his head around to see in awe that it was the battered hat. It sang in a gruff voice, much like he would have imagined it would. It sang about its function, to sort them all, and about how nothing could be hidden from its sight. It then described each house in turn. Finally, it ended its song with a pointed bow in the direction of each house, and was thanked with thunderous applause. Harry was relieved he wouldn't have to worry about hiding any of his secrets from the device. Mr. Steele was more right than he knew to know that hiding Harry's mind was imperative. Professor McGonagall pulled out a long list and began to read off names in alphabetical order. Each one was to sit on the stool, have the hat placed on their head, and be sorted. Many were sorted in a mere moment. Others took perhaps a minute or so. After each house was called out, the respective house applauded, some lazily, others with much more enthusiasm. McGonagall soon called out for Susan Bones, whom Harry had ridden with on the ride over, to come up. She was rapidly placed in Hufflepuff to the girls' apparent delight, something Harry noted with relief. They hadn't gotten along very well in the boat. The Gryffindors appeared to be in a competition with Hufflepuff to see who could applaud the loudest, and with the help of 2 twin red heads that looked similar to Ron, were definitely winning. Harry felt his heart warm, glad he was going to such a friendly-looking place. Suddenly McGonagall called out, "Granger, Hermione." And Hermione dashed up with an eager look on her face. The hat was placed on her head, and a loud Gryffindor burst out from the brim of the hat. Hermione's face beamed at him, her steps light as she skipped to her new table. Those sitting next to her welcomed her animatedly. Harry smiled, glad he would be with his new friend. When Neville finally skulked up there, tripping on the stairs and still holding his toad, the hat took its sweet time to sort him. People had just begun to get restless when the hat finally placed him in Gryffindor. Harry tried to smile and wave at the shy boy, but he kept his head down, forgetting to even take off the hat. Professor McGonagall swiped it off his head at the last moment, causing gales of laughter to come from the school. The boy's face flushed an ever brighter shade of red. Harry just shook his head. Then suddenly Draco's name was called, and Harry paid more attention, watching as the blonde swaggered past him with a smirk. The confident boy had barely sat down when the hat screamed, "Slytherin," at the top of its lungs. Harry didn't even think the hat had touched his hair. He smiled and waved as Draco headed toward his table, receiving a nod in return. Perhaps it was not cool to wave, Harry reflected after he had passed. Not soon joined Draco in Slytherin, a fact which did not surprise Harry at all. It would figure the boy would do so, with his opinions and family. Nothing less than Slytherin would do. Suddenly the names were getting into the PS, and Harry stood straighter, nervous. "Potter, Harry," McGonagall suddenly called out, and the hall went silent, everyone craning forward for a look. Harry tried not to hunch as he walked toward the hat. This was going to be simple, easy, Gryffindor done. He swallowed and sat on the bench, closing his eyes just as McGonagall placed the hat on his head. He felt the hat move on his head. A humming noise emanated slightly from its brim. He swallowed, opening up his magical sight like he had done on the ride to the castle. Light shone from all sides, from all the wizards and witches, from the walls, the wands, the plates and silverware, and closest of all, from the very hat that sat on his head. He reached out slightly as he had done with his wand, carefully touching a sliver of his magic to that hovering in the leathery old hat. And suddenly the magic reached back, like a hand grabbing his, and a voice boomed in his head, cheery, old, a little rough around the edges. Finally, I wondered if there was a soul swimming around in that ocean of a mind. About to get seasick, I was, all that rolling and splashing and howling. I almost felt wet. Almost made me give in and put you where I was told to put you, a matter I was most displeased with, let me tell you. Why I never, being told not to sort a child, but to place them, most unprofessional, the hat rambled. Harry felt panic light up inside him. "You can read my mind?" he questioned, mind in a panic. The hat spoke up, voice chiding. Whoa there, calm down before I lose you. I don't think a mermaid could read your sea of thought, child, nonetheless an old hat like me. Your mind, as you put it, is very well and safe. It's a good thing that's not the only thing I need to sort you, as some wizards seem to be under the impression. Harry felt his eyes widen behind the brim, surprised. What do you mean? I was told I could not be sorted, that you read the mind of us to tell where we were most likely to go. Well, I do, of course, read minds. Thoughts tell a lot about a student in the now, the immediate, who they are. But their magic now, that's another story. It tells who they will be, who their soul aligns with. It's the magic that speaks the truth, now though, of course, it is never as simple as that. Suddenly another pressure was put on his mind, dread hissing in agitation. Who is this filthy voice, this plaything, slithering in where it does not belong? Out! Harry tried to calm the snake, though it only backed off a little, mental tongue tasting the magical signature of the hat. The hat was silent for a moment, leading Harry to wonder if it had indeed been forced out, but then it spoke. Most interesting indeed, Mr. Potter. Your magic is very interesting indeed. Haven't heard two voices inside a head in quite a while, let me tell you. I love my job, always seeing new thoughts, though it would be nice to get out every once in a while. Gryffindor used to wear me outside a lot, you know. Harry heard a low murmur starting up, and began to wonder how long he had been sitting here under the hat. He growled for the hat to hurry up and put him in Gryffindor so he could get off the stool and eat. The hat growled right back. I'll take my sweet time, boy, my own sweet time. Sorting is serious business. And you are unique in more than one way, I can tell. Your magic is wide open, already following another path. Haven't seen such a thing in many, many generations. Always such people were intelligent, creatures of Ravenclaw. They knew the power of study, the intelligence required to amass power. You would not be as far as you are, would not be alive, without that intelligence. Of course, it took an unhealthy dose of bravery to even step onto such a path, and so Gryffindor would be proud of your lion heart. I would know, I was his hat. Stupid brave, Hufflepuff called it. And dear Helga would have loved you, your loyalty, oh yes. I can see it here in your magic, a light that cannot be quenched. You would do well in Hufflepuff. Harry began to panic, feeling events spiraling outside his control. He thought rapidly of some way to convince the hat to not put him there. Before he could speak, the hat rambled on, talking mostly to itself, but to him as well. Speaking fast, as if it knew that Harry would argue, as if Harry perhaps did have some choice, but it wasn't going to give him the chance to use it. Of course, loyalty might be your drive. Still, I can see here something else. No, you are on a quest, are you not? Your magic yearns, it does, I can see it. Its light so bright under my hat. Can they see it too, I wonder? Stars, a moon, something close to a sun, maybe, and soon, oh yes, soon. The hat rambled on, Harry trying to follow but lost. And Phoenix song, how extraordinary. To match venom and flame, why only Slytherin would have thought of such a match. Your magic yearns, it shines, it burns. Mr. Potter. The hat suddenly said, and Harry stopped his frantic tapping of his foot, focused once more on the hat as its rambling stopped. Mr. Potter. Yes, he questioned nervously. He heard the voices rising louder around him, Dumbledore saying something, McGonagall responding, a dull cacophony of sound that he could not understand. You are a mix, Mr. Potter, and no mistake. You would be happy, I believe, anywhere you go. Perhaps you could even be powerful. Complete your quest. But your magic, this path you have started on, there is only one place you will be truly accepted with it. Only one place you will not have to stay hidden, where you can be free. And freedom is a great power all its own. Harry held his breath. He thought frantically, Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. Do you not want freedom? I think you do. I cannot see your mind, but your magic, it longs for its freedom to not be caged inside. Dread was hissing now, an accompaniment to Harry's chanting, a hiss that agreed with the hat about freedom and the feeling of scales on earth, of prey to be followed, of the fang into flesh, the swift strike. The noise reached a pitch, and he could hear loud footsteps walking around the staff table behind him, walking towards him, could almost see a shining hand reaching for the hat on his head. I seem to be out of time to convince you, Mr. Potter, so I will sort you where you need to go, and the magic you possess most definitely belongs to Slytherin. The hat roared the word, Harry's ears ringing with it, all outside sounds stopping. He reached up and ripped the hat off his head, eyes wide. Dumbledore stood beside him, McGonagall on his other side, both shocked. The headmaster's eyes locked on his, a ghostly hand reaching out as if to touch but stopping, torn away by a furious current. He turned his eyes away, sat dumbly on the stool, eyes looking out over the silent student body. They all looked shocked, most of the Slytherins outright antagonistic. He had destroyed their Dark Lord. Who was he to enter their lair? Suddenly movement, a solitary blonde figure standing, clapping, beckoning. He felt the hat being lifted from his limp fingers as he stood, beginning to walk toward the table on the far left of the hall. As if momentum had been started, the whole table slowly followed suit, reluctant. He saw Ron Weasley glaring at him in triumphant revenge, mouthing the word evil to his companions, and looked down at the floor. The minute he sat, the clapping stopped as if a switch had been flipped, some turning away from him, some curiously looking. Harry only stared at the plate in front of him, ears burning, mind in turmoil. This was not the way it was supposed to be. He was supposed to go to Gryffindor, where he would be safe. In a tower, so he had a window, so he could fly, not locked in a dungeon with only the lake for scenery. And now he had to deal with Snape, that vicious man who hated him, who had obliviated Mr. Steele. How was Fawkes going to visit? The questions kept coming in misery, Harry no longer paying attention as the sorting continued, lost in his self-pity. He heard Ron being put into Gryffindor and sunk farther down into his chair. Ron Weasley could get into Gryffindor, and he could not. What was wrong with the world? A hand on his shoulder startled him, and he looked up to meet Blaze's smiling eyes, and the boy then sat daintily next to Harry, spreading out his robes and looking dignified. He looked across at Draco, who had been trying to get his attention as well. The blonde then spoke, whispering. "Well done, Harry. I know you had it in you." Blaze agreed, nudging him in the side. Harry tried to smile, half-hearted. Suddenly, the dark-haired boy gestured up the hall, and Harry turned to see Professor McGonagall lifting the hat and stool away, Dumbledore once more seated in the center of the staff table. The older man's eyes were on his, concerned and questioning. Then the man stood, slowly, a smile melting onto his face, crinkles around his eyes. A mask, Harry thought, and easy as pie for him to put on. He found himself frowning as Dumbledore welcomed the students, and then spouted off 4 nonsense words that seemed to mean nothing. Everyone clapped and cheered, except most of the Slytherins and Harry, who only stared at the old man and wondered. He heard Draco mutter under his breath, "He's mad." Blaze turned and whispered back, a hard edge to his voice. "He's powerful." Harry could only agree. He had read, in one of his novels, of the fine line between genius and insanity. He supposed all wizards could be said to totter on the edge of it, especially those who, like Dumbledore, had lived over a century with great power. Before he could comment, all the dishes around him filled with food, and his stomach immediately rumbled. He began to serve himself, slowly and cautiously, taking signals from those around him. Apparently table manners were definitely a Slytherin thing, as he noticed many carefully spooning small portions and eating slowly with mouths closed. It made the Slytherin table appear quieter, different from the others who were rambunctiously digging in. Already, Slytherin was set apart. He wanted to groan, but instead ate, listening half-heartedly to Dread mumbling about real food and living prey, and to Draco and Blaze and 2 girls sitting next to them discussing upcoming classes. Apparently the girl next to Draco, Pansy Parkinson, and the one next to Blaze, Daphne Greengrass, were both looking forward to charms, while Draco and Blaze argued for potions and transfiguration, respectively. Harry swallowed a bite, then hesitantly spoke up, trying to at least be social to what was now his new housemates. "I think charms will be great, but don't even think about history of magic. It's taught by a ghost, and all he wants to ramble about is the Goblin Wars." The 4 turned to look at him, Draco and Blaze smiling, the 2 girls with neutral looks on their faces. Draco spoke, eyeing them. "You're talking about Binns, right? My dad says he was teaching when he was in Slytherin." The other 3 nodded, apparently already knowing this information as well. Harry looked down, scooping up more food as the conversation continued without him. The rest of dinner passed that way, small conversations popping up here and there, mostly reserved and polite. Harry felt lost again, and looked yearningly over at Gryffindor table, where Hermione was animatedly discussing something with those sitting next to her. At least that table seemed to be having fun. He glanced from there up to the staff table. The professors were all eating, some talking to others, most merely glancing down. Hagrid seemed to be deep into a goblet, much like he usually was during the summer. Headmaster Dumbledore was talking to Professor McGonagall, their faces giving away anxiety. Harry had an inkling that he himself must be the target of that conversation. His eyes moved past them to see Professor Snape talking to another professor he had not met yet, a white man dressed in resplendent scarlet robes edged in gold and wearing a dark red turban. It happened as suddenly as his eyes laid on the two of them there, the fingers ghosting forward, grasping, grabbing, eager and hungry. He let out a low grunt, mem flaring to life on his forehead. His hand reaching up to grasp it, the sharp pain such a surprise. And then it was gone. He held in any other sign of the lingering pain, slowly lowering his hand as if he had merely scratched an itch. He then turned to Blaise, easily interrupting their conversation as his mind whirled. Who is that professor there, talking to Professor Snape? Blaise looked, eyebrows drawn together. He turned to the other three, and the girl, Pansy, spoke up haughtily. That's Professor Quirrell. He teaches defense against the dark arts. My cousin, she had him a few years ago, said he was wonderful. Apparently he was injured in some battle with vampires and came back here to teach. Not sure how, though. Harry nodded, before looking once more up at the table. The two were no longer talking, each instead eating while glancing over the hall. Harry felt no more stinging. He was certain, though, that it had been Quirrell, not Snape, to try and grab his mind. When Snape had done so before, it had been with much more subtlety, a changing approach designed to slip past any barriers, silently. This attempt had been designed to slam right through them, to cause pain on purpose. And whoever it was, they were a master as well at what they did, to not need direct eye contact. He found himself grinning savagely at the thought of the nasty headache they probably had after coming into contact with his own mind. If Mem hadn't dissuaded them, Samux certainly had. He remembered it before, when Snape had been inside his thoughts, the dark wings flickering down, the bloody fanged smile. Harry! He turned to Blaise, and the other boy almost flinched, holding it back at the last minute. Harry's eyes had seemed to be lit from within, a slight trick of the light. It was gone in a moment. Harry met the boy's eyes, about to ask what was wrong, when he heard motion at the staff table. He turned just as Headmaster Dumbledore began to rise, once more gaining the attention of the hall. Ahem, now that all your bellies are filled, I have a few more words to leave with you. First years should know that the forest is off limits to all pupils. A few of our older students should remember that as well. The twins from Gryffindor laughed as they were ribbed by a few fellows sitting next to them. The headmaster continued. Also, no magic is to be used in the corridors between classes. Mr. Filch would most appreciate this. Quidditch trials will be held, as always, the second week of term. Finally, he paused slightly, looking around, his face no longer smiling but deadly serious. Finally, I must tell you that the third-floor corridor is strictly off-limits to all who do not wish to die a most painful death. It was a dire warning, causing some to laugh, thinking perhaps it was a joke. But Harry felt a sort of resonance throughout the hall, a foreboding. He told himself to most definitely stay away from there. Suddenly Dumbledore smiled again, throwing up his hands. Now let's sing the school song. What followed was horrific, to say the least. As Dumbledore set out the words with a banner conjured by his wand, the school began to sing, each following a different tune. Once again, most Slytherins did not participate, a solemn, bleak presence. Gryffindor was loudest of all, with those same red-haired twins finishing at a low funeral march. Harry reflected on the spectacle as students clapped and cheered, happy and revived. He could see their magic sparkling with joy at the silliness, the revelry. It flickered up to the ceiling, brushed the walls, to be taken in by the school itself, a sentience Harry could not begin to fathom. And then it was over, and they were dismissed from the hall. Prefects, students from 5th year and up given extra responsibly and respect, from every house stood, beckoning to the first years as the other years filed out quickly, laughing and talking loudly. Once the noise had faded slightly, the female prefect for Slytherin, Gemma Farley, briskly commanded the first years to follow her to their dormitory. They did so, Harry giving a last glance back towards the other houses. He then straightened his spine and his mind, determined to no longer mourn what would obviously not be. He was in Slytherin now, so he had to play the part. He would have to be much more careful as well. Farley led them down towards the dungeon, on the far side of the school from where the library, and Harry's summer rooms were. He had never explored this side of the school, preferring the halls and corridors above ground. He had never been one for dark underground places, and already he felt slightly creeped out. Farley pointed out the potions classroom, then their head of house's office as they passed by. Harry frowned, reminded that he would now have to deal with Professor Snape on a daily basis. He hoped the man might like him more now, as one of his Slytherins. He wished he could have seen the man's face when he was sorted. Farley stopped in front of a portrait of a soft grey snake, slowly winding its way out of the embers of a dying fire. The snake reared up as they approached, and Harry finally identified it as an ashwander, a magical snake that consisted of pure leftover magical residue, which would coalesce from magical fires left unchecked. It would live for perhaps an hour to two, only enough time to lay eggs in some darkened corner of the house. As its body turned once more to ash and dust, its eggs would burn ever hotter, until they eventually burst into flame. This usually resulted in the destruction of whatever building the foolish wizard had left such a fire burning in. He found it odd that Slytherin, supposedly representing the element of water, would pick a serpent representing fire to be the portrait guarding its common room. He liked it. Farley got all their attention, pointing imperiously to the soiled serpent. This here is what we like to call Ignes. Ignes is the portrait of an ashwander snake, and as such has been forbidden to leave its portrait to visit the others due to an unfortunate accident. So no worries about an empty portrait. You will speak the password of the week to Ignes, and if you are correct, you will gain admittance to our common room. If you are wrong, Ignes will turn to dust and not respawn until exactly 1 hour later. I suggest for your sakes, and those who wish to gain entrance after you, that you do not forget your password. She looked sternly around at them all before continuing. Ignes burns every 7 hours for 7 minutes. This makes it quite random, unfortunately, as there are 24 hours in a day. You will learn when Ignes burns. He will not be available until an hour after such a burning. If this confuses you, I suggest you research ashwanders. If you absolutely must gain admittance during such a time, or when that time falls near curfew, a simple knock will allow anyone inside to hear you. Now, our common room is located under the Black Lake. Do not be startled by the green light coming through the windows. We are under water, but the glass is heavily enchanted to prevent any breaks or cracks, so do not fear. Harry already feared very much. He did not like being down here, not at all. Farley then spoke the password loud so all could hear. Apiria. Open. How original, Harry thought with a grin. The snake hissed, tongue flickering as the portrait slowly swung open. Farley paused once more before she led them inside. The password changes weekly. It will be posted inside the common room for you to see every Sunday. Memorize it. Girls, you will follow me to the right. Boys, you will enter the stairs down to your left. Harry followed Draco as the boy stepped through the door. The common room was large, but every table, chair, and wall seemed to have hints of serpents inscribed at it. Harry wondered wildly how long he could keep his Parseltongue a secret in such a place. Most things were embossed in silver, though the wood was a deep cherry color. A huge fireplace consisted of 2 serpents rising up, poised to strike. It reminded him of dread when it was still a simple ritual knife. No green glow came from the windows, as the prefect had mentioned. Instead, the room was lit with a few floating globes of light. They could still see, but it was a low light. The students who sat on the sofas had light pouring forth from wands sitting on tables or chairs. Harry reminded himself to learn that spell quickly. Draco hesitated inside, staring around with wonder. Suddenly someone bumped into him from behind, and Harry turned to see Nat smirk at Draco and saunter past, heading down the stairs into the boys' side of the dormitory. Harry and Draco shared looks and followed. The stairs led down, small windows giving off only a dark green tint, probably because it was dark outside. Between those, more globes glowed, their light too bright to look directly into. The first door on the left was embossed with the number 1 in elegant script. Harry looked curiously down the stairs farther, before a voice behind him startled him. It was Blaise. They put the first and second years here on the 2nd level. Below that, down those stairs, are the 3rd and 4th, then farther down the 5th and 6th. Harry nodded, before asking about the 7th years. Blaise grinned, showing a full set of perfect white teeth. We are lucky. The 7th years get their own rooms, accessible by a single door on the 5th level down. You speak your password, open the door, and it's your room. It's some sort of portal, kind of like the platform. My mum says that the 7th years are given secret words that can port you straight up to different rooms in Hogwarts too, so you don't have to use the stairs. Harry's eyes widened, excited. It seemed there would be some perks to this after all. In a few years, anyway. He sighed and followed the boy into the room, where a long row of beds and dressers lined up on the right side, while the left had large windows and tables. Must be for studying, Harry thought with a sigh, before he saw Nat smirking from the bed he had chosen, closest to the door. Harry merely smiled at him, and the boy looked down and away. Harry headed instead down towards the end of the room, stopping and picking up his trunk on the way from where it had been laid at the foot of a bed. The last bed at the end had another window beside it, looking out into the dark reaches of the lake. Harry once more groaned and wished for the surface, feeling trapped down below the ground. He lifted his trunk with a grunt up onto the bed, before sitting on it and looking down the line. Blaise had followed him and set his trunk on the bed beside him, with Draco on the third one. On the two beds between Draco's and Nat's, the two boys Draco had been standing with earlier were putting their stuff down. The large boys had not introduced themselves or spoken during dinner, staying to themselves and shadowing Draco. Harry turned and asked Blaise who they were quietly. The boy scoffed, his eyes disdainful. Those two are Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Their families are bound to the Malfoys, something to do with politics, if you know what I mean. Dumb as doorknobs, I say, too much inbreeding. He said this with a pointed look, leading Harry to reflect back on his speech from earlier on the train. He simply shrugged and turned away, reaching for his trunk. He flicked a look back, saw Blaise busy with his own stuff, and quickly swiped the, once again bloody, Gringotts handkerchief. The trunk clicked open with a snap, and he opened the top and began to pull out his clothes, placing them inside the dresser. His books and school supplies went into the desk across from his bed. He then placed the potion ingredient kit onto the floor next to the window, the scales and telescope both folded up in a bottom drawer. After this, he made sure his extracurricular books were in order in one compartment in the trunk before closing it with another snick and sliding it underneath his bed, on the window side. If he needed anything, he would merely pull it out and open it, from the privacy behind his bed. He glanced at the others, sitting on his bed dully. He was tired, alone. He sent a quiet good night to Blaise, looked over at Draco still fussing with his school supplies, then climbed into his bed, pulling the curtains around it closed. He changed behind them, pulling off his underclothes and slipping into pajamas before sinking into the plump covers. That night, his dreams were haunted by the ever-present green light. Mr. Steele slowly walked up to the front door of his furniture shop, leaning heavily on his cane. He was flanked by two younger men dressed impeccably in suits. He knew they were armed and did his best to ignore them. It had been part of the agreement to let him come here to be guarded. They did not want him to simply disappear as easily as his memory had already done so. He was valuable, they said. He was the key. He entered the glass doors, the two slipping in behind him. There was a rustle, a breathless voice calling out, "Just a minute." And then a young blonde-haired boy came around the corner, face flushed. His eyes fell on them and his smile dimmed, his eyes going wide. Then he let out a wordless exclamation and came blundering over to him, slamming into him with a hug, sobbing. "What's going on?" Another question, slightly angry, impatient. This time it was an older boy, on the edge of being a man, his voice deepening. His black hair was slicked back from his face, and a frown graced his mouth. When he saw Steele, he stopped dead. He observed them for a minute, Steele's arms around the young boy and the two guards behind them. Then he turned his face, slightly calling up the stairs. "Care!" The mic met Steele's eyes, furious. "What the hell took you so long?" Mr. Steele felt a bit at a loss. The boy in his arms, tiny, bent back, looking up into his face. Mr. Steele just wordlessly shook his head. Then movement behind Mike, a sandy-haired boy peeking around, freckles suddenly sharp against a deathly pale face. Care looked them over, looked at the guards behind them, and then asked softly, "Can you join us in the upper rooms? Alone?" He said the last, glancing over the two men. The one on the left hesitated, but the other nodded sharply. Mr. Steele was led forward by Tiny, following the other two of 2 flights of stairs into a wide living room. He sat welcomely, wordlessly, waiting for the questions. He did not have to wait long. Mike repeated what he had said earlier. What the hell took you so long? It's been a month. We were worried sick. How has Harry been? What are those two men doing downstairs? Are they wizards? Are we being monitored? The boy finished in a rush, face now flushed and equally confused as angry. Mr. Steele paused, looking over at Tiny for a second before meeting Care's eyes. He sighed and then began. Let me finish this before you ask more. He paused, waited for nods, one eager from Tiny, furious from Mike, and calm from Care. I came to myself the morning of the 1st of August, a very early morning, supposing perhaps I had fallen asleep, or just plain fallen. I made myself a cup of juice, and proceeded to go up to bed. On the way, my attention was caught by a solitary note lying upon my computer. Upon that note was written the words in my hand, "Who is Harry Potter?" I did not know what this meant. I flipped the picture over, only to see to my amazement a picture of all of us in front of that same cabin, with my own hands around a boy I no longer remembered. Tiny let out a sob, shoulders beginning to heave. Mike slid over close to him on the couch, putting an arm around him. Care only waited, sitting, hands folded in his lap. He had known, suspected. Something had gone terribly wrong. Steele continued. I immediately activated some safeguards I had in place. The cabin has been raised, I am afraid, to prevent us from being followed. Fire, more than anything, can prevent latent traces of our presence that the magical beings can detect. I had apparently also written a book, which I have read, but gaps were left that I cannot figure out, and that is why I am here with a guard. To find out what I was not telling myself. What have I hidden? Who is Harry Potter to the wizarding world? He said the last, echoing the very question that had kept him up for many nights. Tiny began to talk, but Care motioned him to silence. Mike leaned in, whispering in his ears. Care spoke, softly, confidently. Harry was to be picked up by his wizarding school the night of his birthday. The wizards must have considered you a liability. I now see the wisdom of us leaving the day before. As to what, or who Harry is, that depends on you, Mr. Steele. You were what made him do the things he did, could not help doing. Did you write about that? Mr. Steele merely stared blankly at a loss. Sure, he had taught the boy books of magic, and how to read the stars, and how to lie and how to hide. His blank stare must have been enough, for Care spoke again after once more motioning for silence, this time at Mike, who looked absolutely furious. I think perhaps you did love him more than you ever loved us. But we were all just a means to an end for you, this discovery of the magical world hidden from all mere humans. You discarded us when Harry came, just as you made him do things that scar me to remember. And then we had to clean up after the mess, the blood and tears. We had to witness the agony, the mental fatigue and pain, the helplessness. I suppose we will never now know how you really felt. But why, should we now tell you anything about Harry? Why do you deserve to know? Steele sat back, his shoulders slumped, pain shooting up his bad leg. It was perhaps then that the best thing that could have happened did, a peck on the window, as if a bird was trying to get in. They all turned, looking, and beheld a most wonderful sight, a pure white owl looking in on them. Tiny gasped in wonder, but it was Mike who stood and walked over, opening the window, letting the bird inside to fly its way over to Steele. He gingerly took the letter, after which the owl flew back over to perch on the back of a couch beside Tiny's amazed eyes. Its own bright yellow gaze rested solely on Steele. He opened it with trembling hands, then let it slip through his fingers once he finished, tears beginning to fall. Care picked it up off the floor, his own eyes reading over it. Then he put it down, looking at Mr. Steele with that same calm gaze that spoke of a wisdom beyond his years. What are you going to say to him? Care asked, his voice level. Mike grunted as he snatched the letter in turn, Tiny jumping up to come over and read it as well. Steele just shook his head, sitting there, wiping off his face with the back of one gnarled hand. Tiny began to laugh, bouncing. He's safe, he's happy, and he's got the most awesome owl ever. Tiny looked over at Hedwig with adoring eyes, to which the owl preened its feathers. He giggled, reaching out one timid finger. The owl ignored him with good grace as he gingerly touched her chest before snatching his hand back in glee. Tiny then leaned down, meeting her yellow eyes. He said you're a special owl. That must mean you're smart, I bet. Can you take more than one letter, Hedwig? If I wrote one too? Hedwig fluffed her feathers, and then slowly, statefully, leaned forward in what could pass for a full-body nod. Tiny pumped his fist in the air in excitement. "You're the best owl ever. I'm going to go write a letter." And shot from the room, leaving chilly silence in his wake. Mike sat again, this time beside Care, across from Steele. Finally, Care spoke again. "We will all write him letter, let him know we miss him and are glad he is safe. I suppose you no longer know where you plan to meet up with him." When he saw Steele's solemn nod, he continued, "This implies Harry gets out for a summer break. I say we give him a meeting place for 3 different dates during the summer, all in a different, busy place. If Harry can meet us, he can. If he can't, he can't. We will each write one date in our letter and not let the others of us know. Mike, you do one day in June. I'll do July. Mister, you do August." Mr. Steele nodded, unsure of himself in front of this confident man. Care had truly grown up. He had taken control easily, seamlessly, leaving Mr. Steele feeling old and out of the loop. He sat there as the boys made plans, as they wrote their letters, his own pen still on his blank paper. Finally, he felt the sofa dip beside him and looked over into Tiny's sad eyes. "Do you really not remember anything?" He shook his head, and Tiny spoke again softly. "Well, I know you had to love him. I saw you cry once after Harry left your office before one of his things. People only cry if they care." Mr. Steele nodded, unable to speak, unable to say that sometimes people cry because they know they are doing something horrible and cannot stop. Tiny left as he began to write, haltingly. When they were done, they tied the 4 letters together with some strong fishing twine Mike dug up from a deep drawer. Then with one last fond farewell from Tiny, Hedwig winged out the window, growing tinier in the sky. "What now?" came the question from Mike, looking at Mr. Steele. He sighed, standing, his cane held loosely in his limp hand. "You will not tell me the truth. They will not let me stay. I will try to come again soon to visit. Everything in hand here." The boys nodded, shrugging, each looking at each other in turn. Tiny obviously wanted to say something, but was prevented from doing by Mike. Care stopped him as he began to descend the stairs with a hand on his elbow, and he quietly whispered in his ear, "There is a quote I read that I believe you should think on. You always did so love your books, Mr. Steele. If you live among dogs, keep a stick. After all, this is what a hound has teeth for, to bite. Lose your guard. Meet me 2 blocks over at the corner with the pub 1 month from now. We will talk." Mr. Steele nodded, forced a smile on his face, and descended the stairs. After a last farewell he left, once more shadowed by 2 men, their eyes locked on his frame. The start of term that year had been on the 1st of September, which happened to fall on a Friday. As such, the first years were given the weekend to settle in and get used to the castle before classes began, on the next Monday. Their class schedules were given out Saturday morning, to many groans. Draco muttered about potions with Gryffindors, which had Harry smiling. He hoped he could manage to sit with Hermione. She was a nice girl and looked not a little smart. He was sure she would be an excellent partner. He had been told by Daphne that it was important in potions to have the right partner, as they would be making the potions together. The rest of that day, Harry wandered about with Blaise and Draco, shadowed by Crabbe and Goyle. The 2 boys still hadn't spoken, preferring to talk to one another in grunts and half-syllables. It did give off the impression of unintelligence, though Harry saw a gleam in their eyes more than once that belied there was more to this than met the eye. He had looked for Hermione but not seen her. Even in the library she had been so eager to visit. At lunch, everyone sat with their own classmates, which led him to ask a second year if that was always so. He got a superior look back. "Slytherins stay with Slytherins." He had nodded, though his heart sank. There goes friendship opportunities with the other houses. He looked about, but he didn't know enough of the other houses to know if any intermingling was taking place. They explored more after lunch, before Harry excused himself to go to the library to research. He stayed there for several hours, hoping to meet with Hermione before giving up and going to dinner. He passed this glumly, before seeing Hermione sitting just as respondent at her own table. He made eye contact and got a timid smile back. He waved and was about to try and mouth something when a sharp elbow hit him in the side. He looked over at Draco with a frown as the blonde frowned back at him angrily. "Why are you waving at a mudblood?" Harry immediately frowned, the air colder and prickling his skin. Draco shivered, but his eyes stayed focused. Harry spoke harshly back. "Why shouldn't I?" Draco looked confounded. "Well, because she's, you know." "Oh, just say it." Blaise interrupted, his eyes confrontational. She is a lesser sort. Harry comes from a muggle family. Will never be as good as Draco here, just like Nat said. Draco flushed, remembering the argument on the train and how Harry had abruptly ended it. He spoke quickly, hoping to switch some of the blame. Oh, come off it, Blaze. You would no more dirty yourself with one than I would. The dark boy grimaced, his face slightly embarrassed. Well, my mother would never let. Harry shook his head, interrupting the both of them with finality. I will make friends with whomever I please. The two boys stared at him, Draco with embarrassed anger and Blaze with reluctant admiration. Draco fervently whispered to him, his tone trying to convince him. Harry, you can't consort with them, and especially not Gryffindors. The older years will have your head. Slytherins are supposed to be united. It's us against them. Harry simply shook his head, denying the argument. Slytherins set themselves apart on purpose, and you wonder why the other houses don't like us. People fear what they do not know, and I'm friends with Hermione. At least, he hoped he was, if he could ever find her. Draco grimaced and turned away, giving Harry the cold shoulder. Blaze nodded to him sympathetically, though he didn't take Harry's side nor deny Draco's accusation. Harry looked at his plate, furious. Was this the way it was going to be? Was he not going to be allowed to make friends with other houses? After dinner, he stalked up towards the astronomy tower, even though he was reminded of curfew in a swift whisper by Blaze. He nodded, but continued anyway. He might not have time to fly, but he needed some air. There was something about that height that soothed his soul. When he got close, the sound of Phoenix song hastened his steps. He entered almost at a run, Fox swooping down from the sky to land on his outstretched wrist. He had not seen the scarlet bird since the sorting, and had been worried the Phoenix was disappointed in his placement in Slytherin. Fox put that doubt to rest at once, singing his unique thought song, his feathered wing outstretched to brush his side. He leaned in towards the heat wafting from those feathers, closing his eyes and enjoying how the writhing magic reflected the stars in the sky. Suddenly Fox lifted off, landing on the railing around the tower. He began to question until he noticed a white speck in the sky drawing near. Hedwig. His breath caught in his throat as he watched her draw closer, his eyes locked on the letter clutched in her claws. No letters. There were 4, each bound together. He sat on the side, reading in the glow cast off by Fox. He left Steele's letter till last, fondly and excitedly reading the one from Tiny, Mike, and Care, each congratulating him and asking questions. Tiny wanted to know if he could have an owl too, something Harry made a mental note to find out. Mike told him to stay away from the ladies, which made him flush and scowl, and Care reminded him to study hard but also have fun in school. He found himself smiling, and then gingerly put the precious letters in his pocket. He then opened the letter from Mr. Steele, breath held, eyes bright. He read swiftly, his ears ringing with a loudening Phoenix song, his magic pulsing in agitation. At the end he stood abruptly, startling Fox into the sky, and roared in anger, the letter bursting into emerald flame in his hand. There was a shadow of wings on his back, his magic swollen and taking corporeal form, a hint of feather and steel. When he snuck into his common room many hours later, his eyes were red from tears. Harry Potter, what can I truly say? No, I no longer remember you. There are gaps missing from my recollections, places where you were but a no longer. Things we did but did not do. The boys are disappointed in me, I think, and imply things that I have done but do not remember. They will not tell me who you are in your world, though I can tell you are important. Special, of course you are. Oh, Harry, I can tell I must have loved you like a son. I want to meet with you in August. Write me back and tell me when you think you can make it. We will talk some then. We'll get to know each other again. We can work this out, Harry. I am very excited to know what you have learned from the wizarding world. Please, bring as many books as you can, and perhaps a magical specimen if you can manage it. Also, I think the blood sample is a wonderful idea. I will make sure I come prepared. Learn as much as you can, especially about law and history. We will compare notes when we meet. Try to stay out of the spotlight, and do not draw attention to yourself. I look forward to seeing you. Sincerely, Gerald Steele, to be continued. First classes and Halloween tilde review please. Tilde*. 16. A Current Undersea. Author's note. Many thanks to GJ Mega for editing this. The first-year class schedule is in the forum for this story. I got most of it straight from canon. It suits my purpose. I did mess with the periods during the day a little, having 3 instead of 2, so I could schedule in there some breaks. More like real school. Each period is 2 hours. I changed double potions to Thursday instead of Friday because I thought it was crazy to have kids go from 1 a.m. astronomy class to 9 a.m. charms. Gosh, just asking for trouble. Harry's cheat sheet rune guide, full length on forum, Ankh, the start of the blood magic ritual, holds the magic in other runes in place, allows magic expended to be returned. Repercussions, twice the effort to cast a spell, but the magic is returned after the spell is complete expired, located over the heart. Mem, protects Harry's mind from outside influence or reading, located on top of the scar, center of the forehead. Heth allows a shield to be formed of varying strength, stronger as Harry relegates more magic to its structure, much like a bubble spreading in the air and under the earth. Activation word Heth, located in the center of the left palm. Ein allows Harry to see clearly both magic and far-off places as he wills. Repercussions fixes his eyesight. Located on both sides of his temple, very, very small runes. Monday, September 8th, dawned cloudy and grey. It made the dim light filtering through the lake even darker, and Harry glared at the green window beside his bed as he lay under the sheets. He could hear Blaze beginning to dress, always the first out of bed. Blaze, he figured, did not trust Nut as far as he could throw him, and preferred to leave before the abrasive boy woke up. Harry liked to wait until he was gone before stirring himself, avoiding conversation. Things had been a bit awkward between him and his Slytherin classmates since he had defended his friendship with a muggle-born. It did not help that said muggle-born seemed unaware that such friendship existed, outright avoiding him in classrooms. He hoped Hermione did not think he was evil like the rest of the Gryffindors did, simply because he was in Slytherin. He had been getting dirty, gloating looks from Ron, and had a sinking suspicion the redhead was spreading rumors about him already. When he heard the door snick behind Blaze, he slunk out of bed and into his clothes, laying a hand on the letter clasped in his pocket. Tiny's letter was going to be his good luck charm on his first day of classes. He figured he might need it, with potions being the first class of the day. Their schedule had Slytherins taking potions the most of any class, Monday, Wednesday, and twice on Friday, all with the Gryffindors. He grimaced at the thought of spending time in class with Ron, and slid his robe over his head and headed out, barely sparing a glance for his messy hair. It was getting longer and more unruly now that he was no longer getting the constant haircuts Mr. Steele insisted they all have. At least he had defense against the dark arts to look forward to. Everyone claimed it was an awesome class and that the professor was great. After the mind-reading attempt in the Great Hall, however, Harry was skeptical of these claims. Based on his reading, legilimency, the reading of minds, was illegal except in law enforcement, and a rare skill at that. Why would a great professor break the law and use it on a student? Though perhaps that was standard if the man was as paranoid as they say. He couldn't wait to see the man for himself. He quickly trotted up the stairs and out, heading for the library. There were a few students about, reading various texts. Some apparently liked to get an early start as much as Harry did. His pace sped up when he spotted a familiar bag in the corner. Grinning, Harry slid in the bench across from the girl. Her eyes flew across the text, and he stared until she looked up, startled. He gave her an uncertain smile and greeting. "Hi, Hermione." She slid her book closed, placing her hands on top of it as if it would act as a shield against him. "Hi, Harry." She looked down. Harry shifted slightly before finally just asking what he had wondered desperately about over the weekend. "You've been avoiding me. Do you not want to be friends anymore? I mean, I thought we were, but then." He drifted off as Hermione quickly shook her head, eyes wide. A smile began to light up her face. "You still want to be friends? I thought you would hate me." Ron said that all Slytherins hate Gryffindors, and especially Muggleborns, and... Harry interrupted her, laughing in relief. "Ron, I should have known. No, I'm not like that. I mean, he's right about some Slytherins, I guess. I mean, well, actually, most of them do hate Gryffindors, and the other thing, too. Well, but not me. I mean, I still want to be friends if that's okay with you." Hermione nodded, eyes bright. Harry looked down at the book she was reading, his body relaxing as he realized it had all just been a misunderstanding. "So, what are you reading?" Hermione moved her hands and showed him the book, a guide to magical ingredients. "The others told me Professor Snape is a stickler on reading up beforehand. He expects us to know rudimentary ingredients and potions materials. I already read the school book, so I asked the librarian to point me in the direction of a good companion book, and she said this was the best one on ingredients in potions and how they work together. It's a lot like chemistry, really. That's a muggle study. Harry interrupted her, gesturing towards the book. Yeah, I studied that some. I was homeschooled, and one of the older boys I lived with just loved it. Science, I mean. The periodic table and all that. Do you mind if I look at it with you? I could use all the help I can get. I don't think the professor likes me much. I've looked over the first few chapters in our book, but you're right, it doesn't explain much about the ingredients. Hermione immediately moved over a bit, gesturing. Sure. Harry nodded, before moving from his seat across from her to the one next to her, looking over the book as she opened it back to where she was before. Most common ingredients. He read the chapter title before looking at the list underneath. Hermione took out her wand, taping Bezoar, and the page suddenly flipped through, coming to rest on another page titled Bezoar. Harry whistled as she flushed. That's so neat. How did you learn to do that? Hermione smiled. The librarian, of course. Honestly, boys, you would think more people would simply ask for advice. She teased him with a playful shove. Harry laughed and started reading with her. They spent the next hour like that, laughing over the uses of some of the ingredients, before Harry noticed a lot of students getting up to leave. He pointed it out to Hermione, who gasped and jumped up, throwing things into her bag. It's time for breakfast. And after that, class, we better hurry if we want time to eat. Harry nodded before pausing and asking hesitantly, Hermione, would you like to be my potions partner? I heard we have to team up and all. He drifted off and Hermione smiled, her bushy hair bouncing as she nodded quickly. I would love to. I mean, I heard the same thing, obviously, but the others did not seem too serious about it, and I am a bit, well, I've heard it said I'm bossy. Harry laughed as they continued walking towards the great hall. Bossy. That's just a term people give when they know you are smarter than them and don't want to admit it. He repeated a quote Mike had often told him when the sarcastic boy heard Harry complain. It did the trick, Hermione's smile growing. When they reached the hall, Hermione waved and they split ways, Harry heading towards the Slytherin table. Draco scowled at him as he sat down. Where were you? When I woke up, everyone was gone. Harry began to shovel food on his plate, grinning. I bet Crabbe and Goyle were still there. Draco scowled further, muttering under his breath. You know what I mean. Blaise laughed into his food, causing Greengrass and Parkinson to flinch in disgust at his blatant disregard for table manners. Harry smiled to himself. Diversion accomplished. After breakfast was over, they headed from the great hall down into the dungeons. Harry managed to weave his way through the crowd to end up beside Hermione, nudging her to get her attention. She smiled at him. Harry heard an angry murmur behind him and looked over to see both Draco and Ron with the same curled lips and glaring eyes. He felt a smirk working its way onto his mouth and let it come, watching as Ron dissolved into angry mutters. Draco merely frowned before his Slytherin mask covered his face. Blaise, walking beside Draco, nodded to him. Harry turned and entered the classroom a step behind Hermione. Of course, the dratted girl would head straight for the front desk. Harry mentally groaned, hurrying up beside her to whisper in her ear frantically as other desks filled up. Why do we have to sit in the front? Hermione looked over at him with a sideways frown. Because teachers respect students who sit up front. Trust me, Harry muttered under his breath with a sigh, sitting down reluctantly. I don't think anything will make this teacher like me. Hermione frowned back, her eyebrows drawn together. You've met Professor Snape. Before he could reply, the man himself swept in, his wand closing the door with a bang. No tardiness will be tolerated. Professor Snape looked about them, a sneer twisting his face, before he gestured sharply towards the desk, and an attendance list floated over to him. He took it with a sharp gesture and began to read out names one by one. He paused slightly at Harry's name, his dark eyes looking him over, before he continued. Harry looked down and let his shoulder relax at the reprieve. At the end of the list, the man snapped his wand and it disappeared. He looked them over before beginning to speak, his voice soft and stern. An even deeper silence fell across the class as they leaned forward to catch every word. Potter! Harry jumped, almost dropping his quill with the sudden noise. He met Professor Snape's eyes, face flaming. Let us see how many of you dunderheads have actually read your class material. Tell me, Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Harry felt his stomach swirl, nervous at the sudden attention from the rest of the class. Then the smallest nudge, Hermione slightly tapping his side, and he remembered that very morning, laughing with Hermione in the library. The stomach of a goat, sir. The dark-haired professor raised his eyebrows for the briefest moment before his gaze moved on. Weasley, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormhood? Harry glanced behind him to see Ron stuttering and blushing, looking down, mumbling, I don't know, sir. What? Snape softly hissed. Dread echoed with approval inside his mind. This one knows how to lure his prey. Harry mentally told him to shove it as he watched the Gryffindor sink into his chair. I don't know, sir, Ron called out louder. Snape stood up straight, folding his arms. Clearly, some of us need to open the text before coming to class. Perhaps your partner can help you. No. The boy beside Ron shook his head with a small smirk. Hermione's hand rose in the air, the girl on the edge of her seat. Snape turned, looking past the Gryffindor to meet Harry's eyes once more. Well, how about you, Potter? You seem to be paying attention. Harry paused slightly, trying to decide whether the professor was purposefully setting him against the Gryffindors or not, considering Ron was their pseudo-leader, and he had gotten the question wrong. But then Harry saw the aggressive tint behind Snape's eyes, and something within him needed to fight back, if for no other reason than to score the smallest triumph. A powerful sleeping potion. Professor Snape had the faintest smirk about his lips before he declared proudly, Somebody has been studying, I see. 5 points to Slytherin. Now, perhaps a tricky one to present to the class. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Hermione's hand again darted into the air, waving almost frantically. Snape spared her a flippant glance before moving on to Draco, who had coolly raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Malfoy. Draco grinned smugly, speaking loud and clear. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant. Professor Snape smiled slightly with the slightest twitch of his lips before waving his wand at the board. The 3 previous questions and their answers appeared. Very well done. Another point to Slytherin. Well, write it down. He glared about the class, and quills were quickly set to paper. Harry mentally bemoaned the lack of a muggle pen before he dutifully began copying notes. What followed was 2 hours of lecture on various ingredients required in the basic potions covered this term. His hand began to cramp an hour in, and by the end, he had switched hands twice. He hated to imagine how the others must feel, though Hermione seemed to get along well enough. After what seemed like an eternity, they were finally dismissed after a stern reminder to study. After potions, Harry trekked up to the Great Hall, bent on eating lunch and giving his head a break. Information swirled around his head, and he was having a hard time putting it together. It had been a long time since he had been in an actual school setting, with note-taking and such. Being homeschooled was much more laid back, and the other boys were always there joking about what they already knew. They had helped him remember things, given him pointers. He was so happy Hermione had been there taking notes next to him. She had seemed to be getting much more out of the lecture than he had. 2 hours was a long time to hear one man drone on about the catalytic consequences of mixing 2 counter-elemental forces. He flopped down onto the bench at his table, staring blankly at the empty plates. He checked his watch. 10 more minutes before the food appeared. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Tiny's letter, reading through it once more. A smile worked onto his face. The sound of footsteps coming nearer caused him to gently fold the letter and place it back into his pocket. Hi, Harry. Draco's voice. Harry looked up, squinting. The blonde sat next to him, smiling. So, how did you like potions? Isn't Professor Snape great? Did you see the way he laid into that Weasley? Stupid Gryffindors. No offense to your friend, of course. Draco mumbled the last. Harry turned to face him, intrigued. No offense. Draco sat up straighter, face composed. Of course not. Your friends are well, not my friends, but you know, off limits. Harry tried not to gawk. Where had this change of heart come from? He supposed this was as close to an apology as he was going to get from the other day, and gladly took it. Potions. I guess it's okay. It's an awful lot to memorize, though. Draco looked up slyly, his immaculate smile gloating. Well, I already know most of it. Professor Snape, he is my godfather, you know. He's always told me things like we learned today, what can go with what. He's even let me help brew a few potions. and chop ingredients, which to me is the least fun part, except with electric eel fins, now that can be cool. Harry let the idle chatter breeze over him, nodding at the appropriate parts. He was glad Draco was talking to him again, even if he didn't leave much room for Harry to talk, often answering his own questions. The boy had a prideful streak a mile wide, Harry had found out the last few days. Hurt it, and the boy would be very slow to forgive, if ever. He began to eat once the food appeared, feeling like it had been a lifetime since breakfast. Suddenly Draco paused, turning to him, eyes earnest. "Say, Harry, you want to sit with me in defense? The table's seat 4, I mean, we don't partner like in potions, but we might have team projects from time to time. What do you think?" Harry laughed and replied. "As long as we don't sit in the front," Draco agreed solemnly. Blaze suddenly ran up to the table, swiping a few sandwiches seconds before they disappeared. The two boys stared up at the normally composed boy, looking flustered and out of sorts. "What's up?" Blaze looked at them as if they had grown second heads. "Haven't you heard?" The two looked at each other before shaking their heads. Blaze sat with a huff. "There was a break-in at Gringotts, just discovered this morning, and it was the vault right next to my mother's. Can you believe this? Gringotts is supposed to be the safest place in the world. No one can break in and live." Draco gaped in a very unsophisticated way. "No way, which vault? Was anything stolen?" Blaze shook his head, swallowing a bite and replying. "They're saying nothing was stolen, but that stinks of a cover-up to me. I mean, what are the chances of that particular vault being emptied just the day before? It was the vault right beside the Zabini vault, number 713. High security, too, you know, with those special doors and all." Harry frowned, his mind racing. Then he remembered Hagrid had been asking to go to that very vault, but he didn't look like he had anything with him. Though knowing wizards and their magic, it could have been tucked away just about anywhere on the giant man. Blaze and Draco kept speculating, with everything from renegade vampires to muggle-born supremacists. Harry rolled his eyes at the last one, not taking offense. It seemed many purebloods simply had no idea how harmless most muggles are. After lunch, the halls were filled with chatter about the break-in. It seemed the scandal had avoided the morning paper, but many students like Blaze knew from parents who had sent owls. In Blaze's case, his mother had wanted to assure him that their own family vault was untarnished. The goblins were going to have a lot on their hands with the bad press. Not like wizards had much choice about where to put their gold. Gringotts was the only bank in the country, which was part of the reason Diagon Alley and its adjoining alleys were so popular. Greengrass had mentioned that their family kept their gold in Belgium, where their family originated, across the channel. The mention of other wizarding communities had fascinated Harry, and he had asked the girl if goblins ran that bank as well. She had answered him with a cool stare. "Of course they do, Potter. Goblins always have their filthy hands on wizard gold. They couldn't survive without it. I imagine any wizard who thought himself to start a bank would probably turn into a goblin or simply disappear." Harry had flushed at the scoffing answer, once more feeling ignorant. For all his book knowledge, simple wizarding facts sometimes eluded him. Draco told him not to worry about the uppity girl. "Her younger sister Astoria is a lot more fun. Daphne just thinks too highly of herself," Draco said with a grin. Harry returned the smile. When they entered the defense against the dark arts classroom, Harry made a beeline for a table in the back, wishing to put distance between himself and the professor. Draco grumbled a bit, but settled in next to him. Blaze took the other seat with a cheerful wink, still full of the big news he was spreading around. The other seat remained empty until a Ravenclaw scurried in at the last moment, plopping down in the seat. The boy paled when he saw who he was sitting with and hunched down, trying to avoid eye contact. Draco grinned maliciously, but Harry gave him a subtle shove. He rolled his eyes and faced the front as Professor Quirrell rose from his desk at the front, spotless red robes seeming to soak in the light. The man stood much taller than he had looked at the staff table, with the turban wrapped elegantly around his bald head. He seemed to exude a subtle hint of power, something that earned him instant respect from the classroom as it hushed when he stood. The man gazed about them for a moment before calling out roll in a rich, deep voice. Harry noticed that everyone was paying strict attention. Many had said they were looking forward to this class, that the teacher was the best in generations. He had also stayed the longest, breaking the so-called curse of the position, which had limited those before him to staying only one term. Harry kept his eyes down, quietly acknowledging his name when it was called, shoulders hunched as if to defend himself from attack. None came. Professor Quirrell began with a short statement. This year, as it is your first, will be consumed with learning how to avoid conflict with those possessing a dark intent. Avoidance is the first and best way to stay out of trouble. In order to avoid, however, you must first learn how to detect, and detection is the beginning of what we will cover today. From there, the lecture went on. Harry found himself interested despite himself. The man was a marvelous teacher, somehow bringing his words to life before them, using his wand to create pictures and diagrams. The hours passed as if by magic, and Harry was startled when the professor called time. The subject was fascinating in and of itself. Harry had not got as much from reading the text assigned as he did from the lecture. It was as they were leaving, Harry with relief that he had escaped unscathed, that the headache started. At first, he thought he had perhaps strained his eyes. He raised a hand to his temple, pressing in, and then the ache increased just a hair to a slow burn. He turned slightly at the door, one of the first to leave, and met brown eyes. Later, he almost convinced himself that he did not see a hint of red within their depths. The days seemed to pass in a haze of information and excitement. His first charms class was a bit of a disappointment. It would only be lecture until Halloween. Would they have no actual spell-casting classes for 2 whole months? As the students began to put their wands away slowly, trading forlorn glances, the short professor had quickly stopped them with a cheery wave. "Wands out, class. We must go over the correct wand movements and their applications, and I find that is done best with wands in hand. Yes, like that, Mr. Boot, a great demonstration of the swish and flick." Harry shared an amused glance with Blaze, who had swept up to sit beside him, leaving behind a scowling Draco. Boot definitely hadn't meant to do anything on purpose, merely whipping his wand out of his bag. He now sat, red-faced, as the bouncy professor tried to encourage him to do it again. What followed was a good 2 hours of the class waving wands about in an erratic and often ridiculous manner. Harry began to wonder what on earth the point was of it all. He could see no real difference in the movements, but perhaps that was because no spells were being cast. He sighed and took notes, glad nobody was getting their eyes poked out. Charms was practically heaven compared to history of magic. The ghostly professor proved to be just as horrible as they had been warned. As Harry ran to class, a little late from commiserating with Hermione in the library about her own charms class, he found himself sliding into a back seat next to a bored, blonde Hufflepuff. The boy spared him a lazy, brown-eyed glance, looked again at seeing who he was, then let out a long sigh and laid his head on the table. Once Harry realized the professor was not even going to call roll, he started to open his notebook and write the monotonous words spilling from the ghost's bored face. The boy opened one eye and gave him a glance before speaking in a slow drawl. "Don't even bother, Potter. This is nap time, no matter that they moved it from right after lunch to discourage our sleepy brains from shutting down completely. Those poor sods up front will be wishing they were back here with you and me in a few minutes. You'll learn all you need for exams if you just read the book, trust me." The boy turned his head over before mumbling a last few words. "Name's Zacharias Smith." Harry figured there was no point in introducing himself, given he was already recognized. He instead spent another 20 minutes trying to pay attention before he gave in and copied the already snoozing boy beside him. Their second potions class was just as intimidating as the first. Professor Snape was somehow able to terrify the students into silence even when silently observing their work from the front of the room. The potion they had carefully covered the class before contained ingredients that could all be prepared ahead of time, and so that was exactly what they were doing. After a bit of juggling, Harry and Hermione had begun to work out a pattern. Hermione carefully labeled the jars in her precise handwriting, and then worked on preparing the ingredients that did not require the use of the knife, the pounding and crumbling. She was hesitant with the knife and far too careful, Harry had saw, and it had been his idea to split the load. She had been all too eager to agree, and then had watched in amazement as Harry had flown through the prep work. He wielded the knife as if it was merely an extension of his hand, confident and fast, the blade flickering. Almost like it's alive, Hermione thought as her hand continued to crush the snake fangs. The cure for boils, a potion they would continue making for the next several weeks until the class was successful, was the first potion young wizards learned. It all seemed elementary to the both of them, simply following instructions. On the first day of class, Harry had speculated softly to Hermione about the multiple ways to complete certain steps and how they might interfere with the magic inside individual ingredients, which had started off a conversation that had led to several hours in the library the day before. They'd both agreed it was very dangerous to experiment with something they had little knowledge of, but they both loved reading up on the topic. Exploring the library together had become a favorite game. When they finished, they were surprised to see that they had finished their prep work before the rest of the class. Hermione hesitantly got Professor Snape's attention, and the surly man looked over their work with a gleam in his eye. The professor's face twisted slightly, his lips turned down in a frown, but he apparently found nothing worth commenting on, for he only told them to pack it up and dismissed them early. Harry had breathed a sigh of relief and shared a smile with Hermione as they left the room, which had turned to giggles. The two then walked out of the dungeons into the great hall. Harry hesitated, looking at Hermione. For a second he was tempted to ask her to join him, but she merely shook her head, reading his mind. She knew it would only cause trouble. Harry smiled sadly and went his separate way, pulling out Tiny's letter once more. Something about the young boy's cheerful attitude never failed to remind him of home. He missed them so much in times like these. He was sure Mike could explain all the politics to him, and Tiny would love to hear about the magical creatures he was learning about. For the next several minutes, his eyes roved over the letter, committing the words to heart. As the hall began to fill with students, he put it away, slightly embarrassed. He doubted the others missed their homes so much they fawned over letters. They had herbology once a week, on Wednesdays. The plump Professor Sprout, a name Harry wondered was earned instead of given, had given them a brief cheery lecture on being careful handling foreign plants before digging right into the subject matter, identifying dangerous versus benign magical plants. She mentioned that they would spend this semester learning to read magical signs in nature and extrapolate whether or not a plant was dangerous, and their next semester would begin learning how to actually find the plants. That would be conducted within the Forbidden Forest, the professor sternly told them, and no funny business would be allowed. Draco, his partner, scowled at the gloves he was forcing on his hands. Harry looked over at Blaise with an annoyed look. The boy merely smirked, whispering, "I sure didn't want to partner with him. He's dreadful with plants, trust me. That left you." He chuckled. Draco huffed in annoyance at the dirt on his robes, and Harry shook his head with a laugh of his own. Blaise was sitting with a Ravenclaw Harry did not know, who looked like she knew exactly what she was doing. They passed plants around the room, looking them over. Some were more attractive than others, but they were all, as Draco put it, too plebeian for words. The part of the week almost everyone had been looking forward to came Wednesday afternoon, after herbology. The Slytherins and Gryffindors would have their flying lesson out on the pitch, directly after the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. They passed them on their way out, and some looked happy, and others looked only disappointed. Harry fidgeted, speeding up as they neared the pitch. Flying was the best part of his day, and lately he had not been able to sneak off like he had during the summer. He missed being in the air like it was a part of himself. He looked forward to having an alternative method that would allow him to fly during the day as well. They were assigned to stand in two lines facing each other, while the instructor, Madame Hooch, would walk in between them giving them cues and pointers. She was tall, with shocking yellow eyes and grey hair. Harry found himself staring, fascinated with her. Harry couldn't tear his eyes away from them. Was she some sort of werewolf? Or did she have magical creature heritage? Or she just cast a spell on her eyes? Hermione muttered under her breath next to him. He found himself smiling, shaking his head. It really could just be that simple. "Good afternoon, class," Madame Hooch announced loudly once they were settled to her satisfaction, brooms on the ground next to them. "Good afternoon, Madame Hooch," they all replied back, sharing excited glances. Madame Hooch nodded sharply, beginning her lecture. "Now, the basics of learning to ride a broom all begins with the simple command to bring the broom to your hand. From small distances, the broom will respond, though longer stretches may require the use of specific summoning spells. depending on the model and spells engraved into its design. This first command is very important, as it signifies to the broom's innate magic whom will be riding it. You cannot command another's broom and then let them ride it, as the spells will become confused and erratic. This is one of the reasons a personal broom is never ridden by others. These brooms, however, lack the specific spells on personal brooms that make them personalized to one specific wizard. This comes at the cost of speed and maneuverability, but make them much more versatile, a fact that might encourage some of you. She looked around, her face stern. Now, who knows the command to summon a broom? The first years fidgeted, before Draco smirked and answered confidently. Up. The broom beside him sprang into his hand in one move, and Draco grinned victoriously. Madam Hooch smiled and nodded. Excellent. 5 points to Slytherin for that excellent uncalled for example. Draco looked a bit uncertain as to whether that was a compliment or not, but took it in the spirit it was given with pride. Madam Hooch looked about, impatient. Well, what you all waiting for? Summon your brooms. Harry shared a glance with the others, then focused on the broom beside him as he heard choruses of ups erupting around him. He looked hard over the device, noticing the swirling patterns engraved in the wood, the frayed bristles sticking out the back. This one had obviously been around the bush and back, and not a little worse for wear at that. He could see, with a bit of focus, that the broom had a flicker of light, less than in a wand even, lighting up its structure. He bit his lip before calling out sternly, picturing it in his hand. Up! It sprang up at once, slapping his palm with a force he did not expect. His eyes widened before he smiled, looking about the class. Many had gotten their brooms to respond, while all the Slytherins had accomplished the feat and looked almost bored. Hermione was frustrated, her mouth frowning as she tried for the fourth time to get the thing to respond. Just as Harry was about to offer some advice, the broom leapt up and whacked her in the shoulder, causing her to cry out. Snickers answered this, and Harry glared around in the direction the sounds came from. Madam Hooch came over and soothed the girl's pride, before whispering some pointers in her ear. The next time she got it right, though she was obviously unhappy about the incident. Harry was sympathetic, for so far the Muggle-born had succeeded above and beyond in every class. With a sharp whistle, Madam Hooch got everyone's attention again, clearing her throat and calling loudly. Now mount your brooms. Hold at waist level in your dominant hand, then swing your leg over it and sit up. Hold hands here and here. Not like that, Mr. Malfoy. She corrected hands as she went down the line, sternly scolding Draco for putting his hands in the incorrect spot, telling him he had been apparently riding incorrectly for the years he had been riding brooms. The pureblood turned red at that, biting his tongue with some effort. Nott, next to him, smirked in amusement. Suddenly a loud shout caught their attention from the end of the line. Help! A boy's voice rang out in panic. As the figure began to rise, Harry recognized him just as their teacher began to shout. Mr. Longbottom, put that broom on the ground right now. The teacher grabbed her own broom with a nonverbal spell Harry could not quite catch, a complex web of light that brought it to her in one swift move, her body and magic merging with that of the broom in a way that made him envious as she shot off after the flailing and screaming Gryffindor. The class, scattered laughter, quickly turned to gasps as Neville plummeted from his wayward broom down to the ground. Harry's eyes widened as the boy fell, all of them running after to see if he was all right. Is he okay? Neville, the students called out, leaning over one another to see their classmate. Madam Hooch leaned over his prone form, her broom fallen to the side, inanimate. Finally, she looked up from the whimpering boy. He is all right, but this looks broken. I will escort him to the hospital wing. I expect all brooms to remain on the ground until I return, or the consequences will be most dire. She pulled Neville to his feet with a warning glare towards the rest of the class, leading the way back to the castle. The remaining students gathered together, chattering excitedly. Harry walked over to the dejected Hermione. You okay? She frowned, biting her lip. Yeah, I just thought it would be easier than this. That stupid thing did not want to respond to me. Harry thought silently before speaking slowly. Did you really want it to work? I mean, you know, it's the will that is important. You've got to really want it. Hermione frowned at him. Where did you learn that? Harry was thinking of how to respond when laughter erupted to one side of the group. They both looked over to see Draco smirking, holding up a foggy glass object in his hand, engraved with golden swirls. Harry had no idea what it was, but Hermione gasped out immediately. "That's Neville's Remembrall." The two pushed their way over to see a betrayed Ron Weasley facing off against Draco. Harry scowled, knowing without asking what was going on. "Draco." He said the Blan's name, frowning. Draco looked over at him with a smirk before faltering. The smirk slowly faded into neutrality. Draco spoke quietly, no longer looking at Weasley. "Why does it matter?" The boy dropped it. "Finders, keepers, you know. He shouldn't have been so careless." Ron growled from beside him. "Why are you talking to your little Slytherin minion, Draco? You were talking to me. Now give me back Neville's Remembrall," the redhead demanded forcefully. Draco began to smirk again, standing straight, confidently reaching out his hand for his broom when Harry pushed in front of Ron, blocking his view. "Give it to me, Draco. I'll return it to him at dinner, no harm done. I'm sure the boy's family would greatly appreciate the courtesy from a fellow classmate." The stress on family and courtesy, highlighting the pureblood style of thinking, gave Draco pause. Despite Neville's ineptitude, he was from a long line of purebloods who were known for their fierce fighting spirit. Neville might be a black sheep on that side of things, but was still not a future political enemy one would want. Draco seemed to follow this line of thinking, and for a second embarrassment filtered across his face, and the blonde handed the glass to Harry, who slid it into his pocket. "Of course, Harry. I was going to return it all along, before this Weasley thought to challenge me." Harry let him save face, turning to smile at Ron and tell him no harm was done, when the redhead lunged at him, hands snaking into his pocket and shouting, "Give it here, you bloody snake. You can't be trusted with anything evil, the lot of you." Ron knocked into him, almost causing him to tumble to the ground, and Harry pushed him off frantically, magic flexing about his shoulders, before Ron gave a shout of triumph, jumping back to hold out his hand, only to stare down in confusion. Harry felt his stomach drop out from under him, eyes wide. Ron held Tiny's letter that he had kept safe in his pocket all week. A devious smile crept onto Ron's face, and he opened the letter. "Give it back." Harry lunged forward, but Ron mounted his broom in one leap, flying up into the air just enough that Harry could not reach him. He swore, desperate, as the freckled boy began to speak. "What have we here? A little letter from the great boy-who-lived's family. Ha! What does it say? Must be important, to be kept in your pocket, and you want it so very badly." Harry looked about, before commanding his errant broom into his hand and mounting, beginning to rise up to Ron, and immediately stopped, setting back down. The magic from the broom called to mind all the times he had flown on his own wings, urging him to fly, to soar, to ride the wind, and his shoulders burned with it, the desire to stretch wing and fly. The magic seemed to be fighting within him chaotically, the broom seeking his own magic to power it, but encountering his wings instead. He dropped his broom, standing, panting, defeated. There was no way he could get away with showing his wings now, not with all of them here so close and watching. The will to hold back the magic burning to be free left him exhausted, staring up at the triumphant Gryffindor in pain. Ron smiled maliciously. "So, is the little snake afraid to fly? Heights scare you. You look bad. Maybe you should go to the hospital wing. Or I could read this to you to cheer you up." Harry stared, furious with himself, and with the Gryffindor sitting up there so proud of himself. His head began to ache, his magic angry and writhing inside as the redhead began to read, his voice cheerful and sappy. "Dear Harry, oh isn't that sweet, dear. It's been so long and I'm so glad you are okay. We got your letter and I was just so happy. Hedwig is just the cutest owl ever." Hermione had hold of his arm, holding him back from who knows what, because there was nothing he could do here on the ground, and he knew no spells yet to do with his wand, even though it was in his right hand, grasped tight, and he could almost smell the fire and ash and smoke, his magic rising in oppressive waves, eager, students backing away from him in concern, Ron unaware of the impending danger. And then a shape hurtles past him, slamming into Ron and knocking him right off his broom to send him plummeting to the ground. Harry cries out in surprise, for a second sure it had been him, somehow, some accidental spell. And then Draco was smirking from atop his broom, holding up the letter triumphantly while Ron groaned in pain on the ground. He felt his heart pounding, beginning to slow as he ran over with Hermione, meeting Draco as he reached the ground, handing over the letter solemnly. Harry smiled at him in relief, unsure how to express his gratitude. "Mr. Malfoy, I never—" Draco's face paled dramatically. They all turned to see Madame Hooch bearing down on them in anger, her face pale and eyes dangerous. "Mr. Malfoy, detention!" Ron groaned as she looked him over, before stopping the sound as she hefted him up with a rough pull. She gave him an equally hard stare. "You too, Mr. Weasley, to think, and after I had just said—" Harry broke in, trying to explain. "Madam Hooch, Draco didn't mean to. Ron stole my letter and I tried to get it back but couldn't, so Draco got it for me." Her yellow eyes met his, resembling a hawk that just spotted its prey. "Is that so, Mr. Potter? And did this retrieval perhaps lift you on your own broom?" Harry blanched, his face giving him away. She eyed the three of them with disappointment. "Detention. All three of you, for disobeying my rules and fighting in my class. This Saturday, I'm sure Hagrid can use some extra hands." "But madam," Hermione tried to break in, but the angry instructor cut her off with a sharp wave of her hand. "No buts, that's the end of the matter, unless anyone else want detention." The others shook their heads, looking down and away. Draco shared a grimace with Harry as they made their way back to the pitch. He sidled a bit closer to the dejected Bland, nudging him to get his attention. "Thanks, I owe you one." He spoke sincerely. Draco looked over, beginning to smile. "I'll remember that." Harry smiled back before the two resumed their spots in the lines. It was then that it hit Harry that he could not fly. As the other mounted their brooms and hovered, he stayed on the ground, broom held loosely in his hands. Hooch stopped beside him, eyeing him with stern concern. "Problems, Mr. Potter." He was uncertain how to respond, before he took the out that Ron had so easily given him. "I'm sorry, madam, but I think—" "I'm afraid of heights." Her eyebrows rose and a frown appeared on her lips, but over the remainder of the class, Harry kept failing to fly, and that disbelief faded into reluctant acceptance. Soon, Harry joined Hermione and a small group of students who were unsuccessful broom riders, watching the others slowly fly about the pitch, carefully coached by Hooch. Hermione nudged him, her smile cautious. "Don't feel so bad. It's okay." Harry nodded, then turned his back and began to walk away. Harry moped through dinner, ignoring the others who were congratulating Draco on tackling the idiot Gryffindor. Looking down, he tuned them out completely, and groaned when he realized that tonight was the long day with the midnight astronomy class. He wanted to fly instead, wanted to be free and happy, and just escape. Instead, he would be stuck up on the astronomy tower, a heartbeat away from where he wanted to be, forced to look at stars for an hour. He trudged wearily up the flights of stairs, not eager like he would usually be, his shoulders slumped. He politely avoided conversation with his fellow Slytherins, who had finally left him alone. Instead, he worked his way to the far side of the tower, next to a telescope that had been set up along the side. Shortly, he was joined by a bland Hufflepuff boy, who he finally placed as Zacharias Smith from History of Magic. He tried to give a cursory smile, before simply staring at the sky. The professor directed them to partner up at the telescopes, a feat Harry seemed to already have accomplished with the Puff, who was ignoring him just as easily as he was him. Draco looked over at him with concern from where he was sitting with Blaze, but Harry just turned away. Their assignment was to locate the 7 major constellations in their sky. Apparently, they would be identifying and learning stars and constellations, and then would be learning their interaction with certain spells and potions. It all screamed of rote memorization, something he was already getting tired of. Professor Sinistra helped the groups use their telescopes, walking from student to student. He sighed and leaned back from the telescope, letting Smith in. Slowly, he checked off his list of constellations with boredom, already knowing the particular information they were looking for. Smith suddenly spoke from next to him. "I see you know your way around a telescope. You a stargazer, too." The boy had a nonchalant air, as if he did not really care if Harry responded. "Of sorts." Harry cautiously replied after a second. Smith nodded, turning around, his voice slightly muffled by his shoulder as he spoke again. "It's a hobby of mine. My family has always had their heads in the clouds, they say, but our eyes are locked on the stars." He smiled ruefully. "I'm afraid I fit right in, a 6th-generation Hufflepuff." Harry stared at the back of the boy as he bent over the telescope, putting the pieces together from what he had seen in his other classes. A pureblood, obviously, and proud of his heritage. Smart, and bored with what he considered dumbed-down curriculum. He bet this boy could give Hermione a run for her money, although his attitude towards authority and books would probably get on her nerves. He found himself smiling, and when the boy turned around, he too had a grin on his face. "So, partners." He stuck out his hand. Harry took it with a grin. "Partners." The next morning, most Slytherins slept in. Harry was the first to leave, dragging himself down to breakfast. They did not have potions until after lunch because of the late night the day before. Most students took advantage of that, but Harry had a mission. The break-in had been on his mind since he had heard of it, as well as Hagrid's role in it. When he had received a short owl message from Hagrid asking for a visit, he took it as his opportunity to investigate. His curiosity had always made such mysteries impossible to resist, and after eating, he began to happily walk towards Hagrid's hut. He stopped as he was exiting the castle by the sound of Hermione's surprised voice. "You up already? Didn't you have astronomy last night too?" Hermione's schedule was a bit different from his, and she had had astronomy at 11 with the Ravenclaws, an hour earlier than the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs. He did not quite understand the ins and out of the schedule, and had wondered who decided who was where and with whom. Hermione, and he figured they tried to make it as even as possible, but he did wonder if they would be in the same group throughout their schooling, or if it was on a term basis. He shrugged at her answer, paused, before deciding to confide his mystery with her. He figured it couldn't hurt, and he figured the girl had curiosity worse than him. "Yeah, right after you guys. No, I was invited to visit Hagrid, the groundskeeper who escorted us in the boats." He waited for acknowledgement before continuing. She nodded as he continued. "Well, Hagrid also took me to get my school supplies a few days before term began. And guess what vault he went to in Gringotts?" Hermione's eyes widened as things slid into place. 713. Harry nodded with a grin. Hermione immediately started in on the questions. "What did he get? What do you think it is? Who did he get it for? What?" He cut her off with a laugh, leading the way down a long line of steps towards the hut near the forest. "I don't know. I didn't go with him. However, he was running errands for the school, so I bet whatever he got is here somewhere." Hermione's mouth made an O of understanding before she nodded, matching him step for step on the way down. "So you are here to visit him and secretly grill him about what he got from the vault. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were bored." Harry grinned and replied, "If I didn't know better, I'd say you were too." They walked down the stairs, conspiring softly before they reached the small, round wooden hut. Harry knocked gently and was answered by loud barks. "Down, Fang, down, back." The door was opened wide, Hagrid beaming down at them while he held a huge dog back by its collar. Harry identified it as a boarhound. It definitely fit Hagrid, he thought with a smile. Come in, come in. It's good to see you, Harry. And you brought a friend, Thar's great, don't worry. Fang here. He's harmless, really. Make yourselves at home." Harry and Hermione sat gingerly on a large couch and couldn't help sinking into its fluffy cushions. The black hound came over at once to drape itself across their feet. Hermione squeaked, her eyes wide. Hagrid came over carrying a large plate of biscuits, offering them each one. Harry did not take it, though Hermione did. He hadn't thought to warn her about Hagrid's famous rock cakes. He had heard Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey talking about them a few days before term. Apparently, a student had broken a tooth on one before, and the healer had had to fix it. He glanced at the bushy-haired girl as she took a huge bite and hid a grin as she tried to hide putting it back down with a grimace. Teeth marks graced its surface. Hagrid turned to them, smiling. "So who's your friend, Harry?" "This is Hermione Granger. She's in Gryffindor." "Oh, a Gryffindor, eh? I bet Professor Snape doesn't think too kindly to that." Harry gave a sideways smile, agreeing. "Nor does my house, I think." Hagrid nodded wisely, his eyes sad a moment. Then he turned to them with a grin, beginning to ask about how they liked Hogwarts and what they thought of their classes. Hermione carried most of the conversation, and Harry's eyes snagged on a newspaper clipping sitting on the table. He casually reached for it, curiously glancing over the title. He began to read it out loud, watching as Hagrid began to straighten, his eyes flickering from side to side. "Gringotts break-in latest. So very odd, isn't it? I mean, that they broke in and all. This was right after we went to the bank, wasn't it? You think the thief was there the whole time?" Hagrid shifted his weight from side to side, not meeting his eyes. Harry felt a flare of triumph. So the larger man had indeed emptied that very vault. Hagrid dodged the subject with a simple, nasty business that, and moved on to telling Hermione about a recent problem he had been having with the unicorns. Harry listened with only half an ear the rest of the visit, his mind roving on whether the man would hide something that was that important. When they left, Hermione grasped his arm, her voice low. "Did you catch that too? Hagrid knows. He must have taken whatever it was." Harry nodded, grinning. "Don't you love a mystery?" Hermione laughed. Then she frowned, turning towards him. "If it was that important, and especially if it really was school business, I bet it's hidden at Hogwarts. And where have they told us not to go?" Harry grinned viciously, his eyes eager. They both spoke at the same time. The third-floor corridor. Double potions started out fine and ended with a bang. Harry and Hermione immediately got to work, carefully following the instructions written in the book and on the board. Sitting in the front, they did not find out what happened behind them until much later. All they knew was that, as they were about to finish an hour into the potion, a sudden loud bang and screams made them flinch and turn around with wide eyes. A noxious pink slime oozed across the floor towards the pair, and they scrambled onto their stools to get away. They looked to the source of the blast to find Ron Weasley and his partner, a freckled Irish boy named Seamus, covered in huge boils that kept which threatened to pop as they grew larger and larger, while at the table behind them Draco tried to hide his smirk. Professor Snape rounded on the two Gryffindors, rage running in his voice. 5 points from Gryffindor. What did you two idiots think? That you did not have to follow the directions? Leave at once. Madame Pomfrey can fix your mess. The two boys scampered from the room, but not before sending scowls towards the smirking Slytherins. Hermione muttered to Harry, her voice low. They probably put the quills in too soon. That would cause those boils and that horrible smell. The smell was horrible, and even after Professor Snape cleaned up the classroom, it still stank. The livid professor finally dismissed them all, and Harry and Hermione reluctantly trashed their incomplete potion. As they were walking back to the upper levels of the castle, planning to work on their latest charms homework, a 12-inch paper on the consequences of using the wrong wand movement, Draco suddenly caught up to them. He spared a brief glance for Hermione before launching into his story with a mischievous grin. "Did you see that Gryffindor's face? He was so shocked. It wasn't hard, just leaned over while those two idiots were arguing about the consistency of their crushed fangs, and plop, plop, plop. 3 quills, 5 minutes, and bang, they were covered. Wasn't it great?" Harry grinned viciously before Hermione interrupted, her voice angry. "That was you. That was dangerous. You could have hurt someone." Draco narrowed his eyes at her, voice snide. "That was the whole point, Granger." She gawked, turning to Harry as if expecting support. Harry merely frowned, still angry over Ron stealing his letter. He had since locked it up in his trunk, safe from further meddling. Hermione glared at him as well, her hand resting on her hips as she scolded them. "Harry, I can't believe you are siding with this. Malfoy," Harry retorted, his eyes narrowed. "Why shouldn't I? Ron stole my letter. He wanted to embarrass and humiliate me. He would have done the same if he had the chance and the brains to pull it off. He deserves it." Hermione shook her head before sighing, shoulders drooping. "He could have been hurt, that's all I'm saying. Just because he deserves it doesn't mean it was right." Draco looked like he wanted to make a snide remark, but held himself back with a sideways glance at Harry. Harry let his anger fade away, pushing it out and taking a breath before giving a tentative smile to Hermione, hoping to end the sudden argument in the hallway. Draco knew what he was doing, I'm sure. He sent a glance at Draco, making the blonde flush. "Just like you did, about the quills and their reaction and all." He didn't mean Ron's serious harm, just a little revenge. "Okay." Hermione nodded reluctantly, though she still was obviously not happy about it. Draco sniffed loudly, and Harry turned and gave an invitation to join them in the library. The Slytherin agreed, though Hermione looked none too happy about it. They spent the rest of the study time there, sharing pointers on their essays, until it was time for dinner. Harry was pleasantly surprised by how well Draco and Hermione were getting along, though there was no shortage of snide remarks from both parties. It was a tentative piece, and hopefully it might turn into real friendship. It would be nice for his friends to at least like each other. That night, as Harry entered his dormitory room, he was met with indignant argument. Nott was red in the face, pointing down towards his bed while Blaise argued right back. Draco looked honestly startled, while Crabbe and Goyle just sat there. Harry narrowed his eyes. What's going on? Nart clenched his fist, stepping towards him with gritted teeth. What's going on? What's going on? Why don't you ask your bloody pigeon over there? He burned my curtains and singed my homework. Harry stared, eyes wide, before trying to look around the angry boy as Blaise retorted, Why don't you tell him why not? You were trying to open his trunk. I saw you. Don't try to deny it. Nart flushed as Harry stopped looking and turned to face the boy. He glared, mouth pressed flat. Is this true? Nart growled back. I was just looking for my homework. It must have blown over there somewhere. I had lost it. With what breeze, huh? There are no windows. Blaise retorted, arms folded. The two boys had had it out for each other since the train ride. Harry shook his head, trying to slip past, but Nart was determined to have the last word. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, does it? Potter's got a bloody family trunk. No one could get into it anyway. And who on earth knew he had a bloody freaking phoenix? Harry finally simply pushed them out of the way, moving around Draco and to his bed, where Fawkes was perched proudly on his desk, preening his chest feathers. He smiled at the phoenix, his mood already lifting. He hadn't got the chance to talk with him in days now, and was missing his presence. He held out his arm for Fawkes, his magic sneaking free to run along the light, sparkling the scarlet feathers along his breast, a second before Harry's other hand did so. Fawkes crooned. Harry noticed it was silent now, and turned to see all three of the boys staring at him. He finally sat at his desk and spoke calmly, putting an end to the argument. Fawkes is not my phoenix. He is the headmaster's. He is my friend, however, and likes to visit me occasionally. Get used to it. He met each of their eyes before continuing. As for my trunk, I would appreciate everybody keeping their paws off my stuff. The trunk is my family's, and as Nart said, impossible to tamper with. Nart snorted and turned away, trying to act like he wasn't, in fact, backing down. Blaise smirked and began to change into his sleepwear, grinning as Nart tried to salvage his singed homework for charms tomorrow. Draco came over, pausing beside them, looking with wide eyes at Fawkes. Do you think? Can I touch it? Fawkes looked away, feathers slightly ruffled. Harry corrected Draco, trying to hide a grin at the phoenix's reaction. Fawkes is male, and probably more intelligent than you and I, Draco flushed, before bowing in the direction of the phoenix, this time asking him directly. My apologies, Fawkes. Would you mind if I touched your beautiful plumage? Harry almost burst into laughter, but Fawkes puffed up in pride at the praise, meeting his eyes and letting out a soft song that lightened the tense air. Draco began to smile, a wide showing of teeth that Harry had never seen before. The Blonde reached out a hand, softly running his fingers over the golden feathers on the phoenix's nape. Harry could see the magical aura of the phoenix as golden waves of light, and watched it transfer in a gentle wave, and suddenly it seemed Draco too was made of the bright light, though he looked much different than Harry. His own magic was spread out among his runes, looking more like a constellation of stars than anything else. Draco was like a solitary sun, burning bright from within his chest. Fawkes sang again, a soft chorus of light that brightened Draco's magic. Harry watched, intrigued. It seemed the phoenix could manipulate the very magic levels within a wizard by simply singing to them. It was amazing. Soon, Draco backed off, and Fawkes fluttered over to the desk, watching Harry silently. Harry wasn't sure what he could get away with, whether they could truly talk without it being noticed. But the phoenix seemed to have nothing to say, simply sitting there and looking him and his homework over as he put on the finishing touches. When he climbed into bed and rolled over to sleep, it was in the comforting glow of the scarlet phoenix. After lunch the next day, Harry found himself once more in the library during break, and was soon joined by both Draco and Hermione. He smiled at the two of them as they glared at each other and sat on either side of him. Hermione began to look up books on charms for their next assignment as Draco avidly read a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages. Harry sat with a blank expression, idly thumbing through a book on magical theory before he suddenly spoke, not really directing the question at either of his companions. Why do you think we have charms twice, but transfiguration once? Doesn't that seem a little odd? Draco looked up with a confused tilt to his head, but Hermione spoke authoritatively, like she was paraphrasing a book. Knowing her, she probably was. Well, for our first year, we study charms much more often because it is the basis for many wand forms we will use throughout our studies, especially in transfiguration and defense. Transfiguration also requires much more magical power because it's transferring mass, a process which is much more difficult. Later on, especially starting in our third year, the spells we learn will require much more focus and magical strength. Right now, we simply are not capable of casting many upper-level spells. Our magic is not structured, I suppose. Draco nodded along before speaking up when she paused to take a breath. He apparently did not want the Muggle-born to look like she knew more than him. My father says that that is why advanced charms, transfiguration, and defense classes are not offered until 5th year. It's also why you cannot join the dueling teams until 4th. Our magical cores, he said, are shaped like round bowls of fire that swell and lash as we cast spells. As we mature, that bowl will morph, growing larger, as well as stemming down into our dominant wand hand as we cast more spells. That connection is needed to cast higher-level spells. What we are learning now are Class 5 spells, the easiest of the lot. By 7th year, we should all be at least competent in all thirds, with the best of us learning 2s. A few will even master level 1 spells, but most of those are either illegal or labeled dark, because they have few uses for things other than destruction. Draco sat up straight with his chin lifted as he finished, proud of the information he had repeated. Harry thought for a second, considering the possible repercussions of his runes and the unique shape of his magic. Then he brought up something that had been bothering him. What about wandless magic itself? Hermione's lips twisted, and she spoke quickly before Draco could, causing the boy to roll his eyes. Wandless magic is really rare, and only practiced by the strongest of wizards and witches. It's kind of like starting the levels of magic all over again. If you can master a level 1 spell with a wand, you can only just barely cast a level 5 without one. It has to do with what Draco said about the placement of our magic. It has to be used often to get it to connect with your hand enough for you to gesture and speak a spell and have the magic respond. The wand is what allows us to speed up that process, to give our magic another magical focal point to cast through. When using your hand, you would have to have magic present there without prompting, which means you are usually well older, had lots of practice. Harry nodded along with Draco before turning back to his book. Hermione seemed to have lost her focus, idly flipping through her book. Draco suddenly spoke, his voice vague. You know, I've heard there are rituals you can do to speed up the process. You know, like blood magic. Hermione caught her breath, looking absolutely horrified at the suggestion. That stuff is illegal. You could get put in prison. Draco smirked back, replying in another whisper as Harry felt increasingly awkward between them. Malfoys have a history in the dark arts, Granger. We make a point of learning the best magic has to offer. You think just because something is illegal that it's going to stop us from knowing about it? Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. Knowing and doing are two separate things. Agreed. Draco idly replied, absently looking down at his nails with a casual air. Hermione growled under her breath, turning back to her book with a huff. Harry would have laughed at their antics if he hadn't have mentally froze at the mention of blood magic. He turned to Draco, paused, and then looked back at his book. Some other time, perhaps, he could see what the boy knew about blood magic. Maybe even see if he had a book or two, for he had already scoured the Hogwarts library and found nothing on the subject matter. He also could not find the book he himself had learned from. Transfiguration was held high up in the castle, near the Gryffindor common room, according to Hermione. He spent a second yearning before he threw his desires away. When they entered the classroom, the professor was not inside yet, causing them to find their seats in peace. Once more Hermione insisted on getting a table up front. Harry followed her with a grumble, and Draco followed him. Each table sat 4, and they were all set up facing a large desk in front of an even larger glass window. He looked outside as Hermione began to unpack her bags, before a nudge from Draco drew his attention to the doorway. They had been the first into class, but a few more students had filled in behind them. What drew his gaze, though, was a solitary tabby cat, slowly walking forward until it reached the front desk, where it jumped up and began to wash its paw Hermione side next to him, eyes locked on the cat. Ooh, I wanted a cat so badly, but my parents always refused. Aren't they just great? Her question was rhetorical, but Draco replied anyway, loving to tweak the bushy-haired girl's temper. I suppose they are all right. I have an eagle owl, however, and they are infinitely more useful. Can deliver post and all that, and are much more intelligent than mangy cats. Draco smirked, then gulped as the said cat in question fixed him with a stern glare. He looked down with a weak laugh, and Harry and Hermione both giggled. Can't you tell it must be magical? I mean, why else would a professor have one? Harry rolled his eyes at Hermione's smart answer. More students filtered in behind them, a harried Blaise hurrying to take the seat beside Hermione. Her eyes widened when he sat down. Blaise smiled and introduced himself. Hi, I'm Blaise Zabini. Hi, I'm Hermione Granger, she said back hesitantly, unsure of herself. The dark-skinned boy just smiled and turned away, getting his things put away. Harry wondered how he managed to always almost be late, but arrive just in time. What on earth was he doing? The whispers floating through the room suddenly stopped as words appeared on the board behind the desk. Welcome to Transfiguration. Turn to page 5 and begin reading. Is she running late? Draco questioned, but Harry just shrugged and did as directed. Hermione followed suit, brows drawn together in confusion. A few minutes later, the door banged open, and Harry turned thinking to see McGonagall, only to see Ron Weasley and Seamus Finnegan running in, hair wild and laughing once they saw the room was empty. Ron turned to Seamus with a grin. Guess we got away with it this time, huh? Not exactly. Harry turned back around to Ogle with amazement. Professor McGonagall was standing right there. Draco was choking in surprise, and he absently patted him on the back. The blonde managed to choke out. She was the cat. And Harry looked to see that the cat had indeed disappeared. 5 points from Gryffindor for your tardiness. Now find a seat. The two shamefaced boys did so, the rest of their house glaring at them. Professor McGonagall looked around, her eyes narrowed. Transfiguration is serious magic. A wrong wave of your wand, and you can cause damage beyond your ken. This first year at Hogwarts, we will learn the practical basics and uses of transfiguration in your daily life, as well as its boundaries and limitations. We will solely focus on inanimate transformations, as living organisms take much more time, skill, and magical power. Professor McGonagall continued to lecture for another hour, writing various notes on the board for them to copy down in their own notes. Then she paused, looking them over, before waving her wand in an abrupt motion. Now, before each chair is a single matchstick. Harry looked down, and indeed matchsticks had appeared on their table. The professor continued, her eyes looking at each of them in turn, face serious. Today we will be working on changing this matchstick into a simple silver sewing needle. Can anyone tell me why this transformation is considered a basic one? Hermione's hand shot up beside him, waving urgently. A smile actually tugged at the corner of the stern woman's face as she gestured for Hermione to speak. Hermione cleared her throat and started to lecture, and Harry noticed giggles erupted behind him. His shoulders tightened in annoyance. People always made fun of people they knew were better than them. This spell, often referred as the matched needle spell, is a transfiguration spell that falls under the category of transformation or changing the characteristics of an object. It is basic because it deals with mutating the molecules of two particular inanimates, silver and wood. Both have also been crafted before, hence making them easier to transform than, say, a block of silver and a tree branch. Very good, Miss Granger. 10 points to Gryffindor for an excellent answer. Draco mumbled under his breath. Harry smiled at Hermione, who was looking down in bashful pride. McGonagall continued. Any spell of this type does not require an outright incantation, which is why they are named after the items involved. Instead, you must steadily focus on your object while holding your wand pointed in its direction. This is about visualization. Her voice finished on an up note as she pointed her wand at her desk. It immediately transformed into a pig. Harry was beyond impressed, eyes wide. He had seen a light flare from her wrist, not her chest as he had seen with Draco a few days ago when the blonde had cast a spell. This must have to do with what they had been talking about earlier. Over time, the location of a magical core mutates with use. He quickly refocused on McGonagall as she continued speaking. It also requires desire and will, and most of all, magical power. Your own magic must be stronger than the object being changed, which is part of the difficulty with transforming magically enchanted objects. Now, begin. There was a pause, everyone looking at each other in confusion. The Hermione reached for her match eagerly, eyes excited. Draco and Blaise followed suit, pointing their wands and muttering needle under their breath. Harry eyed his match. The next hour was spent in concentration, his wand held loosely in his left hand. He focused his sight inward, allowing his full vision to extend over the room in a way he had not tried since arriving. Immediately he squinted, the light almost overwhelming. He tried to tone it down, to focus on only the magic in the classroom. It was only a little better, the very walls and floor saturated with latent spent magic, a sea of lost intent. He saw the professor, a bright sun with smaller stars in both palms, her clothes lined with magic as well. Perhaps a cleaning spell. He felt a headache coming on, and turning towards Hermione just as she gave a shout of excitement. The tiniest tendril of magic had flown down her arm to her wand and sparked across, imbuing the match with a slight magical hue. He shook his head, looked again to see that the match, while retaining its shape, was now varnished silver. He clapped Hermione on the shoulder, laughing with her, as the professor came over and praised her work. Draco grumbled again and earned an elbow in the side. The blonde merely rolled his eyes before jabbing his wand at the match forcefully. This time Harry watched. No magic responded from inside the boy, though perhaps it did flare a little. His answer gained. Harry looked down at his own match, then to his wand, and the hand that grasped it. He closed his eyes, picturing the silver sewing needle shining sharp. He grasped the magic inside himself, much as he had done many times before while holding a sharpened dagger. Only this time, it was his wand he sent it to, a magical force that gladly grasped it, holding it, allowing it to become stronger, and with a final force of his will it spilled forth, merging with the match and changing it. He opened his eyes, looking down at a silver needle in front of him. A gasp from beside him, Draco craning over to see it. The boy began to speak, but Harry shook his head, holding his finger to his lips for silence. Then he closed his eyes, once more looking towards the needle, but this time he tugged, grasped the light that still called him master, and pulled it back. The rune on his chest flared, Ankh fulfilling its purpose as the spent light was reintegrated back into himself. He opened his eyes with a triumphant smile to see the match once more before him. He ignored the odd looks he was getting from Draco, instead casually nudging the match a little farther away from him, leaning back to look again with his magical sight, the vision the two runes Ein had given him to see magic as light. He would practice this until he no longer had to consciously reach for the light, until it shone at his mere thought. But he would not let those who thought they owned him think there was anything different about him, anything special or odd. He had to blend in as much as he could with his fame. He did not trust them with even the suspicion that he could be powerful, that he might be uncontrollable. They had to think they had him trapped here, unable and unwilling to escape. For if they did not, it would only make it that much harder in the future for him to find true freedom. They left class with the stern reminder to practice, but only in your house common room. He figured it was only a matter of time before Hermione and him found themselves wandering the third floor on the right side. They had skipped a staircase over, and Harry had sent the smallest spark to it with a prayer, hoping to get the intended result. When they found themselves on the third floor, he smirked in triumph. Suddenly, a loud voice hailed them from behind. He turned to see Draco stomping up to them, his face pale. You, this is the third floor corridor. What in Merlin's gracious name are you guys thinking? Harry shared a guilty look with Hermione before grasping the blonde's wrist and pulling the boy along. He quickly spoke as they walked, his eyes scanning left and right. I don't have time to explain, Draco, okay? We've got to hurry. Hurry for what? Before he could reply, Hermione interrupted him. Harry, here, a door. He hurried up, Draco following behind, looking in every direction. Hermione reached for the knob before scowling. It's locked. Harry began to rack his brain, wondering if he could perhaps kick it in, or maybe manipulate the light that was present in the door handle. Hermione solved the problem for him, reaching into her pocket to withdraw her wand. She then did a perfect swish and flick before pronouncing loudly, Alohomora. The door clicked, and they all crammed inside, squinting to see inside the room. Something huge blocked the light coming in from the windows, and for a second they stood, confused. Then all at once the large object began to move, standing on four legs, and light flooded in and they could see it. A huge monstrous dog, three heads snarling, one head beginning to lunge towards them. He was not sure who moved first or even how they got out, but all three of them suddenly stood on the other side of the door, once again locked, panting, Draco letting out a high-pitched whine and Hermione beginning to dissolve into hysterical giggles. And then Harry heard it, a noise down the corridor, a loud meow. The others heard it too, and suddenly they were running again, back to the stairs. Harry saw it beginning to move away and flung out his magic towards it, holding its rumbling gait still as they jumped on, hearing curses sound as they were moved back to the lower level. He was breathing harshly, Hermione and Draco both holding on to sides of him, and only then did he feel himself begin to laugh in sheer relief. Draco stared up at him in concerned shock, before he too laughed, Hermione once more giggling. It was this sight that they presented when Ron Weasley, followed by three boys, turned the corner to meet them. They stopped laughing almost immediately as the sour-faced boy looked them over. He glared the longest at Hermione, before turning away with a sneer. The good mood suddenly broken, Draco turned towards them with a glare. "Now, tell me what on earth is going on." After dinner that night, they agreed to meet in an empty classroom on the second floor, a good midway point between their respective common rooms. Draco sat with his arms crossed, frowning, as Hermione and Harry explained about the Gringotts break-in, Vault 713, Hagrid, and the abandoned corridor. Afterwards, Draco merely shook his head. Only people raised by muggles would get themselves into this kind of mess. Do you guys know what that thing was? It was a Cerberus. We could be floating in its belly right now. Hermione fidgeted before speaking strongly. Well, it was guarding something. I saw a door underneath it. I bet something is hidden there. And it's none of our business, is it? The headmaster told us so at the beginning of term. If we get caught there snooping around, even if we got by that dog, what's to say we wouldn't get expelled? Think of the shame it would bring to our families. Draco said the last as if that was the worst fate he could ever imagine. Knowing the Malfoy reputation, it probably was. Harry sighed, drawing both their gaze. He absently tapped his finger against the wood of his desk before quietly putting an end to their argument. Leave it. We had no plans to find whatever is being guarded. Curiosity just got away with us, I suppose. All right. He got reluctant nods from the both of them. Hermione looked like she wanted to say more, but Draco stood, turning towards the door before pausing, motioning for Harry. Come on, we only got 30 minutes before curfew. If we still want to butcher Gryffindor in the House Cup, we can't afford to lose any more points. Harry nodded, rising and walking to leave with him. Hermione gave him a sad smile, before turning and walking alone up to her dorm. She hadn't said anything, but Harry had noticed she was becoming ostracized in her house, in part because she was friends with a Slytherin. He hated to see it happen, but was at a loss to prevent it. As he walked back to his dorm, he was silent, lost in thought. After a day of doing essays in the library, it was a relief to finish. Hermione had insisted that they complete all their homework on Saturday so that they would have the entire next day free. He had tried to put it off with excuses, but the girl was adamant. At some point, Blaise had wandered in and simply sat with them, not even waiting for an invitation. Hermione had politely greeted him by his last name, already having been coerced by Harry. Blaise had given her a cordial greeting back before pulling out his own potions and getting down to work. When Draco joined them later, it was only natural to begin exchanging pointers and advice on the topics, especially the one Professor McGonagall had given about the subcategories of switching spells. It was a boring and dry subject, but Hermione was a wealth of information about it and pointed them towards several relevant books. By the time they finished their homework, it was time for lunch. As they were gathering their stuff together, Harry lightly brought up an idea of his, mostly looking towards Hermione. I know we can't practice magic in the corridors. Obviously, it's off limits here as well. I was thinking, perhaps we could help each other, maybe in the classroom we found yesterday. Between our dormitories, then we can share tips and such. He had drifted off at the end uncertainty, but Hermione immediately agreed, relief shining in her eyes. He was proven right that she had been getting no help from her classmates. Draco grudgingly agreed and Blaise shrugged. They agreed to meet after eating. As if you don't know already, Draco accused suddenly. Harry put down his wand, frowning at the blonde. Blaise and Hermione both looked over curiously. They had been practicing transfiguration, specifically the match-to-needle conversion. Hermione had been coaching them as the only one in the class to get it right, and Harry had been asking a few questions when Draco burst out. Hermione frowned. Draco continued, looking towards the other two. I saw Harry get it right in class the other day. Then he just changed it back. We could have gotten house points for that. The boy frowned. Harry tried to figure out what the problem was. Blaise spoke, his voice quiet and his gaze observant. Is this true? Have you practiced before? Harry tried to think about what to say, how to explain. How much should he say? Would answers only lead to more questions? He finally spoke. Yes, I did perform the spell. I did had some practice before, though, while I was waiting for term to begin. I thought you lived with muggles. Blaise spoke, his gaze speculative. When Harry nodded, his gaze narrowed. You cannot perform magic around muggles once you receive your wand. It's got a trace on it to turn you in for breaking the statute. Harry paused, eyes wide, before Hermione broke in for him. Harry lived at Hogwarts, he told me, for the last month or so. Harry nodded reluctantly, giving a groan at seeing both boys' eyes light up. Now she had done it. Really? Why didn't you tell us? Draco gushed. Blaise leaned back in his chair, frowning. Harry waited for the obvious question why, but it never came. He slowly responded to Draco, looking down. Yeah, for about a month, I guess. After my birthday. I guess here at Hogwarts the trace doesn't matter. But it was definitely something he would remember when going out into the muggle world. That information could have just saved his skin from detection. Draco looked ready to ask more questions, but Hermione broke in. Well, Harry, show us. I mean, I never got the needle all the way. I'd like to see it done. Harry nodded, grasping his wand in his left hand again. He had found that spells with no violent tendencies tended to flow better through Heth. Perhaps it was a more laid-back rune, he had thought with a grin. In any case, his left hand was beginning to be his hand of choice when it came to casting. He pointed at his match, once more grasping his magic and flinging it to Heth easily, before allowing it to filter out to his wand and be magnified towards the match. It changed instantaneously into a perfect sewing needle. Hermione reached for it, looking it over before sitting it back down. She smiled, clapping. Well done. Harry grasped his magic back, pulling it into himself. He felt strangely reluctant to leave a speck anywhere. Blaise frowned, speaking. Why do that? Harry immediately replied, this time ready. Well, I need the match, don't I? For class. The boy's eyes narrowed again. He suspected something was up, and Harry wasn't going to let him find out just what was going on. He turned towards the others, watching as they too began to turn their match. Hermione was the best, but after the last hour both Draco and Blaise had developed a silver tint. They spent another hour practicing before they called it a day, exhausted. At least, Harry noticed, the others looked it. He didn't feel the least bit tired, but he could see that bits and specks of magic floated through the air, failed concentration, and were leaving them floating. The young wizards had had no way to take it back in, and so it simply slowly faded away into nothing. Or perhaps not nothing, he thought to himself, watching as one small pinprick of light merged into the stone wall. It seemed Hogwarts herself had some use for all the magic filtering through her walls. Draco and Harry reluctantly headed down to Hagrid's hut after dinner for detention. Neither had been looking forward to whatever they would be forced to do, Draco least of all. When they were nearly there, they saw Ron sitting with Hagrid, happily chatting. Harry felt a spark of jealousy and tamped it down. Just because the redhead was a horrible person to him didn't mean he couldn't be nice with Hagrid, and Hagrid could be friends with whomever he liked. At their approach, Hagrid stood up quickly, reaching behind him for a large crossbow. Draco gulped at the sight, and then almost shrieked when Fang came barreling out from behind the large man. Harry laughed and quickly stepped between them, firmly controlling the exuberant dog. Draco grumbled, but he ignored it as Hagrid began to explain their detention. Well now, this detention is going to be a bit odd for us all, I suppose. You see, for the last couple years we've been having a decrease in the population of unicorns in Thar Forest. I suspect we might have a poacher on our hands, but the centaurs refused to tell me about it. Instead, they said that perhaps we should ask the unicorns themselves. Well now, as unicorns only like Thar pure and innocent-like, you know what I mean? I was thinking, perhaps I should just grab a couple of students and trot them out into the forest. Harry exchanged wide glances with Draco in horror as the man continued. So anyway, I'm gonna split you guys into two groups, one together and one with Fang, and I'll be following right behind you, no worries. Ron squeaked as he quickly stepped forward to claim the fearsome-looking Fang. Harry did not have the heart to tell him the large dog was a coward. Instead, he tried to give Draco an encouraging grin. The boy looked about ready to faint. Now off ye trot. Let's go. Grab a lantern. They did so, separating by about 50 feet, and then moving into the forest. Draco was trembling underneath his outdoor cloak, mumbling under his breath about telling his father about the giant oaf, who came up with such a detention. Harry figured this was definitely a deterrent from further wrongdoing. They had been walking for about 40 minutes, the sun now completely down, when the crack of a tree branch shot through the trees. They turned, startled, and Fang suddenly careened through the bushes, whimpering, with Ron hot on his tail with a shriek. It was all the convincing Draco needed, immediately turning tail and running. Harry was about to follow when he heard a thunderous huffing sound, followed by a whinnying scream, a frantic, wordless plea for help. He turned back, running towards the noise, hoping Hagrid was not too far behind. When he entered a clearing, he saw it. A unicorn lay on its side, a huge shadow looming over it, slurping and growling as it drank from a silver stream pouring from the beast's neck. Beside it, restrained in long looping vines, a silver foal screamed and cried, frantically kicking and twisting to get free as it saw its mother's soft glow dim. Harry suddenly saw the magic, a huge sun shining from the heart of the two animals, the larger one dying as its magic was drank through its blood into the heart of the monster. Harry found himself screaming, yelling, picking up a rock and hurtling it at the shadow. Two glowing red eyes looked up as the last of the magic dimmed. It stood, and he saw the likeness of a man, perhaps, 2 feet and hands. He felt afraid, so afraid, and realized then that that too was a cloak about the being's frame, a fearful rage and maelstrom of darkness. The thing began to walk towards him, its magic rising about it, and he could read clearly there its intent, to destroy, to gorge, to devour and utterly diminish. Harry held out his palm, trying to hold his ground, to not allow himself to run. Dread hissed in his mind again, a rising song of anger. He saw the serpent uncoiling from his magic, feathers spreading wide before it flung itself free, straight at the gleaming red eyes. The monster howled in pain as the Quetzalcoatl struck, and that was enough of a distraction for Harry to fling himself free of the dark magic holding him immobile, to jump forward and call out the word, the rune, his wand held tight in his left palm, glowing in the darkness with a deep golden light. Heth! The shield sprang into being, knocking the monster back, farther away from him, and Dread flew back to him, hissing in glee as red blood decorated its mouth and fangs. Harry pumped more magic into his shield, the monster suddenly seeming to take flight into the sky, turning tail and fleeing. He panted, falling to his knees. He held the shield, uncertain if the thing would attempt to attack again. A soft whinny brought his eyes back to the clearing and away from the cloudy night sky. The foal was free of its bindings, gently nickering and nudging its dam's side. Harry felt its sorrow, saw its magic shining from within, a call and plea for help. He found himself stumbling forward to its side, once more kneeling on the ground beside it, running a hand over the fallen unicorn's side. It was dead, its magic spent and stolen. Tears ran down his face as the small foal trumpeted its distress. He found himself reaching out with magic, trying to communicate with the hysterical child. That's what it was, to his magic, a child of light, a child of the moon who had lost its earthly mother. He sang to it with his magic, a soft, crooning lullaby, unknowingly echoing Fox's own song. Never alone, never alone. The foal turned to him, its dark eyes wide. It slowly stepped into his arms, allowing him to wrap it into a hug as it kneeled beside its mother. A small nub of a horn graced its head, and Harry knelt over it, allowing his tears to fall onto the warm hair beneath his hands. A song, a loud trumpet brought his head up from where the foal had fallen to sleep. Fox was flying at the edge of his shield, singing softly and soothingly. Harry realized Heth was still in force, large, draping the whole clearing in its circle. He drew it back into himself, feeling lighter and regaining some of his energy. Fox flew close, landing with a light flutter. Dread suddenly hissed from where he was wrapped around his shoulders, and Fox merely sang again, something of his song coming through in words. Safe searchers, good clothes. Harry nodded, absently wiping the tears from his face before holding a hand out to Dread. The serpent ran its flickering tongue across his lips in satisfaction before reluctantly lunging forward to pierce the skin on his wrist, allowing itself to once more enter Harry's magic through the blood traveling down its throat. Harry did not flinch, merely covered the wound with a tired sigh. Fox crooned again, winging slowly to take perch on his shoulder, looking down at the sleeping foal. A sudden drumming of hooves sounded before a large shape burst into the clearing, rearing at the sight presented to it. It was a centaur, followed soon after by another one of its kind. The two stood there, staring at him. He figured he must make an odd sight, a small student sitting beside a dead unicorn, holding a foal with a phoenix perched on his shoulder. One of the centaurs stepped forward, peering down at his arms before speaking. "Mr. Potter, I am Forenza, one of the centaurs that claims this forest as home. This is Bane." He gestured to the other centaur, who only glared at him in suspicion. "You have done a great thing here tonight, as we saw it done ages ago, written across the stars. You must go now, for your kind is looking for you at the forest edge. It is not safe to tarry." Harry nodded, before looking at the small foal, reluctant to move her. He was suddenly nudged by Fox, who then took flight into the sky. Taking it as a sign, he slowly eased out from under the small creature. A sudden thump beside him alerted him to the fact that the other centaur, Bane, was kneeling beside him, gently picking up the unicorn and holding it in his arms. Harry stood, hand limp at his side. He looked around, before spotting his wand fallen on the ground where it had been left when he went to sit with the foal. He scooped it up, idly putting it in its place, before looking around. He no longer knew which way to go. Forenza then stood in front of him before kneeling, offering his back. Harry paused, uncertain, and Bane erupted into furious whispers behind him. "Forenza, what are you, a common mule, to let a human ride your back?" Forenza merely looked into Harry's eyes with a piercing blue gaze. He gestured again for Harry to slide on, before speaking calmly. "Is this a common human, to be denied? Have you not heard the songs and read the stars? Has the sun not whispered to you through the midsummer breeze?" Bane turned away, his sides shaking in repressed anger and humiliation. Harry easily slid onto the centaur's back, gingerly grasping his mane, afraid to hurt the being who had deigned to let him ride him. Forenza did not wait a second, bursting into gallop as he ran through the woods, easily dodging vine and branch. Harry leaned over, closing his eyes, almost worn out by the mental anxiety of seeing what he had seen, the doubts and questions flooding his mind as he searched desperately for answers. All he could remember was those glowing red eyes, so full of hate and malice and hunger, and something kept nagging at him, something that he was forgetting. Then they were there, speeding up to Hagrid, who stood comforting Draco, who was in a rage, as Ron looked on with a smirk. At the sight of them, Hagrid balked in amazement, and Draco called his name. "Harry!" Harry tried to smile, sliding form Forenza's back. He then bowed to the centaur, offering his thanks. Forenza merely looked him over before nodding his head. He then turned and tore off back into the forest. Harry accepted Draco's hug of relief before looking at Hagrid. The unicorn was dead. Something was, eating it, drinking its blood. Hagrid turned pale as Ron began to gag. Draco sucked in a deep breath of surprise. "There is nothing more evil in this world than to taste the blood of a unicorn, Harry. It's powerful stuff, very magical, but it's the purest essence you will ever find. To end such a life, for such a vile and selfish purpose as to extend your own existence, for that would be its purpose. It is to live a cursed life, a half-life, one full of terror and desperation and nothing good at all." Draco intoned, sounding like he was repeating something he had either heard or read before. Hagrid frowned forebodingly. "I must tell Thar headmaster at once. You three, come along now. You need to get back to your common rooms." Ron nodded at once, before springing away towards the safety of the castle. Draco was only a length behind him before he stopped when he saw Harry had stayed behind. He returned as Harry looked up at Hagrid, a question in his eyes. Why would someone want so desperately to live? Why would they go through that curse, just to live? Hagrid shook his head, his eyes kind. He rested a large hand on his shoulder. "I know it must have been hard, Harry, to see that. There is nothing worse than to watch such pure magic perish. We will find Iam, whatever he is, I promise." Harry nodded and walked away, meeting Draco and continuing on. Inside, he brimmed with anger. Who was Hagrid to give him promises? Since when had anyone fulfilled a promise to him? What did he think he could do to catch such a monster when it took first years to even get close to it? Harry frowned, ignoring Draco's querying look. If he wanted to stop that monster, he was going to have to do it himself. As his thoughts once more turned to the crying foal, he made a promise to himself. That monster would be stopped. The next 2 months passed quickly. The days were filled with studying and homework, and more studying. They graduated to more complicated transfiguration while being tested on the various wand movements in charms. Harry spent a lot of his free time in the library, poring through any book he could get his hands on with a fervor matched only by Hermione. Many times, Blaise and Draco left them in disgust, preferring to go watch the Quidditch matches. A few times, even Zacharias Smith stopped by to study with them, though his nonchalant attitude drove Hermione stir-crazy. She liked him less than she liked the Slytherins. It did not help that Smith apparently rivaled Hermione in the classes she had with Hufflepuff. She had complained more than once about how the boy had beaten her score in one essay or another, a fact that bothered her because he did not seem to even care. Hermione did drag him off to watch the first Academia match, which was round-robin style with each year of each class required to answer questions better than their opponents. Harry thought it quite boring, but Hermione delighted in answering to herself before their competitors did. She was even answering third and fourth-year questions, Harry saw with some amazement. He had not told her the details of the detention they had had in the forest, only that a unicorn had been killed. She had helped him do some research on the phenomenon, but did not understand why he was so concerned. "The professors will take care of it, you'll see," had been her response. Harry had only scowled and studied harder. He had been to see Hagrid twice more, and both times the large man admitted that no sign had been seen of the blood drinker. He had looked up vampires, only to be turned away. Vampires, it seemed, did not like the blood of unicorns, as its pure magical signature burned their very veins. At least that was one less monster the being could be. By the time Halloween rolled around, Harry was at a loss. He had researched as much as he could in the normal part of the library, and had no way to enter the restricted section. It was a dead end. He slammed his book down in anger, avoiding the scolding look from the librarian. He stood, leaving the book to be shelved as he left the library and headed towards the Great Hall. Halloween had fallen on a Friday, which meant they had a charms class directly after breakfast. He met up with a sleepy Draco and sat with a huff. Blaise looked him over neutrally before spooning some porridge into a bowl. "I see you were up early again, Harry. Any luck?" Harry simply shook his head. All the boys in his dorm were now used to his early hours and late nights. Nart had made a few scathing remarks, but left him alone for the most part. Fawkes had only visited a few times, usually when Harry was at his worst, flaming in to comfort and sing to him. None of the boys dared to complain about the singing, and Draco had boldly declared Fawkes to be their new mascot, which was met with snickers. The blonde hadn't retracted it, though, and insisted the phoenix must have wanted to be a snake in another life. Fawkes had ruffled his feathers with a squawk as Dread laughed inside his mind. After breakfast, they all moved up a few stairs, heading towards the charms classroom. The room was full of excited whispers, as today was the day they would start actually casting charms. Professor Flitwick tapped his wand against the podium, calling everyone's attention to the front. "Okay, class, today's the big day. Now we all know our movements for the Class 1 charms. Today will be Wingardium Leviosa, the floating charm, cast with a swish and flick. Are we ready?" The class echoed him with a yes, and the professor nearly toppled from his stack of books in delight. He gestured for everyone to begin, and the class was suddenly full of chanting and flicking wands. Harry watched quietly from next to Blaise, as the young wizard's magic again and again reached out, attempting to perform the charm. He noticed many got the appropriate flair, but the wand movement must have been off, and the magic simply faded, or worse, exploded, as in the case of one misshaped Ravenclaw. Blaise was focused sternly on his feather in front of him, concentrating. Harry again watched, seeing the same thing happen to him. He leaned over slightly, whispering, "It's your wand movement, I think." More flick and less swish. Blaise gave him a quiet look, and then did as he advised. Suddenly his magic flared, meeting he wand, then swished out of the wand and flicked straight towards the feather, merging with it and lifting up into the air. "Congratulations, Mr. Zabini. First in the class, good, very good. 5 points to Slytherin, very good. Now, did you see how he moved his wand? Spot on. Zabini nodded coolly at the praise, before giving Harry an appreciative glance. He smiled back, before looking at his own feather. He had been practicing on his own, trying to discover the differences in his own magic compared to those around him. It was shaped different and behaved differently. None of the wand movements he had tried so far worked well for him. His magic did not want to swish, did not want to flick or swirl or punch. It simply flowed, poured, like a stream of light. The incantations themselves were merely superfluous, causing his extreme difficulty in hiding his ability. He had to know the incantations and movements better than any of his peers merely to be able to fake the process that he did not need. He pointed his wand at the feather, gathered himself, then intoned Wingardium Leviosa, while swishing it up and then flicking towards the feather as if tossing an invisible marble. The feather floated, but only he saw that the magic was streaming in a continuous flow from his wand, a soft, pulsing current. He lifted it a mere inch before setting it down, unnoticed by all but Blaise sitting next to him. As he sat back with a small smile, Blaise leaned over, his voice cajoling. You know, Harry, the others might like you better if you did not hide your power so much. He said nothing, his thoughts already in turmoil. None of the Slytherins liked him, though they seemed to tolerate his presence. Some of that was probably due to Draco, if anything, his family's reputation, staving off the worst of the hazing that might have happened. Still, he was shunned from Slytherin get-togethers, and Nott had spread some nasty rumors about his pro-muggle stance. He had not bothered to face them, did not care to flex his magical muscles merely to garner respect. The repercussions were too great, and he could not risk it getting back to the teachers and ultimately the headmaster. Blaise spoke again when he did not get a response. Harry, they would respect you, would acknowledge that you belong in Slytherin. With what I've seen you do, they would worship you. At that, Harry finally turned to him, his green eyes locked on Blaise. The dark-skinned boy shifted, uncomfortable, as Harry spoke. What is more Slytherin, Blaise, to trumpet my abilities now, while I am untrained, or to wait in the shadows until I am sure of where I stand? Blaise looked down before whispering back. Harry, you could at least show a little. A little what? Knock down a few scoffers, ruffle some feathers. Then what? Garner the political scrutiny of people I do not yet have the ability to combat. I am merely a minor, a ward of the school. I have no real power, not yet. Blaise nodded, reluctantly. Finally, he looked up with a small smile. Well, Harry, I look forward to their faces when you finally decide to show what you can really do. He smiled back, before looking around the class. A few more had gotten the hang of the charm. As he watched, he idly whispered back to Blaise, I look forward to it too. After Transfiguration that afternoon, Harry waited a good half-hour for Hermione in the library before he finally stood up with a frown. He first checked what they considered their classroom, and then absently wandered back to the library, hoping perhaps she had been running late. They had specifically planned to meet that afternoon to knock out their potions essay before the feast. They both had decided to spend Saturday outside with Hagrid and his newest beast, a grey-feathered augury. Hagrid had been trying to cheer up the morose beast to no avail earlier and had sent them a teary note for help. Harry sighed, turning a corner, only to run into a snickering group of Gryffindors. Ron Weasley was at the helm, and when the redhead spotted him, his mocking laugh turned into a mischievous smile. Hello, Potter. Looking for your pet lion. Harry narrowed his eyes, voice hard when he spoke. What have you done, Weasley? Ron smiled with a glint in his eyes as he calmly responded, the boys behind him giggling. Oh, nothing the little know-it-all didn't deserve. The Gryffindor laughed again and brushed past him roughly. Harry stumbled, clenching his fists as he watched them go. They must have been referring to Hermione. What had those boys done to her? A throat clearing brought his attention around. Neville Longbottom stood there, absently wringing his hands as he spoke. Hey, Harry. Neville paused, his eyes shifting nervously before continuing. Hermione had always been nice to me, and I hate how the others treat her just because she's friends with you, and you're, you know, a Slytherin. Why, he told me just the other day that there wasn't a wizard that's gone bad that wasn't in Slytherin. Harry internally groaned at the rambling before biting out, Get to the point, Longbottom. Neville stood straighter, his hands falling to his sides. Call me Neville, please. This is what happened, all right. Hermione, she was trying to help Ron with his charms last period. You know, we have it with the Hufflepuffs right after lunch. And well, Ron couldn't get it, and Hermione did and won points, and Ron got really mad. Then Ron and Seamus and Dean were all picking on her after class in the hallway, calling her names, and saying it was no wonder she could only be friends with evil snakes. She was such a know-it-all. And that she must really belong in the nest of snakes than in the lion's den, and that they hoped she would just leave and never come back, that she didn't belong here. Their words, not mine, of course. Neville quickly said at seeing Harry's furious eyes. He quickly continued at Harry's impatient gesture. Well, Hermione got really upset. I think she was crying, and then she ran off. You didn't see where? Neville shook his head morosely. Harry ground his teeth. He met the plump boy's eyes, his own flaring with angry magic. Thank you, Neville. I'll remember your help. He brushed past before the boy could say more, heading angrily towards the Gryffindor common room. He spent the rest of the study period looking for Hermione, making sure she wasn't in her common room or dormitory, the library, or the classrooms between the Charms classroom and their various haunts. When Draco came and grabbed him, he allowed himself to go to the feast, hoping that perhaps his friend had beaten them there. When he looked toward their table, however, Hermione was missing. He growled under his breath, sitting with an angry huff at the table. Blaise began to question before Draco quickly shook his head. Harry began to eat when the food appeared, his mind racing about where Hermione could be hiding. He was so deep in his thoughts, he almost did not notice Professor Quirrell enter from a side door, walking calmly towards Dumbledore seated at the staff table. He absently looked up, watching the man's stately walk across the dais. His suspicions about the man had only grown. He could not go a class period without a headache, however faint. He knew the man was testing his mind, for reasons unknown, but he wasn't sure how to confront him, or even if he could. He was also reluctant to confide in another professor, afraid this was all just another scheme of the headmaster's, sending a pawn to test him when he thought he was safe. Quirrell bent down to whisper in the headmaster's ear. All of the professors within earshot paled, and perhaps that was as far as it would have gotten if Hagrid, already deep in his special pumpkin spice wine, hadn't yelled Quirrell's words. Troll in the dungeons. There was a moment of shocked silence before mayhem broke out, students yelling in panic. Dumbledore stood, sending a bang out of his wand to silence the hall. Silence, everyone. The students slowly sat, their panicked energy barely contained. The headmaster continued, looking about sternly. Prefects, you will escort your students to their dormitories, with the exception of Slytherin, which will stay here under the direction of Professors Sinistra and Kettleburn. Now, calmly, please. The mass exodus began, and Harry took advantage of the mayhem to slip through the stream of students, working his way over to an Indian girl Harry had seen Hermione with occasionally. He quickly got her attention, grabbing her arm and speaking. Hi, do you know where Hermione is? The girl looked him over in a mix of amazement and annoyance. She pulled her arm free before speaking with narrowed eyes. Last I saw, she was crying her eyes out in the girls' bathroom by the entrance to the dungeons. As if suddenly realizing what she said, the girl paled, her eyes widening. Hermione, Harry grimaced, turning away from her to allow himself to be carried in the crowd of students out the great hall doors. He thought he might have heard his name, but ignored it, slipping from the crowd behind a corridor and hurrying towards the dungeons, beginning to run when he passed another hallway and heard stomping ahead of him. A sudden shadow passed in front of him, and he jumped behind a statue, peeking out to see a large form stomp past, sniffing the air in confusion as it swung its head from side to side. He watched, holding his breath, spotting the set of bathrooms right ahead of the troll. It almost passed them by, before it suddenly came to a halt, taking great shaking breaths. The troll then turned towards the girl's bathroom, and Harry's heart plummeted. He cursed to himself, jumping out and running toward the open door, when a loud crash and scream echoed from within. He rushed into the bathroom, looking around with wide eyes. The stalls had been crushed with 2 swipes of a massive wooden club, pieces of debris everywhere. Even as he watched, Hermione dodged underneath a row of porcelain sinks, only for the troll to drop its club, missing her by mere inches. She screamed again, falling and rolling to the side, and her arm hung at an unnatural angle. He yelled, trying to get the troll's attention. He desperately picked up a small piece of the bathroom stall that had fallen nearby and threw it, slapping the troll on the side of its thick skull. The small hit was enough to get the troll's attention, and it turned towards Harry, confused. He felt a short moment of relief that it had stopped pursuing Hermione before he slid backwards into the wall, the troll advancing towards him with fury in its narrowed eyes. Hermione quickly used the distraction to whip out her wand, yelling out the charm they had learned that very morning. Wingardium Leviosa. The troll's club rose in the air, and the troll flailed wildly after it. Hermione flicked her wand, sending the club careening towards the opposite stall. The troll began to turn, and Harry gestured frantically for Hermione to come to him, hoping they could leave the bathroom and make a run for it. Hermione stood, took 2 steps, and fell to the ground, tripping over a large portion of the sink, water gushing about the floor. She screamed again as her injured arm crashed into the porcelain, and the troll turned furiously, its eyes narrowed on her fallen form. It stomped toward her, raising its fist, and Harry ran towards them in desperation, swearing. Then the troll's fist fell towards his friend, and Harry knew there was no time at all, and he jumped forward, desperate, arms wide and grasping, pulling Hermione in close, covering her body with his own. For a split second his eyes met her own, wide and terrified, and then the troll's fist met his outstretched wings, spread wide, and suddenly, even as he was pressed down with the force of the troll's attack, its fist began to shred into slivers of noxious flesh and green, oozing blood, Harry's feathers covered with the stench. He pushed her face into his chest, covering her eyes, tilting his head back to see the troll stumbling backwards. A hoarse scream of agony echoed off of the tiles, a groaning rumble as its ruined stump of an arm waved feebly. It fell onto its rump, staring blankly as the blood ran freely, and Harry felt his magic surge through him, so powerful, and he stood, letting Hermione go, stalking towards the troll with barely contained rage, so angry that it had come so close to destroying his first true friend at Hogwarts, so close to ruining what he had managed to build. His wings flexed, blood and flesh sloughing off of his glistening feathers as he strode forward, and Dread began a hissing chorus of rend the flesh, tear it, sink fangs into bone, kill, strike the softest place. And Harry was going to kill it. He was going to cleanse this place of goodness and light of its filth. And then he heard a whimper from behind, a soft plea through the darkness. Harry, no. He stopped, torn magic swirling in a stormy cloud about him, its own wings wide and spread, larger than ever, an echo of steel. As he paused, the troll fell to the ground with a whimper. Its blood covered the tiles, and its eyes dimmed in unconsciousness as Harry forced himself to turn away. He made himself meet Hermione's eyes. She was lying on her side, broken arm cradled against her chest, eyes frightened. He wanted to go to her, comfort her. Footsteps echoed from the hallway, and he whirled, lost, out of his depth. Hermione spoke from behind him, her voice fragile but firm. Put them away, Harry, now. He did so instinctively, drawing his wings inside himself in one practiced move, not allowing himself to think of the ramifications to himself, to Hermione, who now knew, and yet was helping him hide. Then the teachers arrived, McGonagall first, pausing, hand held to her chest as she beheld the carnage. Snape was behind her, his face drawn and pale. Last came Quirrell, the man's dark eyes meeting Harry's with direct accusing force. What in Merlin's name happened here? McGonagall was the first professor to speak, staring at the mess with a mixture of surprise and disgust. The bathroom was completely demolished, stalls broken and crushed, the sinks spurting water onto the floor. Harry staled, uncertain, shifting from foot to foot, wondering how he could possibly explain, and once more Hermione spoke, her voice shaking but collected. It was my fault, professors. I thought I could take on the troll myself, you see, with the new spells I've learned. Harry was worried and came to find me. The troll broke my arm, and Harry got really angry. I think we must have done some accidental magic together or something, because the troll's fist just exploded, just like that. And then it collapsed over there. Hermione's voice rose to a hysterical note, and Harry found himself going back to her, kneeling down, rubbing her back soothingly. She hugged him frantically, arm cradled between them and the other arm digging into his flesh. He gulped, and then nodded along with the performance. Yes, accidental magic, it must have been. I was really worried. I thought she was going to die." Harry felt tears building at the mere thought, the adrenaline finally beginning to abate into mental exhaustion. McGonagall must have seen it on his face, because she pursed her lips together and nodded before gesturing to Snape. "Severus, take them to the infirmary. Quirinus and I will clean up this mess." "Certainly." Professor Quirrell agreed, his eyes never leaving Harry. Harry strove not to shiver, not liking that look, or how the man's eyes followed him and judged, always searching, seeking weakness. Professor Snape grimaced and began to lead the way, escorting them up and away from the mess of a bathroom. The man limped, strangely enough, as if he too had experienced a recent injury. Harry tried to keep his back away from the others, knowing the tears in the fabric could cause questions. As Hermione entered the hospital wing and began to answer questions, Snape caught his elbow and held him still, looking into his eyes. "I know you are not telling us everything, Mr. Potter. Secrets are dangerous in the magical world." His voice hissed out, voice low and rumbling in his chest. Harry was so tired, his magic fighting to be let loose, that he hissed right back, eyes glowing with the magical pull. "All the more reason to keep them, Professor." And he looked down at the mangled leg peeking out from under the man's robe. The professor whipped his robe around to cover it, sneering. Then he turned and stalked away, limp no longer present. Harry grinned maliciously, then went inside, pulling off his stinking outer robe and carrying it towards Madame Pomfrey and Hermione. As the Mediwitch began to gather potions, Harry saw Headmaster Dumbledore entering the room, slow and stately, eyes twinkling. Behind him McGonagall walked, hands clasped together. She was smiling too, an odd sight if he had ever seen one. Harry sat straighter on the bed next to Hermione, nervous. McGonagall walked over first, before speaking calmly. "It was a brave thing you did, Harry. Worth of my house, if I dare say. 10 points to Slytherin for your courage and loyalty. Now, Miss Granger." She looked sternly at Hermione, who sunk into her bed. "It was very foolish to attempt to take on a full-grown mountain troll by yourself, especially as a first year. You are lucky Mr. Potter here followed you. We saw him slipping out of the hall and followed." Harry frowned internally, realizing that they were still keeping tabs on him. He had been beginning to think that perhaps the surveillance had loosened, but this was just another reminder that the wizards no more trusted him than he trusted them. He began to scowl, but remembered to smooth out his face as Professor McGonagall continued. 5 points from Gryffindor, as a reminder to think before you act." Hermione nodded sadly, her eyes downcast. Professor McGonagall smiled one last time, patted her knee, then turned and left the infirmary. The headmaster stood to follow, pausing to leave them with a parting comment. "I'm disappointed in you two, for putting yourselves in danger. Accidental magic is nothing to ever rely on. It is unpredictable and unstable. Next time, please, allow the professors to take control of the situation." Hermione nodded, not able to meet the disappointed eyes of the headmaster. Harry met his blue eyes straight on, unflinching. He refused to look away and act ashamed of doing what he thought was right. The headmaster did not smile as he stood and walked away. Harry turned back to Hermione, still sitting on the bed looking down. Harry reached out, lifting her chin up firmly. He met her teary eyes with his own, keeping her gaze on his. "Hermione, listen before the nurse comes back, okay?" She nodded slowly, her mouth opening as if to speak before it closed. Harry gathered his courage before he began. "What you saw back there, it's a long story, okay? I can't tell you about it right now, but I will, okay? Once we have more time to sit down without the threat of listening ears. Will you be okay with that? With waiting, with keeping it secret?" Hermione nodded right away, firmly, quickly reassuring him. "Of course, Harry. I mean, I don't understand it, but I'm sure it has to deal with, well, with some of the odd things I've noticed." Harry nodded, relief washing over him. As Hermione gave a shy smile and looked away, he nudged her, bringing her gaze back up. He felt his anger rising once more as he spoke again. "Look, I heard that idiot Weasley said some things to you." Hermione began to speak, but he silenced her with a wave of his hand. "Quiet. He has no right to speak to you that way. He is jealous and ignorant and petty. He has no idea how hard it is for a muggle-born to fit in. He is prejudiced against a group of kids who have done nothing to earn that stereotype, but be sorted by a magical hat that looks for cunning and ambition. I want you to come to me next time he hurts you, even if it's a simple insult, and I will handle it. All right, enough is enough. Hermione shook her head, eyes pleading. She spoke fervently, looking into his angry eyes. Look, Harry, it wasn't that bad, I swear. It just got to me all of a sudden. Okay. Harry frowned, unappeased. Hermione, he's trying to hurt me through you because you are my friend. And when he hurts you, he hurts me, you understand? And I'm tired of it. He needs to learn some respect. Hermione sighed, looking down. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey bustled back in, a tray in her hands with assorted food. She set it down in Hermione's lap before waving her wand, running various scans. Hermione sighed and settled into her meal, eating fast. The Mediwitch finally sat back and stood, her face kind. There you go, Miss Granger, good as new. A broken arm is nothing serious, really, and it doesn't seem you've expended much magical energy at all. I was expecting something much more drastic when they described the situation you two were in. Harry frowned, speaking before he thought about it. Why? It was just the troll's arm. Madame Pomfrey turned to him, her eyes kind but searching. Hermione looked like she was really wishing he wouldn't have brought that up. Well, dear, it's a troll we are talking about. Their skin is much like a giant's or a transformed werewolf. It takes a much stronger spell to even pierce their skin and affect them at all, and even then it takes multiple spells normally to equal a spell on a normal individual. That you two did so, and to such an extent, causing permanent damage, well, quite impressive. Now off you two get. It's just past curfew. Harry nodded, trying to keep his face blank as he mentally kicked himself. He had not even thought to act tired, as Hermione was obviously doing. He wasn't thinking. He stood slowly, feigning exhaustion, though he had a feeling it was far too late for that act. As the woman walked back to her office with a farewell, Harry began to escort Hermione back to her dorm. As they walked through the halls, Harry quickly muttered an apology. Sorry, I don't know why I didn't think of that sooner, with what you said and all. Hermione shrugged, before stopping as they reached the entrance to her dormitory. She paused for a second, and then gave him a quick hug before turning and entering through her portrait. Harry smiled, his heart warm. She reminded him in some ways of Tiny, shy and yet intelligent. He could kill those boys for causing even the slightest tears in her eyes. As he walked back to his own common room, he thought hard about revenge. It wasn't enough that they had caused her to miss the feast, crying, but they had put her very life in danger. If he hadn't gotten there in the nick of time, he shook his head furiously. He needed to think of a way to keep track of his friends, so that this would never happen again. Voldemort stood behind the desk in his bedroom, staring out of Quirinus Quirrell's brown eyes down at a complex diagram on his desk. His plan to distract the other professors had failed, even with sending the troll upwards towards the school to intercept any resistance. He had not expected that traitorous Snape to head him off directly at the corridor. He had made up some excuse about looking for a breach since the troll had escaped, and Snape had replied he had been doing the same, with some pretty suspicious glances. Just where did that man's loyalty lie? Then again, the Dark Lord thought, slowly running his fingers over one particular page. He doubted Snape knew who was truly after the stone. The dark-haired man had always been loyal to the Dark Lord, but it was not in his best interest to reveal himself just yet. He still had plenty of time to find a way past the dog and to the stone. No, what consumed his mind was the mysterious magic the boy had held against him. His memories as a spirit are rough and fractured, with no real sense of time and space. He remembers, clearly, the moment he was ripped free from his roots and flung out into the night sky, looking back to see two vivid emerald eyes glowing in the darkness. The same two eyes that stared at him in determination just a few weeks ago, and the same face that had lied, badly, about the troll's defeat. His spirit, lost and wandering, had found itself drawn to a larger piece of itself that was plotting and scheming in a far-off country, and had been gladly consumed to make itself more powerful. It was that added boost that had allowed himself to completely possess an exploring Professor Quirrell while out looking for signs of a renegade vampire coven. He had been so excited, he had proceeded to slay all the man's companions in a wash of bloody glory, reveling in the fear and terror he created. It had been a simple matter to pin the carnage on a vampire attack, and he himself had led the clean-out party, gladly wiping out the roost of blood-sucking fiends. And that had given him the idea, when this body started to weaken, of how he could prolong its life. When the invitation to teach at Hogwarts came, he took it as a sign that things were beginning to finally come together again, and his careful attacks on the unicorns began. He had searched endlessly for another way to restore himself, forced to throw out other rituals that were less useful or harder to perform. Finally, he had seen one that looked, if anything, perfect. He had attempted, and almost been successful, to take the stone from the Creator himself. However, he was thwarted, and the stone was moved to Gringotts. It took almost a year to plan the break-in, only to find, once more, that the stone had been moved. And now it was here, almost within his grasp, if not for one ignorant, bumbling fool and his pet dog. He sat with a small frown, before leaning forward to once more read the diagram in front of him. He was almost done with the book, when he hoped would answer the mystery of the boy's ability to thwart him. At least, answer it enough to get rid of that particular problem, once and for all. His frown turned into a smile that spoke of nothing nice to come as he read the title written in gold upon the blood-red leather hide. The Wizards of Blood and Bone. Tilde**tilde review please. Tilde**tilde.